Right, we now come to the Opposition Day motion in the name of the Leader of the SNP on the Scottish independence and the Scottish economy. Before I call the member to move the motion, given the subject of this afternoon's debate, I wish to make a short statement about the sub judice resolution and the Supreme Court's consideration of whether provisions in the draft Scottish independence referendum bill relate to the reserved matters under the Scotland Act of 1998. As judgment is anticipated in the coming months, I have exercised discretion to allow the reference to the issues concerned in the case that is given of their national importance, but members are encouraged not to discuss the detail of legal proceedings. I now call the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear the honourable gentleman from a sedentary position saying too long. Well, of course, he's right. Yeah. It's been too long that Scotland's been stuck in this union. And I look forward to the opportunity for my colleagues to leave this House for the last time when Scotland becomes an independent country. Too long. Indeed, it's been too long. Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say that Westminster has been no stranger to chaos and crisis over the last number of years. But even with that in mind, it's still been hard to fully take in the mayhem and the madness that has gone on in this place in the last few weeks. Another Tory Prime Minister gone. Another Tory Prime Minister imposed on Scotland. The only thing that stays the same is the constant crisis of this place. Even the member for West Suffolk's kangaroo gentilia eating junket to Australia passes for normal affair round here these days. But the core of today's motion is designed to demonstrate that the permanent political pantomime that Westminster has become isn't somehow victimless or benign. It comes with a massive, massive cost. Each and every one of these Westminster crises comes with a consequence. And it's always those that can least afford it who end up paying the price of the failure of Westminster control. Let's, Mr. Speaker, take the example of the last few months. The UK government, the UK government has been so consumed by their own political crisis that they have been too busy ignoring the economic crisis that they caused with their mini-budget on the 23rd of September. Yep. Not just ignoring it, but completely blind to the mess that they made. In the last 10 days, it's been hard not to notice that the Tory benches are in a state of excited relief that they got rid of a Prime Minister who managed to crash the UK economy in the space of 44 days. And in their great relief, they seem to have magically forgotten that they were the ones that put her in place. They were the ones that were cheering on her libertarian joyride until the very moment that she crashed the economy. They may have gotten rid of the Prime Minister they put in place, but for ordinary people, the damage is already done. I'll give way.
Grateful to the honourable member for giving way, and I get extremely anxious about my homeland splitting away from my now home country, particularly as there's no credible fiscal plan in Scotland. As I see child poverty increase, the once leading education system trashed, and the NHS left to deteriorate, I wonder who is at fault. Does the right honourable member accept that whilst the Tory government has let Scotland down...
Order. It's meant to be an intervention, not a speech about all your issues. I'm more than happy to put you on the list. Come on, Ian Blackford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if anybody is letting himself down, it's the honourable gentleman, because, of course, if you looked at the Scottish Parliament, we've done our best to the effects of Tory austerity. And by goodness, Mr. Speaker, we can applaud what the Scottish Government has done with the child payment. Introduced at £10, increased to £20, and now up at £25. But we cannot stop the damaging effect of austerity on our country, because the bulk of economic powers lie in Westminster. And the honourable gentleman and his colleagues in the Labour benches might indeed support the Scottish Parliament, our Parliament, that does its best to protect the people from what happens in this place here in Westminster. And of course, Mr Speaker, the damaging effects of Brexit that mean our businesses can't fulfil their potential. The honourable gentleman ought to look in the mirror. I will give way.
I'm very grateful, honourable gentleman. The reality of who's split away in values, it's been the red Tories and the blue Tories here. But he should know, and he should be aware of this, that Ireland, who became independent, sees the 5% of poorest people in Ireland are 63% richer than the 5% of poorest people in the UK. And if ever there was a lesson to be independent, that's it.
Well, indeed, my honourable friend is quite correct. And indeed, when we look around the world, what we see are small countries that are thriving. It is the case that small countries tend to do better than larger ones. There are no economies of scale for large countries, and it's Westminster, it's the UK that is holding Scotland back. Mr Speaker, let me return to the remarks I was making about the economic situation that we face today. The pound is still down against the dollar and the euro. Mortgage rates are at the highest rates since the financial crash, and inflation is still at a 40-year high. History shows that the Tory party always act fast to rid themselves of their own political problems, but they always fail to take responsibility for the crisis they create. They are failing to take responsibility for the cost of living crisis they created and the failing UK state that they presided over the last 12 years. Because, Mr Speaker, it would be wrong to believe that the deep damage done over the last few weeks are somewhat isolated incidents. It doesn't take a genius to know that the timeline for every bit of turmoil in this place over the last few years stems from one place and one place only: the disaster, the utter disaster of Brexit. And 6 years on, it's been a disaster by every significant measure.
Little England.
Brexit broke Britain. Only yesterday, Scotland's Herald's newspaper revealed that the value of Scotland's exports have witnessed a drop of over 13% in 2 years, costing £2.2 billion, with Brexit entirely to blame. That's what Brexit has done to the Scottish economy and Scottish trade. That's been the impact of what the Tories have brought to us. But faced with these Brexit facts, it's a disgrace that Westminster's only response is to say one of two things: suck it up or shut up. Well, I can assure those Brexit fanatics that we intend to do neither. Because, Mr Speaker, the reality of Brexit is biting everywhere. Last week I visited the Nevis Bakery in my own constituency. The owner, Archie Patterson, explained to me that they currently employ 30 people and they could easily double that tomorrow, expanding their production line, expanding their premise and growing the local economy. But there is one thing stopping them, just one thing stopping them, and it's Brexit. Brexit means they have no access to labour. The balance of workers used to be 80% EU-skilled bakers. That has declined to only 20%. And because they can't get the staff, they can't expand. And it's the same story for businesses across the Highlands and the same story for businesses right across Scotland. Denied economic opportunity, denied the opportunity to grow our economy, denied the opportunity to prosper and to deliver the taxation receipts, delivered by the Brexit that Scotland never voted for. I'll give one.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way and agree with much of what he's saying about the incompetence of the Conservative government. But I do feel that on Brexit there's an important fact that's being missed here. During that referendum, when many of us were fighting very hard to make sure that the EU stayed within, that the UK stayed within the EU, the Scottish National Party spent just £91,000 on their campaign, 13% of what they could have spent. Indeed, they spent less on that campaign than they spent on the Shetland by-election. They spent less than 7% of what they spent in trying to take Scotland out of the UK. So will he take this opportunity to apologise to everyone who voted for Remain for the fact that the SNP went missing from the pitch during that campaign?
My goodness, Mr. Speaker, I hate to point out to the honourable gentleman that 62% of those that voted in Scotland voted to stay in the European Union, and I'm proud to say that myself and my honourable and right honourable colleagues on these benches were up and down Scotland during the Brexit campaign, leading the people of Scotland, making sure that we were making the case for Scotland to stay in Europe. I will.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On that point, can the leader of the SNP please explain to us if that is the case? His party spent less on the EU referendum than a by-election, a Scottish parliamentary by-election, on Shetland.
You know, this would be funny, Mr. Speaker, if it wasn't so tragic. It used to be the case. Yeah, you know, we've got many hours to debate, and I'm sure if Labour and Liberal Democrats calm down, they'll get the opportunity to speak. But maybe I should point out to the honourable lady that the Liberal Democrats used to proclaim staying in Europe. But just like... No, you don't. No, because if the Liberal Democrats, as she was suggesting, want to stay in Europe, they would have that in their manifesto. The Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats have run away from Europe, just as they've run away of their responsibilities to the people of Scotland.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Isn't it the case, just to educate the honourable gentleman there, that we not only carried the argument in Scotland winning 62% of the vote for Remain, but carried that argument successfully in every single council area in Scotland, all 32 of them?
Well said, Mr.
My honourable friend is quite correct. Every local authority area in Scotland voted to remain. But of course, it's not just the fact that people across Scotland voted to remain. It is the fact that that desire, that demand to stay in Europe has increased over the course of the last few years. In fact, recent polling shows that as many as 72% of Scots wish to remain in Europe. And I would say to those that are watching back in our own country that there is a way we can achieve this. There's a very clear way we can achieve this. And that is that if Scotland has its right to determine its own future, if our Parliament, which has an independence majority, can enact that referendum that our people have voted for, then Scotland's journey to independence, Scotland's journey back into the European Union will be complete.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I've just been called a liar by the honourable gentleman.
I didn't hear what was said. Do you want to go out early for a cup of tea because you're on my speaking list? Let me deal with it. Mr. Bonner, I need no help, thank you. If somebody said it, I expect them to withdraw it, because we do not use that in this chamber. Toby Perkins.
I certainly withdraw any implication the honourable gentleman was a liar. I didn't say he was a liar, but I did say that what he said was untrue. But I withdraw that in respect to yourself.
Come on, Ian Blackford. No, we're moving on. We've dealt with it. Ian Blackford.
I give way to my
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Does he think that people at home will be looking on askance at the benches of the Labour Party? First of all, apologists for the Conservative chaos that they have inflicted on Scotland's economy, and now some kind of supporters of Brexit, which has caused so much harm to Scotland. It's really inexplicable how benches there on this side of the House can take such positions, and we all heard them, of course.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and of course she's quite correct. Mr. Speaker, it's 1:10. We have till 7 o'clock tonight to debate this issue. And the promise that I make to those in other parties across this House, that we will be respectful to the importance of this subject, because this is about Scotland's future. And I say to friends, colleagues across the House, Conservatives, Labour, Lib Dems, let's have that debate about Scotland's future. Let's respectfully disagree on what we see as the future. We will put the case for Scotland to be an independent country. Come with us, engage with us, put the case for the Union, put the case for Scotland to stay in the Union, because, friends, I have to say, when we have these debates, I don't hear what is the case for Scotland staying in the Union. Mr Speaker, the evidence of the damage being done by Brexit is mounting by the day. And yet, from those that forced this on Scotland, not one word of contrition, not one word of apology has ever been offered for the massive act of economic self-harm that has been inflicted on all of us. I'm tempted to say, when it comes to Brexit in Westminster, that there are really none so blind that will not see, and my goodness, has that been shown today. But the truth in many respects is even worse, and I will give way.
To the right honourable member for giving way, and I welcome the comments that he says that he wants a serious debate about the status of Scotland within the Union and the benefits of Scotland for being in the Union. But in all of the argument that he's made so far, he has blamed everything from the rising energy costs, from the global supply chain challenges, all on Brexit. Does he not recognise that we have been facing a tumultuous global situation that needs to be recognised? And at least if he acknowledged that, then we could at least start having a sensible debate.
I thank the honourable gentleman. I think he's generally trying to be helpful. So let me respond in kind. Look, we are suffering from enormous increase in energy costs. I applaud the fact that we've got the energy cap. But let's remember the harsh reality that for people right up and down these islands, the energy costs have doubled over the course of the last year. One second. People are going to face genuine hardship. But look, I can see him shaking his head. But the harsh reality, Mr Speaker, is that we have an energy market which is determined by the wholesale gas price. Yet for those of us in Scotland, 14% of our electricity consumption comes from gas. We actually produce 6 times as much gas as we consume. We're being impacted largely by the failures of the UK energy policy, and yes, of course, by global issues as well. But the fact that energy prices, energy costs are so high in energy-rich Scotland is an absolute disgrace.
I thank the right honourable member for giving way. And just to reference the previous intervention, of course the last few years have shown us how unpredictable the world can be and how many challenges we can face unexpectedly. But doesn't that just hammer home how important it is that Scotland, in particular, gets the governments it votes for?
Yes.
And given that Scotland hasn't voted Conservative since 1955, does he not agree with me that by far and away the best way that we can protect ourselves against the unpredictable is to be independent and in control of our own resources?
Honourable friend is quite correct. Not since 1955 has Scotland voted for Conservative governments, and yet we face Conservative government after Conservative government. And the difference with my honourable friend sitting on the Labour front bench, I would rather have an independent Labour government in Scotland than a Tory government in London that is demonstrating its contempt through its policies for the people of Scotland. And that is the reality. Unfortunately, he would rather have a Tory government in London rather than having an independent Scottish government that he may have influence over. I'll give way one more time.
Again, referencing the previous intervention, isn't it the case that, yes, there's high global oil and gas prices, but we'll have to look at Norway, who's got a sovereign wealth fund of $1 trillion, the biggest sovereign fund in the world, that can be used to support these citizens, whereas Westminster has squandered our oil and gas revenues all these years. And even then, there was a Macron report in the 70s, buried for 30 years, that showed the wealth that accumulated to Scotland had it been independent. And that was both Labour and Conservatives had that information for the Scottish population.
My honourable friend is correct, and I think the taxation receipts for North Sea oil over the period he's talking about have been north of £350 billion. What a missed opportunity. What a missed opportunity to make sure that we were able to invest for future generations, that we could eradicate the poverty that's been talked about, that we could deliver hope for future generations. And I will come on later on in my speech into the opportunities from green energy, because my message to my honourable friend, to those across this House, is there is a green industry revolution that could come for Scotland, that we need to create the jobs that will drive up productivity, drive up investment, give hope for people. But we're not going to do it while we're part of Westminster. Mr. Speaker, there are plenty of intelligent people in this place, and I'm especially looking at the Labour benches here. But we can see the damage that Brexit has done. They see it. They see it. But they won't say it. And the reason that they won't say it is that they are frightened that they will lose votes in the north of England, and to hell with the consequences in Scotland and everywhere else. I'm sorry to say that this is one of the most shameful examples of politics replacing principle this place has ever witnessed. And that's really saying something for Westminster.
I'm very grateful to the honourable member for giving way. One of the reasons that the UK voted for Brexit was because the EU is ever closer union, which means the euro and joining up. Now, he's talked about independence. So will he be joining the euro, and therefore won't he be ceding some of his control over the fiscal situation that he wants to deal with by doing exactly that?
I'm grateful, but let me return to 2014. Because one of the things that we were told at the time of the Scottish referendum, that is, if we stayed in the United Kingdom, that two things would happen. One, we would stay in Europe, but secondly, that we were to lead the UK. That this was going to be a voluntary union of equals. But none of that has happened, because that very example have been taken out of the European Union against our will. But the key difference, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that Europe is a partnership of equals. And since he's asked the question about currency, I will take it head on. That when Scotland becomes independent, as it will, that we will retain the pound. And in the... Well, it's funny, isn't it? It's funny, because we're talking about people's future, and we're trying to deal with what is a serious matter. And the fact is, we will keep the pound until such time that a number of economic tests that are met that will allow us to have a Scottish pound. That's what will happen. I will give way one more time. Yeah.
I'm grateful for him being so clear and direct, saying he'll have the pound. However, if he joins into the EU, isn't the plan to join the euro and therefore have to concede that he'll have to do that? And by what mechanism will he therefore either keep the pound, the Scottish pound, or refute having the euro?
I'd respectfully say to the honourable member that he should go away and read the treaties, because they're very clear. We are all aware as to what's contained within the treaty. But crucially, in order to join the euro, you need to join the exchange rate mechanism for a 2-year period. Joining the exchange rate mechanism is voluntary. You cannot be forced into the euro. Our position is very clear. Our position is that we will deliver a fiscal programme that will deliver jobs for Scotland, create the circumstances for investment, drive up living standards. That is what we want with independence. And we will make sure that we have the answer to the currency situation that delivers for our people on that point.
I'm very grateful for the honourable gentleman giving way. Perhaps the honourable gentleman opposite has been misled by headlines in the Times newspaper and should maybe appraise himself better of what's actually happening in Europe. On the 1st of July 2013, Croatia joined the European Union. Croatia is not in the euro. There are about 6 or 7 other countries in the European Union are not in the euro. You can join the euro if you want over your own timescale. It can be hundreds of years if you want. But you do what you want, what you think is sensible for your country. That's why you have independence.
Well, I'm very grateful to my friend for revealing well, I'm afraid he's not wrong, because if you read the treaties, and I pointed out that joining the ERM is a step that has to be taken before anyone is able to join. I'm going to make some progress, and I will allow interventions later on. I will.
Very grateful to the honourable gentleman for allowing me to intervene, because this is a crucial point that people need to understand. The current position of the Scottish National Party is to stick with the pound for an undefined period, to then set up their own currency, and as Nicola Sturgeon said herself when she launched the economic paper, she will not commit to joining the euro. So that does one of two things. It either denies EU membership on the one hand, or it means an independent Scotland would have a separate currency from both the EU and its bigger trading part of the rest of the UK. Is that not correct?
Well, the honourable gentleman is wrong, because I pointed out that in order to join the euro, I've already laid out that we will retain the pound sterling immediately on attaining independence. And when the time is right, when a number of economic tests are made, we will have the Scottish pound. There are 6 tests, and I'll be very. And I'm now going to make some progress. As I've already given away twice. I think I've been very gracious with my time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I said at the start, all the Westminster imposed chaos comes with real consequences, because the cost of the last 6 weeks and the consequence of the last 6 years of constant crisis mean that the Tories are right back to where they originally started, implementing austerity. This week, we have been deliberately bombarded by Treasury briefing about the difficult decisions that need to be made in order to fill the economic hole that the Tories dug themselves. But the return of austerity, if it ever went away, isn't a so-called difficult decision. It is instead what it has always been, a Tory political choice to hit the poorest hardest. No one should be fooled into thinking that there aren't other choices. In the week that BP announced a quarterly profit of £7.1 billion, why not take the easy decision to bring in a proper windfall tax to tax excess profits? Why not take the easy decision to end non-dom tax avoidance? Why not take the easy decision to reinstate the cap on bankers' bonuses? And with all that new revenue, why not take the easiest decision of all and protect those most at risk by uprating benefits and pensions in line with inflation? That, after all, was the promise that the Prime Minister made when he was Chancellor back in May. So, until each and every one of these easy and essential decisions are taken, the Tories shouldn't dare talk about difficult decisions that they are having to take. I fear, though, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Tories and their new Prime Minister have already made their choice. They are gearing up to take a wrecking ball to public services and double down on austerity. That is exactly why we are now at such a critical juncture, because it's clearer by the day that austerity 2.0 is the future awaiting the Scottish people unless we escape Westminster control for good. That is why independence is not just desirable, it is now essential. But there is no better example of that necessity than the energy issue. This motion refers to the detailed and evidence-based report by David Skilling, who has laid out the facts on the sheer scale of the energy opportunity awaiting an independent Scotland, and I would encourage honourable members across this House to read that report. We have the potential to generate around 10% of Europe's wave power and possess 25% of the potential European offshore wind and tidal resource. And let's not forget that it's Westminster that is holding back our tidal potential with its refusal to fund it to the rate that will be necessary to generate up to 11.5 gigawatts of tidal energy by 2050. I will give way on that point.
I'm not sure if I think the right honourable gentleman for giving way. I'm not sure if I picked him up right, but he's accusing the UK government of not funding tidal energy when, in fact, 20 million of CFDs were committed as ring-fence specifically for tidal stream energy.
I'm really delighted that the honourable gentleman raises that, because it takes us back to the discussions that we had last year. Because on the back of a Royal Society report that was published just before COP26, a peer-reviewed report, it indicated that potential to get to 11.5 gigawatts of electricity from tidal. Now, incidentally, Mr Deputy Speaker, that would be 15% of the UK's electricity production. It is actually the amount that nuclear contributes today. And by 2030, tidal would be cheaper than nuclear. Mr Deputy Speaker, we don't need nuclear to provide our baseload electricity, because tidal does it. And the fact remains, Mr Speaker, that 20 million, welcome as it is, doesn't go far enough in order that this industry develops its potential. And when we look at the programmes that are already alive around these shores, about 70% of the value added from tidal comes from Scotland, about 80% comes from the UK. It is a domestically grown industry. We heard earlier about the contrast with Norway from my honourable friend in the oil industry. But one of the key lessons from that is not just to make sure that we've got the energy production, but we control the supply chain. And this is exactly an industry where we do control the supply chain. And I say to the honourable gentleman, and join me in pressing the Treasury to make sure we get that £50 million a year ring-fence pot, because that's what would allow us to fulfil our potential. And at the same time, to make sure that we get carbon capture and storage for Peterhead. Because these two examples, these two clear examples, are direct demonstrations as to how Scotland's been held back. Held back on its ability to deliver green energy. Held back on its desire to get to net zero in 2045. That, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the cost of Westminster control for Scotland.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I may be corrected, but I fancy I'm the only person in this place who actually did work in an oil fabrication yard at Nig. And at the time when I worked there were 5,000 people employed, vital jobs in the Highlands. We have the skills still, but the ageing skills, the skills are going. If we miss the opportunity to build offshore floating wind structures in Scotland, then we will be failing the Scottish people. What's the difference between us and Norway? Norway do build, we don't, and we should do something about it.
I thank my honourable friend for that remark, and he's quite right to talk about what happened in Nig way back in the day, but it wasn't just in Nig, as you'll recall. It also happened in the west of the Highlands, in Kishorn, in my own constituency, in Ardeshir, and if the Deputy Speaker would allow, we could sing the song the Kishorn Commandos, but we'll maybe save that for another day. Well, I'm sure. And there's many a tale to be told about what happened in Kishorn but this is a serious point. That opportunity to industrialise the Highlands, that opportunity to create jobs for generations, to create wealth, to create prosperity. And I congratulate him, because we've worked together on making sure that we're pushing for the opportunities in Cromarty. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, these are decisions that we should be taking in Scotland to make sure that we deliver on that promise. We can't say often enough the potential that we have in green energy. Scotland is energy rich. We simply shouldn't be facing an emergency. We shouldn't have cold homes and soaring bills, even before this crisis. And as my honourable friend from Caithness and Sutherland would acknowledge, we already have the situation before this crisis that 40% of pensioners in the Highlands live in fuel poverty.
On that point,
what a disgrace that we allow that to happen.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. He's making a very powerful speech. Does he agree with me, and do his constituents share my concerns, that when they look at these wind installations like Seagreen off the Angus coast, 2 revolutions of which can power a home for an entire year, yet they look out at them while they can't pay their electricity bill at the same time, thanks to the UK's energy market? Is that not in itself a reason to decouple ourselves from this broken union?
Indeed, because I think it's fair to say that we're being ripped off. We're being ripped off in transmission charges. And I'm grateful to the honourable member for Aberdeen South. I don't know if he's here. He is here because he took me off to see an offshore wind farm in Kincardine just a few weeks ago. But what a demonstration of the opportunity that we have from the North Sea. But that fundamental point that we shouldn't have cold homes and soaring bills. We produce 6 times more gas than we consume, and nearly 100% of the equivalent of our electricity consumption already comes from renewables. I've said equivalent on many occasions, but I thank the honourable gentleman for that. Well, you can look. I did have I ask for respect and honesty in this debate, but I think if the honourable gentleman checks Hansard, he'll find that I've said that on a number of occasions. This is Scotland's energy, and it should serve Scotland's people. The Skilling report shows that Scotland has the potential to boost our output by more than 5 times. More than 5 times. Increasing from 12 gigawatts of installed renewable capacity to over 80 gigawatts by 2050. And just think about that. 80 gigawatts of electricity by 2050. It's as much as 4 times as much energy as Scotland needs. It will provide the cheap green energy that will allow us to have a new industrial revolution, to see jobs come to the Eastern Highlands, the Western Highlands, the Lowlands and South of Scotland as a consequence of that economic opportunity that will be created. But by expanding Scotland's renewable capacity and by becoming a green hydrogen exporter, we have the chance to pump as much as £34 billion into Scotland's economy every single year. An investment, Mr Deputy Speaker, that would sustain up to 385,000 jobs, dwarfing the jobs today that we have in oil and gas. That, Mr Deputy Speaker, is a real energy transition. This is a plan for growth, green sustainable growth for the long term, not the fantasy growth that we had from the Truss government and the absence of any plan from the existing government. Driving better productivity, driving an industrial green society and driving our economy into the future. It is a plan which an independent Scotland can and will be built upon. Apparently, the only UK government response to this energy plan is the bizarre argument that we should ignore the vast renewable energy potential and instead turn to nuclear. Well, let's be very clear. We don't need nuclear in Scotland. We don't want nuclear power. We will not be having nuclear power. What we want is the powers of independence so that Scotland's energy can finally serve the needs of Scottish people. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the latest Scottish Government paper on independence, our First Minister has set out all the economic opportunities that independence will unleash. Instead of Westminster anti-trade union laws, we could ensure fairer work with European-style labour market policies. Instead of an economic race to the bottom, we could build an economy based on human well-being, lifting people up so that they can contribute fully, not waiting for wealth to trickle down when the inequality gap grows. Instead of Brexit, we would be an EU member state in our own right. We would, for the first time, be in a position not just to benefit from EU trade deals, but to help shape them. Instead of a hostile environment and the disgrace of a Home Secretary that talks about invasions, we would have a humane immigration policy tailored to our needs. Now, I will happily give way to the honourable gentleman if he will join me and ask the Home Secretary to apologise for that outrageous language that she used in this chamber on Monday of this week.
I do genuinely thank the right honourable gentleman for allowing me to intervene on the point he was making on an independent Scotland being in the EU, which he'd made previously. But does he agree with his leader in Holyrood, the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, when she says she admitted that there could be hard borders, passport control between Scotland and the rest of the United Kingdom?
Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Project Fear all over again.
And no apology.
Let me give the honourable gentleman in this House the example of Ireland. Way back in the 1940s, close to 90% of Ireland's exports were to the rest of the United Kingdom. Today, it's less than 10%. But the value of Irish exports to the UK actually increased every single year, irrespective of the economic cycle. But the point is that an independent Ireland was able to pursue policies that delivered growth, that resulted in investment, that resulted in trade opportunities. That's the opportunity that independent Scotland...
The honourable member for giving way. I wouldn't want us to move too far beyond this point about humane treatment, however, because is it not the case that Ukrainian refugees in Scotland currently have to be housed in temporary accommodation on ships in which the space they must occupy is less than is legally required for prisoners in Scottish prisons?
I shouldn't be surprised by some of the things that we get from the Tories in this House. But has he got any sense of listening to what has been happening this week in Kent? And he comes and accuses the Scottish Government when it comes to those seeking refuge in our soil. Can I remind the honourable gentleman that we can be proud of what the Scottish Government has delivered, led by our ex-colleague Neil Gray, that we have around 20% of Ukrainian migrants that have come to Scotland living in our country. We have opened our doors and welcomed to them. By goodness, that's something that we should be proud of. I'm going to make some progress because I'm conscious of the time. Instead of Westminster control, we would always have the stability of knowing that the governments that shape our economy have been elected by us. That's a simple democratic principle. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, the great American writer Maya Angelou once said that when people show who they are, believe them the first time. Well, people in Scotland have shown more than enough, have had more than enough of Westminster control. We know who the Tories are. We know what this place is, and we know the deep damage it has done. We believed them the first time. And that's why Scotland hasn't voted for the Tories since 1955. Westminster has made its choice. It has chosen its future. It is a present and a future of constant crisis, a Brexit backing, failing UK state. It's time that Scotland left their choices and left that future behind us for good. We don't have to believe in Westminster control anymore. We only have to believe in ourselves. It is now time for Scotland to build our own future, an independent future in Europe. Mr Deputy Speaker, I move the motion in my colleagues' name.
The question is, as on the order paper, Secretary of State for Scotland, Alistair Jack.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to speak in this debate. And I would, by convention, congratulate the Right Honourable Member on securing this debate today. But forgive me, Mr Deputy Speaker, if I break with that custom on this occasion, for the simple reason that a debate on Scotland leaving the United Kingdom is not a priority for the Scottish people. It is not a priority for Scotland, and it should not be a priority for this House. It is no surprise to me, but it is a great pity nonetheless that the SNP have retreated into the only issue they ever care about. A great pity, because I and members on these benches would warmly welcome a serious debate about the Scottish economy. I believe this House should be discussing ways to improve Scotland's economic growth, because our economic growth has lagged behind that of the United Kingdom during the time the SNP have been in power at Holyrood. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, why is that, I wonder? How much better might things have been if the SNP respected the democratic result of the 2014 referendum and ceased their constant and wanted demands to rerun that referendum? In a moment. I fear their constant campaign, their never-ending campaign to leave the United Kingdom acts like a millstone around the neck of the Scottish economy. I will give way to the honourable gentleman on the back bench.
Appreciate the Secretary of State giving way. We hear often that we don't respect the result of the referendum. I joined the SNP 1 week after the referendum. I was sent here to protect Scotland's place in Brexit and to fight for Scottish independence. Is that not taking part in the democracy of our country? I was not a member of the SNP. I joined the SNP 1 week after, and I've been elected to this place to help deliver Scotland's path to independence. That is democracy.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, it simply isn't democracy, because you're not respecting the result of the referendum. You're not respecting the result of the referendum in 2014. As we've heard from the Right Honourable, there was a confusion. The Scottish National Party in that referendum were proposing that Scotland left the EU. And we've just now heard a whole debate on how desperate they are to get back in. Yet in 2014, the proposal that was made was Scotland left the EU.
Of order, Angus MacNeill.
Mr Deputy Speaker, is it in order to suspend proceedings at the moment so we can have a tutorial on how elections and ballot boxes work and extra some bits of paper for the Secretary of State?
I'm sure your leader would not be delighted if I was to suspend for any reason whatsoever. Secretary of State.
I say to the honourable gentleman, take the splinter out of your own eye. I am explaining how ballot boxes work. There was a very good referendum, legal referendum in 2014. It was won by those that wanted to remain in the United Kingdom. And as simple as that. So what I'd say, Mr Speaker, going back to the point I was making about the millstone that this never-ending campaign is around the Scottish economy. I would say the last thing people need is greater uncertainty. The last thing Scotland needs is the SNP's continual push for a divisive referendum on leaving the United Kingdom. And this government, this United Kingdom government, is working tirelessly to strengthen the Scottish economy. As we saw during COVID, it was the UK government who had the ability to support our economy through furlough and business grants, keeping businesses in business and protecting people's livelihoods. And we're now supporting households and businesses facing increased energy costs. But it's also the UK government which is providing the Scottish government with a record block grant settlement of £41 billion per year, Mr Deputy Speaker. That's £41 billion per year over the next 3 years, and in real terms, it's the highest settlement since 1998. Give it to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. Now, I know I may well have scuppered many chances I had of getting my Scottish passport, seeing as I live in England, but, you know, the leader of the SNP didn't mention education in his speech. Do you think that is perhaps, or does the Secretary of State believe that that may be because we've seen Scotland tumble down the PISA rankings for maths and science, and they have neglected education of the future population of our home country?
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman makes a very good point, and it's not just education standards that are falling. There are many problems throughout public services in Scotland, and the drug deaths are 3 times higher than they are in the rest of the United Kingdom. And it's very clear that the reason those failings happen in public services in Scotland is because the Scottish Government get up every day, go to work with one objective, and that's to break up the United Kingdom, not realising that a devolved administration should be focusing on health, on education, on crime, and doing the proper day job that people voted them to do. So I absolutely agree with the honourable gentleman. I will give way to the member for Caithness and Sutherland.
Serious agreement, serious debate. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a well-known fact that the Scottish National Party love me to bits. However, I received my second vaccine from a British soldier in Raigmore Hospital. The British Army stepped in during the pandemic. And I think the independence argument falls apart when it comes to the defence of this United Kingdom, because there's nothing that Vladimir Putin would like to see more than Scotland break away and our defences split in two.
Here.
Well, the honourable gentleman makes a very, very good point. I mean, in my role as Secretary of State for Scotland and during the pandemic, I signed many MACA requests for interventions. That's military authorities intervening in civil administrations. I'd signed many of those for Scotland, and our armed services stepped up and did an incredible job to help us through the process. But, Mr. I will make point. I want to just make point, and in addition to the support of the UK that I've mentioned from the UK government, we're directly investing £2 billion, which will be delivered through the City and Region Growth Deals programme, the Levelling Up Fund, and the United Kingdom Shared Prosperity Fund. And these are projects which are starting to transform communities and create tens of thousands of high-quality new jobs. I'll give way to the honourable lady.
The Secretary of State goes on about levelling up, goes on about how grateful we should be in Scotland for money that is disbursed from the UK Centre here at Westminster. Does he actually believe that? Does he not understand that people in Scotland pay taxes here as well as in Scotland, and that we are entitled to a share of all these funds?
Well, I mean, I say to the honourable lady, all the SNP councils in Scotland are applying for these funds. They've been welcomed. I remember the leader of Glasgow City Council, SNP Council, saying how pleased she was that we were delivering those funds directly to local authorities in Scotland. And guess what? They are taking that money in its full amount and delivering it to local projects, and that's exactly how it should be. I will give way one more time to the honourable lady.
Applications for levelling up funds, because my community is as entitled to them as the rest of the UK, their communities. We pay our taxes as well, and we do not need We do not need to be lectured about taking handouts, which is how you are inferring these funds are taken.
Mr Deputy Speaker, that couldn't be further from the truth. I am not implying for a minute. It absolutely is fair shares for everyone. We've never disputed that. All I'm explaining is the method of delivery is through local authorities to get these projects directly to local communities. I'm going to make some progress, Mr Speaker, because along with...
You could start an argument in a room on your own. The Secretary of State is not giving way. Please pipe down. Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, we're close to announcing 2 new UK free ports in Scotland, backed by £52 million of investment from the United Kingdom Government. And that is a great example of how much more we can achieve when Scotland's 2 governments work together. And we know there is much more we can achieve by working together. So I would repeat my offer to the Scottish Government. Come and work with us. On transport, for example, by improving cross-border links such as the A75. On agriculture, giving farmers the gene editing technology they desperately want. Gene editing will make crops more disease and drought resistant, and it will thereby drive down food prices. And also on energy, bringing small modular nuclear reactors, yes, you heard it here, to back up our tremendously renewables energy. And yes, I will give way to my former colleague.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In talking about the city and regional growth deals and free ports and all the other shared investments, isn't the key point that this is real devolution? It's not central government, whether here or in Edinburgh, dictating to local areas what they want. It's them deciding their priorities and working with both governments to deliver on those.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I thank him for all the work he did whilst a Minister in the Scotland office on this subject. He was an absolute powerhouse in working with local authorities and working through all the different deals that are available, and I appreciate everything that he did. But if I can continue, Mr Speaker, the North Sea transition deal is another thing that shows the UK government working together with the offshore oil and gas industry to achieve a managed energy transition that leaves no one behind. The deal has a potential to support up to 40,000 jobs and generate up to £16 billion of investment by 2030. We're also supporting 1,700 Scottish jobs through the £3.7 billion MOD shipbuilding programme on the Clyde. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, these are just a few examples. And I will give way to the honourable lady.
State for giving way. Can he explain how he's working with the Scottish Government to tackle child poverty? Because the Scottish Government have the Scottish Child Payment of £25 a week. Yep. What more can he do to support children who are living in poverty just now because of policies of this government?
Yeah.
So, I say to the honourable lady that there are, apart from a record settlement of £41 billion over the 3 years, there's additional money from the support schemes that the Chancellor introduced, the £37 billion. That has got Barnett money, and that goes to the Scottish Government. And the wonderful thing about devolution is the Scottish Government can then decide how they spend that money. And in addition, we have, I think, 6 work and pensions. I'll give way to the honourable member for Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I wonder if he's able to tell us what percentage of the £8 billion of revenue from oil and gas that has gone to Her Majesty's Treasury in the last 9 months is being directed to the Scottish Government to prioritise for their own spending. What percentage of that revenue goes to Scotland? The answer is none, isn't it?
Mr Deputy Speaker, the answer is that Scotland gets her share of government spending. Everything goes into one big pot, but we know that spending in Scotland is 26% higher than it is per head in England. It is the union dividend, which I'll come on to, of £2,000 per man, woman and child. We have one treasury, we have one pot, and Scotland takes a very fair share out of that. Mr Speaker, I'm going to make some progress. I've given you some examples, Mr Deputy Speaker, of how the UK Government is investing in Scotland. But as I said earlier, I'd welcome a proper debate about the Scottish economy any day. And this is not a serious debate. It is, I'm afraid, just another opportunity, as we've heard from the members opposite, to dust off some of their old, tired grievances. And let me turn to the premise of the motion, and let us all consider reality. As the right honourable gentleman will be well aware, the pound has recovered, the Bank of England interventions have been effective, and our energy interventions will help bring down inflation. This is a. I didn't intervene on the right honourable gentleman. I don't expect him to intervene on me. He has spoken for a very long time. This is a challenging economic period internationally, and we should not pretend that the UK. Jesus.
Ian Blackford.
The Secretary of State that in the day of the referendum, the pound-dollar rate was 1.64. They've crashed the pound over the course of the last few years. That's the harsh reality, and he might actually recognise it.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, what I was referring to, just to clarify the record, I was referring to the recent turmoil in the market. But let me proceed. This is a challenging economic period internationally, as I've just referred to. We should not pretend that the UK is the only nation which faces difficult times. But the overall economic stability that the UK offers is the best long-term guarantee we have. So I say to the right honourable member that he is simply wrong about the state of the UK economy. And I think in the motion, I think he's entirely wrong. And he compounds this mistake because his motion speaks of a land that exists only in his sort of overactive, deeply aggrieved imagination. The so-called failing state of the UK. That will be the UK, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is the 6th biggest economy in the world. The UK, which is a leading partner in NATO. The UK, which is at the heart of the G7. The UK with a permanent seat on the Security Council of the United Nations. And they don't like hearing...
Order, please resume your seat. Come on. Stop it, please. Stop it. We didn't have that noise when the leader of the SNP was speaking, so in deference and actually in good behaviour, please stop the shouting. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They don't like hearing it. And instead of insulting Scots intelligence, the SNP might explain what they're doing with Holyrood's extensive powers in economic development, education and skills, planning and transport, to grow the Scottish economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope we'll be hearing something constructive as the debate progresses from the members opposite. But I fear ferries will float before we do. Because rather than deal with what actually matters to the vast majority of Scots, growing the economy, creating jobs, the members opposite want to talk about the Scottish Government's independence papers. I will make some progress, Mr. Speaker. Papers that have provoked scorn from respected economic experts and even from high-profile independence campaigners. Mr. Deputy Speaker, one prominent nationalist, and I apologise in advance for the unparliamentary language, but I quote, referred to the recent economy paper as utter pish. The kindest thing I could do would be to move on without further mention of these publications, so I will. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm very clear that we will tackle the challenges we face more effectively as one United Kingdom. Much to the frustration of the SNP, the Scottish Government's own Government expenditure and revenue Scotland figures demonstrate the benefits to people in Scotland of being part of the United Kingdom. As I mentioned earlier, people in Scotland benefit from a union dividend worth more than £2,000 a year for each man, woman and child. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way. I have to say that I agree with the right honourable gentleman from Roscoe and Lochaber that in 2014 the pound was at 1.64 against the dollar. Now, because of this government, it has crashed. But what does it say to the Minister that even with that, the Scottish Independence Campaign seeks to reassure the markets that they won't go for the Scottish pound, that they will stick with this crashing economy? What does that say about their confidence in the Scottish pound?
It says you're not listening.
And, Mr. Deputy, I'd add to the honourable gentleman's remark by saying, as a country shadowing the pound, they won't be the lender of last resort. They'll have no lender of last resort. It's utterly irresponsible. So I go on, Mr. Speaker, and just say, as one United Kingdom, we're able to draw on the great shared institutions we have, like the NHS. We are better able to respond to the nationwide challenges on the cost of living, just as we did in overcoming the pandemic when we offered the COVID vaccine to everyone in the UK. The energy price guarantee will save a typical household in Great Britain around £700 this winter. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I believe that our collective strength as a family of nations means we are able to tackle these big problems much better. Well, I think for ingenuity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm going to give way.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. In the aftermath of his former Prime Minister's budget, indeed the Chancellor's budget as well, he called on the Scottish Government to implement those tax cuts. Beyond that, the following day, he said that he was going to hold firm on those tax cuts. Does he regret both of those comments and indeed the damage that his government caused to households in Scotland?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I make no apology for the fact that I've always been pro-low taxes, and that remains my position today. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, making progress, for all that the motion for today's debate purports to focus on the economy, we should be clear that it is in reality about allowing the SNP to talk about the one issue that matters to them: separation, seeking to break up the United Kingdom. And this is simply not the time to be talking about another independence referendum. We share these islands, and we share a rich shared history. Together, we have been able... It's like musical chairs, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Neil, if you carry on moving that way, the door's there. Point of order, Mr. McNeill.
Is it in order to put on a Liverpool accent so he'll maybe give way to a Scottish MP?
It is up to whoever is on their feet as to who they allow in. For whatever reason, you're not the flavour of the month, Mr. McNeill. And I've got to say you are rapidly going down my list as to when you'll actually come in. Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I admire the tenacity, yes, indeed, of the honourable gentleman for Neil and Yar, and he's obviously very good at playing musical chairs. But I'm going to finish, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm going to finish by saying we share these islands. We share a rich history. Together, we've been able to develop the great institutions we're so proud of, like the NHS and our armed forces. People in Scotland want their two governments to be focused on the issues that matter to them: growing our economy, ensuring our energy security, tackling the cost of living, supporting our friends in Ukraine against Russian aggression. These are the issues that matter to the people of Scotland, not the motion before us today.
Ian Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I congratulate the honourable gentleman and the SNP for bringing this debate to the Chamber. And can I also pass on my thoughts and best wishes to one of the signers of the motion, the honourable member for Glenrothes, who I believe not with us today because he's lost his father. So our best wishes go to him. I have to say, when I learned and read this motion, I got quite excited, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because I thought I might finally be agreeing with my SNP colleagues on one of their motions. It starts off rightly by highlighting the disastrous impacts of this Tory-created economic crisis, but I'm sorry to say ends in a rather familiar way with the one-size-fits-all only answer to any question: independence. A bit later on, I'll come to that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but let me go through the first part of this motion. Let me start by saying about the Secretary of State and his contribution there that I didn't hear an apology for what this government has just done to the UK economy. They once claimed to be the party of economic competence, and now they've created absolute chaos. Let there be absolutely no doubt the Conservatives have crashed the British economy. They are now junked mini-budget. Well, partially junked. They've kept the scrapping of bankers' bonuses, which was only in its connection with reality, has exacerbated an already burgeoning crisis. A crisis born from catastrophic decisions made over the last 12 years when the current PM was Chancellor. As the motion outlines, the pound is at a record low, mortgage rates are through the roof, and inflation continues to spiral out of control. And I know for many on the Conservative benches, these are just indicators, numbers on a screen, which show an economy tanking as a result of their incompetence. But in this case, it's not just numbers. It's the quality of life for millions of people up and down this country. It's the unimaginable stress caused to families who were already stumped by how they were going to make ends meet, finding their mortgage rates shooting up, energy prices rocketing, and staring at their supermarket receipts, wondering how few items they got at such a high cost. I'm happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
It's made some great points of the catastrophe that's involved with being in the UK. So, on the basis of that, would he prefer an independent Scotland with a Labour or an SNP government, or a Scotland inside the UK with a Tory government? Which is it?
I prefer Scotland within the UK with a Labour government. What an absolutely ridiculous and pointless intervention from a ridiculous and pointless Member of Parliament. A family, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that unparliamentary? OK, I apologise. I just said I apologise. A family came to my surgery last week to say their fixed-rate mortgage was expiring at 1.79%. They were expecting to pay and had budgeted for, because of rises in interest rates, 3.5%. They were quoted more than 6.5% and simply cannot afford it. And what was it all for? To give unfunded tax cuts to the richest. Make no mistake, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Tories crashed the economy from Downing Street, and it will be paid for by ordinary people, either through their pay packets or by austerity.
Point of order, Mr McNeill.
When you ask a question of a colleague in Parliament who finds it difficult to understand, is it in order that he responds with insults?
Apologise immediately, Mr McNeill. I think you should really accept that with good grace. Okay.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I did apologise, so I do so again. I'm glad it's accepted from whichever seat he's now sitting in. I was saying, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we paid for by ordinary people, either through their pay packets or through austerity, because the government U-turns and change of Prime Minister can't undo what has been done to Britain's reputation. Our institutions undermined, our standing on the world stage diminished, our credibility as a place to invest damaged. The devastation will last for years, maybe decades. And as the mover of the SNP motion said in his opening speech, and I'll quote as accurate as I can, it comes with massive, massive costs, and it does. But one of the other massive costs is the break-up of the United Kingdom, because there is no doubt that this Conservative government are as big a threat to the Union than any nationalist sitting by my side here. So who have the Conservative Party turned to put out the fire? The very arsonist himself. Because let's not forget that even before this abject disaster, the now Prime Minister, as Chancellor, delivered the highest tax burden on working people in 70 years, the highest inflation in 40 years and the highest of any G7 country, the largest fall in living standards since records began in the 1970s, continued low growth and stagnant wages. We have a Prime Minister who increased the tax for everyone else while he didn't think his own family should pay it. A Prime Minister who, while every single person in this country suffered under lockdown, was fined for partying in Downing Street. A Prime Minister who left a loophole in the windfall tax so billions of pounds that could be put into public services to help people with their energy bills were left on the table. A Prime Minister who lost tens of billions of pounds to COVID fraud and shrugged his shoulders. A Prime Minister who was so weak in dealing with the cost of living crisis that he thought the best and only response was to increase everyone's national insurance. A Prime Minister who was, as Member of Parliament, more of a US resident than a UK citizen. A Prime Minister who always puts his party first and the country second. And a Prime Minister without a mandate to govern. And as the Leader of the Opposition has so aptly put it, in the only competitive election that the Prime Minister has stood in, he was trounced by someone who was in turn beaten by a lettuce. I have to give way.
For giving way, he's actually making our case for us, given the shambles this government is talking about. Does that mean in the future he's going to go back and he's vowed to do better together again? He won't stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tories. And does he also call out Labour councils for working coalition with the Tories, including in Edinburgh.
And the BUP in North Lanarkshire.
Mr Deputy Speaker, let me just put firmly on the record there is not a coalition in Scotland between Labour and the Conservatives. And in the Edinburgh one that he talks about, which I know very well because it's my city, the Conservatives are an official opposition party. What they don't like is the fact that they couldn't get their own leader in as leader of the council. And just to say to the member for Kilmarnock and Loudon, the best way to resolve this crisis at UK level and to stop Scotland being ripped out of the United Kingdom against the will of the Scottish people is to vote, and I say this to SNP voters, is to vote Labour at the next general election in Scottish constituencies and have us replacing them rather than just shouting at them from this opposition bench. I'm going to make some progress because I'm attacking the Conservative Party, and I thought you might like that rather than anything else. If this government, Mr Deputy Speaker, had any shred of decency left, they'd call this ridiculous circus to an end and give the British people a choice at a general election. The people who caused it in the first place would be the choice or a credible Labour Party led by the Leader of the Opposition, ready to give this country a fresh start. And the reason the SNP don't want a UK Labour government is because they know it shoots their independence goose. I think their reticence, let me just make some progress. I think their reticence to offer such a choice at a general election shows what they think the outcome would be. They're an out-of-touch government with no plan, no mandate and absolutely no idea what misery they inflicted on working people in Scotland and all over the UK. I'll give it to the Honourable Lady. I'll come back to you.
I thank him for giving way. He made an interesting point about the Labour Party and us not wanting a Labour government. I joined the SNP a week after the referendum. And one of the reasons that tipped me over is because I remember back in 2014 the Labour Party joining hand in hand with the Tories to vote for airstrikes whilst SNP MPs voted against. So I urge caution to the fact that actually the Labour Party does not stand up for the people of Scotland.
My recollection may be incorrect, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I'm not sure we did. In that particular sense. But what I would say to the Honourable Lady is that this entire motion is predicated on the fact that we have a rotten, out-of-touch Conservative government, and we do. And my contention is that the best way to resolve this situation is for Scottish voters to deliver Scottish Labour MPs to allow us to take the UK government from this Conservative government, or the alternative is that we can just sit on these benches moaning about the position rather than actually trying to change the position. I'll give it, because I did promise to come to the Honourable Gentleman.
The Shadow Minister is very kind, I thank him. He's given an excellent list of reasons to not endure UK administration in Scotland, but let me just try and get him to focus, Mr Deputy Speaker, on one particular point, and that is we've heard a lot from the Honourable Member for Chesterfield in this debate. His bairns in Edinburgh South are much better looked after by an SNP Scottish government in Scotland than his bairns are in Chesterfield. And so what does he think about that? What does the Union mean to bairns in poverty in Chesterfield compared to Edinburgh South?
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman gets his phrasing of his question wrong. He says that we don't want to endure a UK administration in Scotland. No, we don't want to endure a Tory UK administration in Scotland. Maybe they do because it suits their cause. And let me just say, he says something about child poverty. We lifted, when we were in power from 1997 to 2010, millions of children out of poverty. All of that has been reversed in the last 12 or 13 years because of decisions made by the UK government and the Scottish government. And don't dare talk about children in my constituency when education is going down the pan, educational standards, when nobody can get a GP practice and inequalities are rising. And the reason inequalities are rising is because of the responsibility of both governments in Scotland, the Scottish government and the UK government. Have to give it.
For giving way. I think when the SNP talk about children in poverty, of course nobody wants to see children in poverty, but does the Shadow Minister agree with me that it is utterly shameful that 1 in 4 children under the SNP's control are now growing up in poverty, and that number is increasing?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I agree with my honourable friend, and again, I'm happy to correct the record if this is wrong, but I think the highest poverty rates in children in Scotland are actually in the First Minister's own constituency in Glasgow South. And if it's not the highest, it's certainly very close to the top. I'm happy to give way. You maybe tell us about the poverty rates in Glasgow.
I tell them the poverty rates in Glasgow are far too high, but it's because of a Tory government that's controlling the economy. 85% of welfare spending is controlled by this place. But can I ask the Shadow Minister, he talks about the turgid records of the Conservative Party. As we approach the general election, people are going to want to see what the big difference would be in terms of having Scottish Labour MPs. Could you tell me what the biggest difference would be in terms of, say, immigration policy and Brexit policy?
It's the same.
Well, the big differences would be a stable economy, the big differences would be growth, the big differences would be a laser-like focus on child poverty, the big differences will be on trade, the big differences will be on making this country work, the big differences will be in repairing our relationship internationally, including with our EU partners. Those are the big differences, and what it will do is have a constitutional settlement fit for the 2020s and not ripping Scotland out of the United Kingdom with all the problems that may cause. Mr Deputy Speaker, if my attack on the Conservative Party has upset them, wait till they hear the next few pages of this particular contribution. Because speaking of having no plan, let me turn to the second part of the SNP's motion, the Prospectus for Independence, that I certainly disagree with. What we heard a few Mondays ago was a much-anticipated paper, after years or frankly even decades, of no credible economic answers from the Yes movement. Unfortunately, even with all of these papers, the wait still continues. And let me turn to a few of the big themes that may seem a little bit like déjà vu in this House, but we still have no answers. The first and probably the most obvious and most important is currency. The SNP have had more views on currency of an independent Scotland than I have had fish suppers, and I can tell you I've had a few, Mr Deputy Speaker. And their latest squeeze was revealed last week. Immediately after having voted to leave the United Kingdom, in this hypothetical scenario, an independent Scotland would take back control with a radically different economic approach and keep the pound. So the Bank of England and the UK Treasury will still set the fiscal rules. All that will have changed as it will have absolutely no say over them whatsoever. The economic levers that the SNP continually bleat about will be left here. Is it just temporary, though? Well, they say yes, because they would go on to introduce a separate Scottish currency, the Scottish pound. How long would that take, you might ask? Well, they don't tell us. So you'll pay your mortgage in the same currency that you borrowed it at first, but probably at some point during the lifetime of your mortgage, the currency will switch to one that doesn't currently exist. One thing I do know from my discussions with my own mortgage provider is that, and they said, you borrow in pounds, so you pay back in pounds, regardless of the value of any new currency. And as the SNP author of their previous Growth Commission said, a Growth Commission that's now been junked and barely mentioned, and I quote, the risk would be that the currency would come into being and then quickly devalue, and that would have an effect on people's incomes. Just listen to that sentence. It's a sentence that we know all too well now after the mini-budget of what happens when a currency devalues so quickly. According to eminent economist Professor MacDonald of Glasgow University, devaluation could be as much as 30% at day one. That's a 30% reduction in incomes overnight, but everyone's borrowing stays in pounds. So if the SNP benches won't listen to economists or experts, perhaps they'll listen to someone they know better, the First Minister herself, who said that using the pound is in the long-term interests of Scotland. She said that for years, now junked. A new country and a new currency also means a central bank, of course, but not like any other central bank that exists in the economies of the world, because the first indeterminate period of time it would be a central bank operating another country's currency. A central bank that the First Minister claimed at the launch and the press conference would be both a lender of last resort and stand by things like the Financial Services Compensation Scheme that guarantees £85,000 or up to £85,000 in someone's bank account if a bank goes into liquidation or disappears. So a central bank, as a lender of last resort, standing by things like the Financial Services Compensation Scheme in someone else's currency. But a central bank with absolutely no control over monetary policy. The Scottish Government paper says that as a greater emphasis would be placed on fiscal policy to ensure the strength of the economy. That is shorthand, surely, for greater austerity, which I'll come back to later. Let me just finish this point, because this is really important, and maybe you'll be able to answer this. But when a new currency is established at some indeterminate period of time, the planned reserves, according to the paper, would total just $14 billion, equivalent of $14 billion, a fraction to what other small, similar nations require. Now, in the first paper the Scottish Government introduced, they drew comparisons with lots of other small European countries. So let's compare them in terms of currency reserves. Denmark has a currency reserve equivalent of $82 billion. Norway, $84 billion. Sweden, $62 billion. And they are all established currencies with a track record and a borrowing record. The SNP response, well, let me give way to the Honourable Gentleman and tell us how that makes the case for borrowing to make massive reserves.
Well, Honourable Gentleman has just pointed out the reserves of independent countries. We obviously tell us the reserves of Scotland if it's doing so well in the Union. The question I want to ask him, however, is if Scotland becomes independent, are Labour going to come forward with policies? Or are Labour going to pretend they're like the Tories and not play? Will he be looking to stay in the House of Lords, or will he want to be a politician in Scotland after independence? What's his position? Because with devolution, we have a situation where 5 parties come forward with their views, and they present their views to the public. I would imagine that's the same after independence. Or are Labour and the Tories saying, it's not our ball, we're going home, we can't play anymore?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, honestly, I mean, we want a sensible debate, and I'm taking my ball home and going to the House of Lords, seemingly, according to the Honourable Gentleman. I suspect the reason he's so animated is because his seat might become a Labour seat at the next general election. And let me tell him what my prospectus is for Scotland. My prospectus is for Scotland to stay in the United Kingdom with a UK Labour government. That is my policy. What the Honourable Gentleman tends to forget is this is his motion, not mine, and therefore I'm replying to his motion in a debate about their Opposition Day debate. So they've put the terms of the motion down. So let me just finish this particular point, if I don't mind. We were talking about the reserves of other countries. Now, the SNP's response to creating those reserves, those fractions of other reserves of other countries, is to borrow it. So the SNP proposition for independence is to continue to use the pound while setting up its own central bank, being a Scottish lender of last resort, and borrowing tens of billions of pounds to create reserves for a new currency. The very foundation of a new state built on unfunded, unforecasted borrowing. And this is critical, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's like trying to build up your savings using your credit card. We know it's bonkers. Why? Because the UK government have just demonstrated how much bonkers it is. And the SNP members know this. Have to give way.
First of all, can I congratulate the shadow spokesman on demolishing the case for independence. Though, mind you, a feather could probably knock the case over. You don't need a wrecking ball. But would he accept that he's talking about after independence and the economic disaster? Does he accept that even with the largesse that comes from Westminster as part of the United Kingdom, the Scottish Government has still failed to raise education standards, to have effective policing, to deal with the drugs crisis in Scotland, and indeed has the lowest rate of economic growth already?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I agree with the Honourable Gentleman up to a point, but I just wish the Honourable Gentleman would not refer to the UK government's largesse or Westminster's largesse. It's this Conservative government's largesse. And in actual fact, if you want to turn the UK around and keep the UK together, then you have to replace this rotten lot with a UK Labour government. Would be my. But he is actually right. I mean, the list of failures of Scottish government policy is the length of your arm, and I'd be here till 7 o'clock tonight going through them, including in my own constituency where you can't get a GP place, and yet the Health Secretary tells me there is no problems, despite NHS Lothing saying that health services and GP services in my own constituency are failing, and I quote that directly from one of their reports. Let me turn, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the EU, because we've heard a lot about that. And can I just remind the House, and I remind my honourable friend for Chesterfield, who made some great points about the EU, that in this House, when this division bell rang on trying to find a way through a deal with the European Union, we would have won on the customs union had the SNP not abstained.
Absolutely.
And let's not forget, when the division bell rang on the 12th of December, after the general election, with the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, that was take it or leave it, the SNP voted for no deal. That is their record here. So they talk a good game, but they actually don't deliver when they should be delivering. Because, much like some of those opposite experienced in recent years, the response from Brussels hasn't fitted in with the preconceived fantasy. In the aforementioned press conference, the First Minister rejected that Scotland would join the euro, saying it is, and I quote, not the right choice for Scotland. But nonetheless, Scotland would have no problem joining the European Union, she added. Awkward, isn't that? Because the EU doesn't seem to agree. The law doesn't seem to agree. Officials have insisted, and the treaties state, that any country wishing to join the EU would have to legally commit to the euro, is the words in the treaty. Now, I wonder if the SNP members could shed any light on the Scottish Government's position. So the paper says, let me just answer my own question, because I'm more likely to get the answer than I am if the SNP answer it. So the paper says that an independent Scotland would use the pound for an undetermined period, then borrow tens of billions, which may be inadequate, to support a new currency, only to have to legally commit to join the euro at some point in the future. They have more currency positions in this paper than we've had Prime Ministers since the summer. And if the mini-budget has demonstrated anything, it's that the markets take a dim view of fantasy economics. What an economic catastrophe for Scottish people's mortgages, borrowings, pensions and wages. And before the SNP members all start jumping up and down, as they've done already, and say there's some EU members that don't use the euro, every new member of the European Union must legally commit to joining the euro. It's written in international treaty, which is international law. But here becomes the conundrum for them, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I will give way, but let me just finish this point. So the paper that's been presented by the First Minister does several things. But what are they saying is, A, they're not willing to abide by the EU rules on the euro. They've already said they wouldn't join the ERM. They would play the games. They would say they would do it and not. So is that the policy? Or is it B? Because if it's not the euro, they're essentially saying that a separate Scotland would sit outside the rest of the UK and the EU with a different currency. That's surely not a position that's in the best interest of Scotland. Now, from a sedentary position, I hear somebody shouting, got it and won. So they want to create a border with their biggest trading partner, and they want to create a currency border with who they say will become their biggest trading partner, and Scotland would be sitting with a separate currency, a different currency, out with both. What they're doing, Mr Deputy Speaker, and this is key to this whole argument, they are cherry-picking EU rules that sounds more like Farage cakeism than a credible proposition for any country. They want to take all the good things but none of the bad, and they've no way of being able to square that circle. Have to give way? Will you? Have to give way?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and he's making a magnificent case. And well, they may well laugh. They may well laugh. They appear to be so much better in touch with the view of Scottish people. They tell us. So maybe they can tell us, therefore, why in the last 19 opinion polls on Scottish independence, only one of them showed the people of Scotland in favour of independence. Is it because the very points my honourable friend is making demonstrate the inoperable difficulties of Scottish independence, and that's why the people of Scotland not only voted against independence in 2014, but continue now in opinion polls to say they want to stay a part of the UK?
And my honourable friend's right, because the SNP always quote opinion polls when they're in their favour, but they never quote opinion polls when they're not in their favour. And what we are in a and I would say to the people who wish to support independence in Scotland, I would say to them, in all sincerity, look at the proposition that is in front of you, and the best way to resolve this is not to take Scotland out of the UK and to do Brexit with stilts on, Skexit if you like, but it's to vote Labour, deliver a UK Labour government, and allow us to prove to you that Britain's a place that Scotland would want to be a part of.
On an element of the Constitution, and I congratulate him on his speech, his own party, when in government, fully supported the people of Northern Ireland to have a constitutional position, whether or not to remain in the Union, as I know that some of our friends and colleagues here do, or to become once again become a part of the Irish Republic. And they believe that that should be allowed if a unification referendum happens every 7 years, I believe, and he will need to correct me if I'm wrong. Therefore, his party believes in an inalienable right of the people of Northern Ireland to determine their own governance and destiny. Does he believe Scotland has the same right?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I've got a lot of respect for the honourable gentleman. I genuinely have, and I say that with all sincerity. But I do believe that comparisons between Scotland and Northern Ireland are not only unhelpful, but for some will be offensive. And the reason the Good Friday Agreement exists is to create peace on the island of Ireland. And I think trying to superimpose the Good Friday Agreement on the issue of Scottish independence will be seen the way it should be seen, as unhelpful and historically inaccurate. From a certain position now, everyone from the SNP benches are shouting. One of the Labour Party's proudest achievements in office was peace in Northern Ireland. And if they think that the Labour Party's position is inconsistent with our position of wanting to keep the UK together, then they are simply incorrect. And we will do nothing on this side of the House, absolutely nothing, to undermine the Good Friday Agreement. And as an adjunct to that, and as a footnote to that, Mr Deputy Speaker, what they are proposing to do in their proposition for an independent Scotland will create the same problems we've got in Northern Ireland with the Northern Ireland Protocol that we'll have at the border at Berwick. And they know that to be the case. So let me get on, let me make progress. Mr Deputy Speaker is getting agitated at the time I'm taking, so let me make some progress. All of that then, of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, comes to deficit and debt. And that's the great elephant in the room when it comes to independence. I would rather the honourable lady told us about the SNP's proposals in the Labour Party, but I'm happy to give way if they want to continue this nonsense and charade.
The Shadow Secretary is making the case, as a Labour politician would, for how he feels that Labour should be in charge. For my lifetime, 2/3 of it, we have had a Conservative government that Scotland hasn't voted for. How does he expect the next 36 years will be any different to the past 36 years?
Yes, otherwise.
Yeah, and for the other third of your life, this UK Labour government absolutely transformed it. So that's why we want to create a UK Labour government that can do things for the whole of the United Kingdom. Let me just make. Please let me. I will come back. I promise I'll come back. But let me just make some progress. Let's get to the great elephant in the room, Mr Deputy Speaker, in terms of what it would cost for independence and the scale of public service cuts that would be required. Very helpfully earlier on, These Islands, an organisation that does believe that Scotland should stay in the UK, said this, and I thought this was quite interesting. We are waiting with trepidation about how the Chancellor will fill a £50 billion black hole in the UK government's budget, which equates to about 2% of UK GDP. An independent Scotland would have to fill a hole equivalent to 10+% of Scottish GDP, so 5 times the problem that's been created by the Tories at Westminster. As the First Minister acknowledged herself, the Scottish economy would be cut off from its biggest trading partner by a hard border. But before we even take account of the devastating impact of this, we just have to look at the Scottish Government's own accounts. Let me just finish this. I did say I would give away. I have been generous, and I promise I'll do so. We aren't helped by the Scottish Government's paper itself, which simply chooses to ignore the GERS figures and pretend they don't exist. The paper itself says no estimate of the fiscal starting point for an independent Scotland's finances is included in this document. That's rather surprising, isn't it, Mr Deputy Speaker? Because the SNP rightly, along with Labour and other opposition parties, have been demanding that the government produce their figures from the Office for Budget Responsibility on the forecasts for the UK economy on the basis of their botched mini-budget, etc. They don't even mention the much-lauded Growth Commission that they've now junked. That doesn't seem to me to be very reassuring. I did say I would give you. I will come back to you. But the starting point was always the Scottish Government's own accounts. The GERS figures that the First Minister used as the starting point and Bible have now been disowned. Every previous key document on their independence case referenced these figures, and I have them here. The Independence Referendum White Paper. GERS is the authoritative publication on Scotland's public finances. What independence means for you. The source, the Government Expenditure and Revenue, Scotland, GERS. The Economic Case for Independence. This report uses data published in the Annual Government Expenditure and Revenue, Scotland. Pensions in Independent Scotland. This report uses data published in the Annual Government Expenditure and Revenue, Scotland. Your Scotland, Your Voice. The most recent GERS demonstrate that Scotland's public finances could support Scottish independence and has run a surplus in each of the last 3 years. So let me just... Well, before his knees give out, I'll let him give out.
I am genuinely grateful to the honourable gentleman. He need not worry about my knees. But he's coming very close to saying that somehow the Scottish people, with all our resources, our history of invention and creativity, are unique in the world, that we wouldn't be able to make a success of our independence. What does he think is so lacking in the Scottish people that we, amongst all the peoples in the world, would not be able to make a go and a success of being an independent nation?
Well, Mr. Speaker, by the honourable gentleman's proposition that he's putting forward, I will go into Barclays Bank on Monday morning when my mortgage is due. I'll say I'm not going to pay it, and I'll wave the saltire and see what the bank manager thinks. See if the bank manager will accept that as payment. It's not about the Scottish people. This debate is not about the Scottish people. It's about the burst. It's about the burst proposition that is being put to the Scottish people in terms of independence. There is no doubt that the Scottish Government are now GERS deniers, their own figures, Mr. Speaker. And here's the crux of this. Because the Scottish Government's own accounts show that there is a deficit in Scotland of £23.7 billion. That's equivalent to 12% of Scottish GDP, 1.5 times the entire budget of the Scottish NHS. So how do they plan to resolve that deficit? Well, where will the spending cuts land? If you're going to borrow tens of billions to support a new currency, what happens to the day-to-day spending deficit? Do you borrow that as well? At what cost and what currency? And I'm afraid this paper makes the Conservative mini-budget look like an economic masterstroke. Let me very briefly and finish off on borders. Because for the first time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Scottish Government and the Nationalists have admitted there would be a hard border between Scotland and England. Families and businesses who for 3 centuries have bonded and traded freely split up by a hard border in a different currency in a different country. And, well, they keep braying from a sedentary position, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They've got no answers for these questions. In fact, the answers they're giving us make the position worse, not better. And let's just be clear, Scotland trades more with the rest of the United Kingdom than it does with the rest of the world combined. So the SNP's response to the Conservatives' damaging Brexit is to commit an act of economic folly several magnitudes worse. And there are no credible answers on pensions either. Now, the Right Honourable Member for Rothsky and Lochaber claimed the UK Government would continue to pay Scottish pensions after independence, having seemingly not read their own policy from 2014. So who will? Will somebody clarify what the position is with regards to pensions? Is it Ian Black, the member for Rothsky and Lochaber, or the First Minister, or the papers they've already put into the public domain? Let me finish with words from themselves, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Actually, I said I would give way to my neighbouring colleague, the Honourable Member for Edinburgh South West, but she's given up. There's no answers to these questions either. It's little wonder that the Institute for Fiscal Studies, Mr. Deputy Speaker, much quoted by the First Minister in the last few weeks, and rightly because of the mess that this government have made of the UK economy, have slammed their proposition too. They said, and I quote, "It is highly likely an independent Scotland would need to make much bigger cuts to public spending or much larger increases to tax in the first decade of independence by far." The IFS were right about the mini-budget, and indeed everyone quotes them, the First Minister quotes them, and they're right about this proposition as well. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if they won't listen to the Institute for Fiscal Studies, why won't they listen to their own people on their own side? And it was being quoted already, because Robin McAlpine of the Commonweal Foundation, which they used to quote vociferously in here, and who campaigned alongside the First Minister for independence in 2014, and actually campaigned along many members who are currently sitting here, I'll have to give way if you want to tell me about Robert McAlpine.
I think it's important to point out to the Shadow Minister that there's not one blueprint or one proposal for Scotland, that those are decisions that the people of Scotland will take after independence. And they are propositions, and there are other propositions on the table, and that is what a democracy is. But I want to pick him up on one point from some time ago. He made the suggestion that democracy is allowed to prevail in Ireland and he supports it because it keeps the peace. Is he therefore suggesting, and I hope he's not, that there needs to be violence? No, it's important. I fled Northern Ireland when I was a 7-year-old boy because of sectarianism. Is that really the point he's making for democracy to prevail?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm going to treat that intervention with the contempt it deserves and just completely and utterly ignore it. And if that's the kind of argument we're getting from the Alba Party, who was elected as an SNP Member of Parliament, and the people of his constituency in Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath should reflect very seriously on what they do at the next general election.
Point of order, Mr Hanvey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would just want to give the Shadow Minister the opportunity to correct the record. I was not elected as an SNP MP. I was elected as an independent MP.
Yes, he did correct the record because I forgot he was suspended for anti-Semitism, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm surprised he wants to put that on the public record of why he was thrown out of the Scottish National Party. But I think that second contribution probably sums up the disdain of why I would not accept the first one about violence in Northern Ireland. But I was talking about Robin McAlpine, and he said of the economic proposition for independence that we have to get off this mad bus of the First Minister's independence prospectus. He said, pick your reason, and I quote, "It could be because you think the government should have a lender of last resort. It could be because you realise they have no economic plan for Scotland. It might be because they failed to come up with any answers on trade or borders." Or I quote, and the Secretary of State did it earlier, "It could be because the whole thing is utter pish. Pick your reason, but for God's sakes get off this mad bus." Mr Deputy Speaker, the Tories have lost all economic credibility by crashing the UK economy. And on the same day the Tories reversed their catastrophic mini-budget, the SNP produced a paper that should have been entitled "Hold My Beer." It's a mad bus indeed, and ordinary working people across the country will pay the price. It's time for a UK Labour government.
Just before I call David Dogood, point of order, Neil Hanvey.
Thank you again, Mr Deputy Speaker. I know it may feel politically expedient for the Shadow Minister to slur me in the way that he did, but he should be aware that I was reinstated into the SNP because the accusations of anti-Semitism did not stand. And I have worked tirelessly with Danny Stone from the Anti-Semitism Policy Trust and other members in this House to ensure that scourge is not furthered, and I am not an anti-Semite.
That is now on the record. I think we should move on. As Erskine May states about behaviour, that there should be good behaviour. And I'm not seeing a lot of it, to be honest, in this debate. So let's try and change the tone. Mr Murray, further to that point of order.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I heard the point of order from the Honourable Member for Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath and accept the timeline, but I was accurate to say that he was thrown out as being an SNP candidate on accusations of anti-Semitism.
We're now moving on, and everybody has got their point on the record. David Dogood.
Here.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise reluctantly, I have to say, to speak in this debate. Reluctantly, Mr Deputy Speaker, because, as will come as very little surprise to members of this House and people watching, I don't believe that Scotland should be separated from the rest of the United Kingdom. Neither do I think there should be a referendum on the matter. Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't even believe we should be having this debate on the matter in this House today. Of course, there are those who disagree with my position, not least the members opposite and the party they represent, and which is their right, and I respect those individuals' right to hold those views. However, I do not believe those views are held by anywhere near a majority of people in Scotland, particularly in these challenging times. And challenging these times are, indeed, as we've heard today, And I do not deny that many of our constituents in Scotland and across the rest of the United Kingdom are facing real pressures. And contrary to the implication of the SNP's motion today, these are not pressures faced only in the United Kingdom. The whole world was already facing inflationary pressures as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and global supply chains straining as lockdowns were lifted at different rates in different places. Then, of course, there was the impact of Vladimir Putin's aggression in Ukraine and the ongoing conflict there. And, of course, this had an impact on energy prices, and I'll give way at this point to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the member for giving way. He says that the views we're putting forward are not felt or shared by the majority of people in Scotland. Would he therefore explain why those very same people elected us to come to this chamber and did not elect Scottish Conservatives?
I've had this debate. Well, I've taken this issue before with members opposite, and the point is, every individual member in this House is elected to this House by a majority of constituents in our respective constituencies. But that is not a majority across the whole of Scotland of voters that have voted SNP. Oh, you got me, yes, Mr Deputy Speaker, they're indignant in their incredulity, but they may indeed have more members in this House. But that's not how referendums work. The referendum that they much dearly want would be based on a majority of voters across the whole of Scotland. And I'm not going to get into more debate on that point, because I don't think that's the point of the debate today. In response to the challenges faced across the whole country, this UK Government has taken action to support domestic and business customers, particularly those most vulnerable and hardest hit. The energy price guarantee is expected to save a typical household in Great Britain at least £700 per year. The Energy Bill Relief Scheme will protect businesses and other non-domestic energy users, including charities and public sector organisations, by providing a discount on wholesale gas and electricity prices, roughly a third of what they otherwise would have been paying without that intervention. And this is on top of the Energy Bill Support Scheme, announced earlier in the year, which provides every household with a domestic electricity supply at least £400. There's also a further £9 billion of targeted support to those most vulnerable households, including pensioners. A £650 cost of living payment for every household on means-tested benefits, paid out to over 8 million households in 2 instalments, one in July, one in autumn. That works out to roughly a third of all households in the United Kingdom, in Great Britain, sorry. A £300 pensioner cost of living payment for the approximately 8 million pension households in receipt of Winterflood payments, and a £150 disability cost of living payment for the nearly 6 million people in receipt of disability payments. I remind the honourable gentleman before I give way that these are measures taken by the UK Government, and I welcome his intervention.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. And he talked about the pressures and the challenges. You will, of course, be aware that mortgages on average are about 2% cheaper in Ireland, that the Irish pensions are higher, and that the poorest 5% in Ireland are 63% better off than the poorest 5% in the UK. Does he think Ireland that became independent of the UK would want to come back? Or does he think Ireland is happy with its independence? Hear, hear.
I think I'm not here to speak on behalf of the people of the Republic of Ireland, or indeed the people of Scotland, much like unlike the member opposite. I am here to speak on behalf of the people Banff and Buchan, this constituency I represent, and who have, I will continue to argue, have benefited greatly from being part of a United Kingdom. To continue the list of many, if you forgive me, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll continue with a list of benefits of being in this United Kingdom for the people of Scotland, along with everyone else. The Household Support Fund, launched at the 2021 autumn budget, provided £500 million for the period from October 21 to March 22, and this was extended at the spring statement in 22, with a further £500 million for the period from April to October this year. And this latest extension will cover the period from October 22 to March 23, bringing the total amount provided through the Household Support Fund to £1.5 billion since October 2021. Now, this is a devolved area of policy, but this has generated Barnett consequentials for the Scottish Government of £41 million in the last financial year, while the Scottish Government will receive a further £82 million in the current financial year. And that's for them to decide, as honourable members have described earlier, to fund mechanisms in Scotland as they see fit. That £15 billion package was in addition to over £22 billion of UK government support announced previously, which included the £9.1 billion energy support package announced in February 22, which included £296 million in Barnett consequentials for the Scottish Government again, as a result of the council tax rebate payment and the discretionary funding for local authorities in England. The reduction in the universal credit taper rate and increase to the work allowance announced at the autumn budget in 2021, which meant an extra £1,000 to those on lowest incomes. The increase to annual national insurance primary threshold and lower profits limit to £12,570, making it the same as the income tax threshold from July 2022, was also announced at the spring statement in 2022. The freeze to fuel duty announced at our autumn budget in 21, and the 5p cut to fuel duty announced at this year's spring statement. I'll give way at the honourable member.
For giving way. On national insurance, doesn't that show how the Westminster Government makes decisions for Scotland without consulting Scotland? Because first of all, it was announced about rising national insurance, which we argued was a regressive measure, and then it was the Westminster Government decided they would reverse the rise, but Scotland had no say on that. And all the other measures he's talking about, isn't it the case? It's not free money that comes from Westminster. We pay our share in taxes. We're paying billions in additional oil and gas revenues. And in terms of borrowing, because it's borrowing that funds most of this for UK government, Scotland gets allocated its debt share. So it's not free money, it's not a dividend. It's here's what we're deciding you're getting, and by the way, here's what you're going to have to pay for that.
Okay, I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. I was going to come on to talk further about the reversal of the health and social care levy, which indeed will save 2.3 million people in Scotland an average of £285 in 23-24. But I will come back later to his topic about his question about tax coming in and payments coming back out again in the terms of the union dividend, which I will come to talk about in a little while. To continue with this list, and it's not even an exhaustive list, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm just taking some of the highlights of what this UK government has provided everyone in this United Kingdom. The national living wage has been increased by its largest ever cash amount, meaning 2 million full-time workers will be £1,000 a year better off. Other benefits of Scotland being in the UK. The rest of the UK accounts for £52 billion worth of Scotland's exports, 3 times larger than that going to the EU. 500,000 Scottish jobs are supported by trade with the rest of the UK. The union dividend, that I said I was going to come back to, for those that are not aware, is the combined value of higher public spending in Scotland combined with lower tax revenues raised in Scotland. In 21-22, it reached a record high of £12 billion. And that works out, as the Secretary of State pointed out earlier, £2,184 per person, which is up from £1,925 per person in the previous year. And this includes Scotland's geographic share of North Sea revenues and is comprised of £1,963 that makes up the higher expenditure per person, plus the £221 in lower revenues generated per person in Scotland. Yes, I'll give way one last time.
I'm grateful for giving way, and thank you for that. But he's talking about identifiable spending. It's a bit like me and him go for a pizza, and we throw away a third of it, and we talk about only about 2/3 of it. You say you get slightly more of the 2/3. There's loads of non-identifiable spending that's happening in London. There's Crossrail, there's MP's expenses here in an evening, there's whatever. And we're not seeing Barnett consequentials for us. When he talks about this expenditure, he is talking of only part of the story, and it's a misleading part of the story. And if he wants to talk about the real part of the story, he needs to be talking about the whole lot. And those figures are hidden.
Welcome. I think I heard in his intervention an invitation to join him for a pizza some night, and I'd be happy to take him up on that invitation, and where we can discuss this further. Yeah, quite possibly. But and second thoughts. But I think it is a complex issue. I accept that from the honourable gentleman, but it is, as has been pointed out by the Shadow Secretary of State, the Scottish Government's own figures that points out the union dividend. And it's, as I was about to say, the Scottish Government's recently published paper on the economy for an independent Scotland. We have seen, as has already been mentioned by others, I'm not going to get into the detail, but these vague claims about how a new Scottish pound would be created, despite the absence, or at least the central bank being in a different country. And more recently than that, confirmation from the EU themselves that not only would rejoining the EU not be as straightforward as the SNP would have us believe, they certainly would not be able to join without committing to join the euro. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, on the subject of that paper, I will just read out the following quote from the Institute of Fiscal Studies. It skirts around what achieving sustainability would likely require in the first decade of an independent Scotland. Bigger tax rises or spending cuts than the UK government would have to pursue. Scotland's public finances are therefore expected to weaken relative to the rest of the UK. Experience from recent weeks suggests that the markets may not look favourable on fiscal plans built on the uncertain hope of a substantial future boost to growth. Mr Deputy Speaker, these are indeed challenging times, but the breaking up of our 300-year-old union of nations is not the answer to those challenges. The Scottish people want both of our governments, to work together on delivering economic stability and quality public services, rather than pursuing a cynical, divisive second independence referendum. But rather than working collaboratively with the UK government, the SNP continue to waste taxpayers' money. Just to mention the £250 million on ferries, just to name one issue that's well known. I could go on, but I'm not going to take up any more of members' time.
Just one.
Undermining the quality of vital public services and holding Scotland back, while constantly using independence or the calls for an independence referendum as a distraction. I know from my time as a government minister, and I'm sure my honourable friend, the new minister who will be responding to this debate, will continue, along with the Secretary of State, his office will continue to seek to work productively and collaboratively with the Scottish Government as we work to deliver economic stability and improve vital public services for the Scottish people. That collaboration in the national interest is what the people of Scotland desperately want, Mr Deputy Speaker, not a damaging, divisive and distracting independence referendum.
Pete Wishart.
Oh, thank you ever so much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I wasn't expecting that, but I'm delighted to be taken so early in this debate. I want to see if we can maybe do something different in this particular debate today, because these debates are always characterised by real polarisation. On one side, of course, we've got people who are passionately unionists who want to put the case. And of course, we here want to put the case for the independent Scotland. So I'm going to see if there's any place where we can agree, where we can maybe even set a set of principles where we can engage in this debate based on something that's approaching a consensus around the language. Now, I might not be successful, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I'm going to give it my best shot and just see how far we get with this. So I'm going to propose a few assertions just to see if the House will agree to them. And the first one I'm going to say is that Scotland would be a successful independent country. Surely all of us could agree to that thing. Scotland would be a successful independent country. I'm not so sure about the Labour front base, because I put that to the honourable gentleman and he wasn't so sure. But even the most rabid, passionate Tory unionists surely wouldn't try to assert that the Scottish people, with all their history of invention, with all our history of creation, of all our history of innovation, imagination, would somehow uniquely fail amongst all the peoples in the world who have secured independence. They would uniquely fail in making a success of our independence. So can we all agree Scotland would be a successful independent country? Yeah, of course I agree.
I agree with the honourable gentleman. I'm delighted he's given away so early. This debate isn't about that. This debate is about the broken proposition that you are putting as a prospectus for that independent Scotland, and that's what we have demonstrated has holes in it. It's up to you to make that proposition, not us.
And I'll respond to that challenge and thank the honourable gentleman, because I think I heard him say that Scotland would be a successful independent country. I think that's what he was saying. So what I've got, okay, right, I want to hear the honourable gentleman say that too.
If you're looking for just that quote and to edit that out for video clip purposes, then I'm happy to oblige. But just as an independent Scotland or a separate Scotland could possibly succeed, would he also argue that an independent England or an independent Wales or an independent Northern Ireland would succeed as well, but not nearly as much as a United Kingdom?
This is This is progress, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I now feel I'm on the right sort of track with this, because I think what we're getting across the House is the agreement to the assertion that Scotland would be a successful independent country. I have no doubts whatsoever that England, without Scotland's contribution through its resources, would be equally successful as an independent nation. I believe that somehow they would just about muddle through without our support, intervention. And, yeah, I hope I'm going to get a clean sweep here now with the Liberals to agree to this, and I'm counting on the honourable gentleman to do that.
I hate to disappoint the honourable gentleman, but if you took a straw poll amongst the pregnant mothers in Caithness who now have to travel over 100 miles to give birth in Inverness, and this has happened on the SNP's watch, he would get a pretty dusty answer.
You see, I was going so well, Mr Deputy Speaker. I had the Conservatives agree to that. I think I had the Labour Party agree to it. But the Liberals just could not bring themselves to agree with the proposition that an independent Scotland would be a successful independent nation. It's unfortunate. I think we've had the Liberals, if that's okay with the Honourable Lady. I think we'll do all right. I'll come back to her, because I've got other assertions to make. Now, I think we've all agreed that, other than the Liberal Democrats. Let's try another one. With all our resources, and Mr Deputy Speaker, I refer, when I speak about all our resources, let's include the good proportion of nearly all of Europe's oil and gas reserves, the greatest potential for renewable energy that exists in Europe, vast fisheries, a water supply that is the envy in the world, that Scotland has what it takes to be an independent country. Could we all agree to that?
Here, here.
Yes, let's see if she'll agree that Scotland has what it takes to be an independent country.
Thank you very much. I thank the honourable member for giving way, but can I just perhaps point out that he misinterprets what all of us think. None of us have ever said that Scotland couldn't be independent, but that the people of Scotland, when given the choice, have voted no because they feel their future is better within the United Kingdom.
Again, I think that's a bit... Can I just say that's just a little bit more encouraging, because I think we're moving towards the assertion that Scotland would be a successful, and that Scotland has more than what it takes to be in a... Perhaps we could even suggest, I'll try this one, just throw this one just a little bit, a wee bit further on this theme. Perhaps we could even suggest that Scotland is perhaps the best resourced country that has ever considered becoming an independent country. I think that's pretty incontrovertible. No country is better endowed to be an independent nation than when we look around at Scotland, whether it's oil and gas reserves, whether it's fisheries, whether it's a potential renewable energy. No country other than Scotland is better prepared to be... Can we agree on that? I'm looking for the honourable gentleman to agree on that.
I couldn't agree more with the honourable lady who said nobody would disagree with his assertion other than the fact that the people of Scotland have repeatedly, or have, when it counted, voted to stay in a United Kingdom. Being in a United Kingdom is better. But on the subject of fisheries, let us all agree, Scotland's great. Scotland's fantastic. Scotland within the United Kingdom is even better.
Yes.
But will he confirm that an independent Scotland, under the SNP's proposals, when he talks about fisheries, would be to rejoin the EU and therefore rejoin the common fisheries policy?
I'm so grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising the EU, because what I want to say now, and I'm sort of suspecting that I'm not going to get the same range of agreement around the House when it comes to this particular assertion. But what I'm going to do, let's see if we can agree to this one. That the only way for Scotland to be a member of the European Union is to become an independent nation. Can we all agree with that? No. I'm seeing a couple of no's, mainly again from the Liberal Democrats, who I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm very, very disappointed in when it comes to this. I thought I would have had a more encouraging response from our Liberal... Yes, I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman given way. I don't know if at some point in his speech he's going to touch upon the motion that we're actually debating, because his series of rather interesting questions, which I'd be very happy to discuss with him in the bar at Strangers, aren't actually relevant to the debate we're having. But in his motion, he describes Britain as a failing, or his party describes Britain as a failing state. He now asks us all, without defining what failing is or what success is, to define whether Scotland will be successful. If Britain is failing and Scotland's going to be successful, why is it that his proposition is that they should keep the pound, which he claims is failing?
Just a couple of gentle things to the honourable gentleman, who I actually respect for all his noise and bluster in the chamber. Look, Scottish independence. This is what the debate is about, and I don't know if that sort of missed the honourable gentleman. I'll come into his very points because I want to come to them because it's important. But I'm really keen to see, like, this is not what I want to do. I thought I was going to stand up here today and I was going to find agreement across the House. And I have to say, where I thought I was making a bit of progress with that, it's sort of disappearing a little bit. But I'll try once again, Mr Deputy Speaker, to see if I can do it. I mean, all I want is for everybody to agree that the only way that Scotland could be a member of the European Union is through being independent. Now, we know that because they're all parties of Brexit now. They all want to make Brexit work. Now, I don't know how you do that. I don't even know if it's possible to make Brexit work. I think it's almost designed not to work because it's not any sort of economic strategy. It is an ideological mission. And I'm not entirely sure that you could make an ideological mission like Brexit works, but they want to make it work. So we're left with a situation that the only way, and I don't see how this is uncontroversial, the only way that we could make Scotland a member of the European Union is as an independent nation. And we know the Scottish people want that. We know that because that's what they voted for. We're going on about democracy here. The Scottish people voted with an overwhelming majority to remain in the European Union. And every single subsequent poll since then has shown that the Scottish people want to rejoin the European Union. So let's all agree. No, I've given way to the Honourable Lady before. Let's all agree that the only way to do this is in the European, a member of the European Union. I'll try another one. I'll just see. And this one's probably not going to get there with my colleagues, but I'll see what we can do. The only way for Scotland to get the government that always votes for is as an independent nation. Can we agree with that? The only way we'll always get the government we vote for is an independent. Now, occasionally, in the past, in my time as an MP, the government, well, he says this makes sense. Well, when I was elected in 2001, Scotland voted for Labour. It got the government that it wants. But since 2010, Scotland has never had the government that it's voted for. So what I'm saying, and it's uncontroversial, the only way for Scotland to get the government that it always votes for is as an independent nation. Now, I thought we might have a little bit of difficulty with that one, but it's not too bad. So I'm a bit more encouraged. So I'll see how much more we could get out of this thing. Could we all maybe agree that when we look round the rest of Europe, and my honourable friend always refers to Ireland, and he's right to do so because it's a great example, but when we look around the rest of Europe and we look at nations such as, I don't know, Ireland, Iceland, Finland, Norway, Denmark, nations which are roughly the same size as Scotland, 5 million to 8 million people, and they're all much more successful than Scotland. They're all powering ahead. They've got economic growth, they've got GDP, which is something we can only envy. Can we all agree that there's something about the constitutional arrangements of Scotland that doesn't let us prosper the way that our neighbours do? No? He says no. Yes, I'll give way. Sorry,
That makes absolutely fantastic point. He's just listed some nations there that in the top 10 of the UN Human Development Index. Yet here we are as Scots MPs in the UK. UK is in number 18, and we're told that we're a poor part of number 18. Those who've left, such as Ireland, are 10 places higher. Iceland, Norway, 2 and 3 of the countries he's mentioned. He makes the case brilliantly.
I'm grateful to one gentleman who takes these issues very seriously, and I know that, but I'm a bit encouraged with all that. Here's one that they'll definitely agree to, and I'm pretty certain of this when it comes to this, because I think we have to be honest about certain things. I think we have to acknowledge that there will obviously be difficulties too. I mean, I think independence will be positive for Scotland, being in charge of our own affairs. I think we could be an incredible nation, just like our near neighbours. But let's see if they'll agree with us, which I'm almost certain that we would. At the starting point of Scottish independence, there will be issues because of the deficit that we have as part of the United Kingdom. You can all agree with that. I mean, like, there's no objection from the Conservative benches with that one. So, but could we also then agree that the way to resolve this deficit, as it's so called and has been demonstrated by colleagues, is to remove the conditions that create it. Do we agree to that? So what we actually want to do then is to have the full range of economic powers which will allow us to properly address this, and that we remove ourselves from the very institutions that give us this deficit be part of the United Kingdom. Can we agree to that?
Yeah.
I'm seeing silence, but I don't think they're agreeing to it. I think they're just humouring me now, Madam Deputy Speaker. Right, last time to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm grateful for the Honourable Gentleman for giving way to seek clarification on what he's actually asking. Is he actually asking that to remove the deficit that Scotland currently has compared to the rest of the United Kingdom, by removing Scotland from the United Kingdom, that deficit no longer exists? Is that what he's asking?
What I'm doing is maybe putting the other way around for the Honourable Gentleman. It might be easier for him to comprehend and understand. We have this notional deficit as part of the United Kingdom. It's part of, and I think we all agreed that all these other nations are powering ahead of us. But we're not. We've got, according to the Honourable Gentleman, a deficit, which apparently means we can't be independent. But we've got that deficit because we're part of the United Kingdom. Now, what strikes me as the logical course of action when it comes to this is to extricate ourselves from the conditions which have given us this deficit. And that would therefore mean leaving the United Kingdom, ensuring that we get the full suite of economic powers to deal with it. And we've all agreed, I think we all agreed, that we as a people are resourceful enough to make a success of our independence. And I think we also agreed that Scotland, with its abundant natural resources, has what it takes to be an independent country. So what is it? What's happening? What's happening that we have, according to Honourable Gentleman and the Honourable Gentleman there, this deficit? How when we've got the skills, we've got the history of invention, we've got creativity, we've got universities in the top 100, we've got oil and gas, we've got fisheries, we've got the best potential for renewables in Europe. Why have we got a deficit? Now, I don't know, it's maybe I'm just not getting it, but I seem to believe and sense that it's to do with the constitutional arrangements that we find ourselves in. Now, I don't think I did too badly with all that. I think we got rough agreement on a lot. So, like, if we park all of this, and please, I never want to hear anybody suggest ever again that our nation, the people of Scotland, are somehow too wee, poor and stupid to make a success of it. Never again. Right, they're saying our words. Right, what I'll say to the Honourable Gentleman, right? OK, here's my... I'm hearing him clearly. What I'll say to the Honourable Gentleman, I will make sure that no one in the Scottish National Party utters it again. Can he do the same for his party, and he perhaps for the same as that? Let's never hear again a suggestion that will be the case. But anyway, we have agreed that there's a ground. I think that was useful. That was a useful kick around. So if we've agreed that all these things, what do we do now? How do we have the debate about going forward? Because we have to have this debate. I know people have knocked about opinionable figures, but when we're at 50-50 in the polls, it has to be resolved. It's intolerable that it isn't resolved. And we cannot continue with a future like this. We have to resolve this as an issue. And I know everybody says 2014 we had a referendum. Yes, we had a referendum. But like Scotland in 2022 is an almost different country entirely from 2014. The United Kingdom is unrecognisable from 2014. We have consistently and continually elected governments with a commitment to hold a referendum and to move towards independence. We're all here as representatives of that very mission. So we have to resolve this. So my last plea when it comes to all of these things is demonstrate, let's all demonstrate to the Scottish people that we're not some sort of hostage within the United Kingdom, that we are the equal partner that everybody talks about, that was described so eloquently during the last independence referendum, during the campaign, that we were to lead Scotland, as my right honourable friend said. These were all the things. Let's test this. Let's have this debate, because all the pillars of the Better Together campaign, the things that sustain this tent that they put under, the tent that accommodated both Labour, both Tories, which was so catastrophic for the Labour Party, the fact that the Honourable Gentleman's the only member of the Labour Party here, dreadful for them, a terrible experience for them. But all those central pillars are gone, and it's collapsed. The case for staying in their union is gone. And it's gone particularly when we observe the crisis and chaos of the last few weeks. Scotland can't put up with this anymore. We can't be governed by incompetence who drive us to the very abyss of a pension crisis. We can't go on like this. So the last thing, can we all agree we must have a referendum to settle this?
Robin Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to speak in this debate. I've listened with interest over the last couple of hours, and I note the tone and I welcome the tone and the plea from the Right Honourable Gentleman of Ross, Skye and Loch Arbour for a serious debate. I share the Secretary of State's sentiment, however, that there is no desire for a referendum, there is no desire to see Scotland break away from the United Kingdom from this side of the House. But I think it's important to enter into, please, a little progress, please. I think it is important to enter into that serious debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, I find myself standing here asking myself questions about identity when the question of independence is raised, and it is a complicated business. As a proud Welshman and supporter of this union, I find myself at the heart of a web of family, communal, economic and national bonds and histories. These bonds link me to those across these islands whose past, whose future are interwoven with my own. So I cannot hold it against those members opposite that they find themselves pulled in a different direction. Our disagreements on identity are those perhaps of the heart, not just the head. But the foundation of the state is a serious matter, deserving serious scrutiny and question. Millions across these isles, and the world indeed, would find their lives dramatically shaken by the breakup of the United Kingdom. So those who seek to found their arguments on promises of prosperity have also the utmost responsibility to set out plans that are honest, transparent and detailed. Of course.
I'm grateful to him, and let me commend him for the way he's going about this, but can I say to him respectfully, this is not to do with identity. There is the phrase, it's not a question of where you're from, it's where you're going. It's about that shared identity that we have for the country. But on the question of a demand for independence, will they not acknowledge that there is an independence majority in the Scottish Parliament, and the SNP won that election to the Scottish Parliament last year on a manifesto commitment of delivering that referendum to the people of Scotland?
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his questions. These are good questions, and I'll try and do them justice with my answer. First, on the question of identity. I have a sense of where I'm going, but I also have an acute sense of who I am, and pity the person who doesn't. On the question of whether there is a democratic mandate for independence within the Scottish Assembly, the Scottish Parliament, I don't see that, because that was an election to a body which does not have the power to call a referendum in law. Therefore, I could with confidence look at the manifesto of the SNP and say, do you know what, I love what they're planning to do with services, with help for the homeless, for the poor, for refugees, for all sorts. But I don't care for independence, but I can give them my vote because they would not have the power to call a referendum as the Scottish Parliament. So I could vote in confidence. So I don't see a democratic argument for independence in a majority in Holyrood. I'll give way to the member behind you.
I think, and the Honourable Gentleman for Aberconwy, which is a beautiful part of Cymru, said in the floor of the House of Commons that the Scottish Parliament does not have the ability to call a referendum under its set-up. And that, of course, is maybe why the Scottish Government, the Scottish Parliament, the Scottish Government is going to the Supreme Court. I take it, therefore, his premise that the only place that has that sovereign capability either to grant a referendum or to recognise the result of a general election is the House of Commons. Because if it is, then it's up to his party to recognise that all these pro-independence MPs represent the majority of Scottish constituencies, and that's the UK's constitutional situation to accept that result.
The member plays, I thank him for his intervention, but the member plays with the difference between a referendum and electoral representation in a House which runs a first-past-the-post scheme. And I'm happy for these arguments to be played out in a place where greater minds than mine can exercise themselves on that. I will make a little progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, having said then that serious plans deserve serious question and scrutiny, I was disappointed to discover that the SNP administration's recent economic plan for separation fell short of what I would consider serious consideration, or considerations of these points. The paper contains no modelling, no projections, and no hard analysis of these implications of independence. Criticisms that were laid by many against this government in recent weeks. Madam Deputy Speaker, two key arguments in that document for separation and for reversal of the so-called austerity and EU membership were put forward by the SNP, and I'll just treat those both briefly, if I may. On austerity and state spending, an independent Scotland would have, as we've heard, a high public sector deficit. In fact, it would be one of the highest in Europe. State spending exceeding tax receipts by 12%. And yet the SNP contends that spending is not high enough. Indeed, the Scottish Government announced cuts to local government, the police, prisons, university and rural affairs of 8% in real terms after the Institute of Fiscal Studies warned that the SNP government were facing a £3.5 billion overspend. This is crucial in understanding then what the implications would be, or asking what would the implications be for an independent Scotland. I'll give way to the gentleman.
The Honourable Gentleman, he seems to say that if a country or a state or a union has a 12% deficit, it can't be independent, so that's been used to the UK. But I want to ask him a couple of questions. Does he accept this as a political union? Is there a democratic way out? Is it like there was out of the trade bloc that was the European Union, there was a right to choose? If it's a union, surely that choice exists. And if he says Westminster can block a referendum, but the people of Scotland were to say, or the Scottish Parliament was to hold an election, because he mentioned elections earlier, on the sole question of independence, would he as a Democrat recognise that, or would he seek to find a way to sort of worm his way out of the straightforward recognition of the will of the Scottish people?
I thank the honourable member for his questions, and I missed earlier whether he was the gentleman offering invitations for pizza, but I would gladly discuss those points at length with him over a pizza. I won't get drawn into that tangle because it's an important tangle. These are important questions, but I will offer this observation. For me, this is not a transactional, contractual relationship between two parties. The relationship that the United Kingdom had with the EU was of that sort. The relationship which we enjoy as part of this union is a covenant. It's an intertwining of relationship over centuries. It goes beyond a simple piece of paper. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would suggest one of the great deceits that we've seen over the last couple of decades in this country is this translation of, or confusion of, a union and devolution. This translation or misinterpretation of a deep and complex relationship with a contractual relationship, which is the basis of our devolution. I won't take an intervention on pizza, thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, I must ask these questions then. That how is such spending to be managed? Where is the central bank to buy government bonds? Where is the support of a UK taxpayer? How is Scotland to simultaneously build up the estimated £64 billion in reserves it would need to join the EU? On such questions as these, the welfare of millions rests, but the document is silent. Madam Deputy Speaker, moving to the EU, the document does note that the single market accounts for a minority of Scottish exports, about 18% compared to 60%, fully 3 times what is exported to the rest of the UK. How then can trade with the EU compensate for cutting off Scotland's biggest trading partner? What will be the effect of customs checks on the border? How will those who travel across the border daily to buy groceries interact with stringent EU agri-food checks? How will farmers whose land is split by the border contend with the EU's SBS checks? The same checks that have seen tractors stopped for mud on their tyres, or loads refused going to Ireland because of blue ink instead of black ink on the forms. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll give way.
My honourable friend gives a good example there of why we need to stay together as a union. Does the National Farmers Union, on this Great British Farming Day, does the National Farmers Union for Wales agree with the National Farmers Union for Scotland that the single market or the internal market of the United Kingdom and keeping the integrity of that is far more important than any other external market.
Indeed, it does. The internal market we enjoy by virtue of being a United Kingdom is of huge importance to every farmer in every part of this United Kingdom. There's more I could say on that, but I will keep to the thrust of the debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, I must agree with the honourable member for Edinburgh South that there is no plan. The SNP's plan is no plan at all. It falls short on how key public services will continue to be funded and to operate. Further, it doesn't address the matter of the two biggest shocks to our economy which we have seen in the last 2 years, that of a COVID, a global pandemic, and also a war in Eastern Europe. Both of these the government has responded to by virtue of the strength of the United Kingdom economy for the benefit of all parts of the United Kingdom. There is no provision, however, in the plans of the SNP and the Scottish Government for a response to such emergencies. No demonstration of the resilience necessary to cope with these global storms which we must weather. Madam Deputy Speaker, it fails to give as a plan to those whose livelihoods depend on the UK an idea of how they will provide for their families. It fails to offer anything to communities who will be split by a new border. In short, Madam Deputy Speaker, more than matters of the heart, more than matters even of the head and the hard-nosed transactions of an economy, this document fails, this plan fails, as a moral duty to the people of Scotland. And that moral duty is real. The fate of Ukrainian refugees is a concern to us all. But we know that Scotland extended, the people of Scotland extended, the Scottish Parliament extended a warm welcome to many of those refugees. And that warm welcome, though, has been poorly served. We know that they are being accommodated in temporary accommodation on ships, and the space that they are allocated on those ships is less than the amount that a prisoner in a Scottish prison can expect by law to enjoy there. I'll take the intervention from the lady, if I may.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. Can I gently ask him to reflect upon the treatment that his government is meting out to those who are fleeing to the United Kingdom, and consider that in contrast to the welcome and the open door that the Scottish Government have given to Ukrainian refugees, and really reflect very carefully on what look like central lines that he is talking about, with absolutely no reflection on the reality on the ground.
I take the honourable lady's point and the spirit of which it's intended, but perhaps she could answer the question, or another member, whether that is true or not, that Ukrainian refugees have had to be housed on ships in Scotland because there hasn't been the accommodation they promised. They have received a warm welcome across the UK. I have no doubt about that. I have no doubt about the ambition behind it. My point is the reality of public services meeting that ambition. And that is the thrust of this debate. This is a debate about independence and economy. And it's a debate about how do we meet with the reality of providing for those on whom we depend. I will make one more point on the question of moral duty, because Ireland has been mentioned a number of times as an example. Ireland secured its independence in 1922, but the Irish Minister for Finance, Ernest Blythe, as one of his first actions, cut the pay of civil servants and reduced government spending from £42 million in 1923 to £28 million by 1926. That's a one-third cut in government spending in the years immediately following independence. These are real questions about the consequences of a transition to an independent nation. But again, on these practical points of a plan for independence, the document presented is silent. So then, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will finish on this point, I've taken several interventions. The planning of a new country is a serious undertaking, but we have yet to see a serious plan.
Gavin Newlands. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government, I think it's clear to all of us, this government has made life harder for everyone. Well, maybe not bankers, but everyone else. Many are facing real hardship. Many are facing the all-too real choice between heating and eating. And many, for the very first time, are facing having to go to food banks to feed their family. And that's the Brexit dividend unleashed on our country. A Brexit we didn't vote for in a referendum invented by a Prime Minister we didn't vote for, leading a party who last won an election in Scotland when we used pounds, shilling and pence and had one TV channel to watch in black and white. That is the kind of democracy we're used to in Scotland, the kind of democracy that sees the votes of Scotland shoved in the Brexit bin, while government after government is elected on a minority of votes in one part of these islands. That's democracy union style. A democracy where the electoral system dates from the 14th century, the political parties from the 17th, and the constitution from whenever it needs changed to suit the current incumbents to keep the gnats at bay. Whatever positives the Union once held for Scotland, and there were always negatives, have been jettisoned and are just folk memories now. The UK is a failing state. The passage of time marked by the realisation here and abroad that the gilt and glitter favoured by the British establishment masks the state sinking further into a morass of its own making. We've had to sit back and witness the explosive financialisation of the economy at the expense of productive industry and commerce, leading to real economic output lagging behind virtually every other European country, and then the desperate attempts by the governing class to blame that on Johnny Foreigner and his sleek ways. The reality is the Union has delivered flatlining wages for the last decade and a half, households facing rapidly rising prices and housing costs while incomes stay stagnant. An entire country afraid to turn the heating on because they don't know if they can afford the bills. Whole communities left to stew in long-term poverty and deprivation. People forced into the gig economy with no protections, no employment rights, forced to pay the cost of their boss's delivery van out of their own pockets because we've had decades of workers' rights being systematically stripped at the altar of economic extremism. And as we speak, we're awaiting the date of the second reading of yet another Tory bill stripping back workers' already meagre rights. The reality is the Union has delivered a social security system that Kafka would have torn up at first draft. The terminally ill told they aren't sick enough for benefit, then being sanctioned when they die. People living with debilitating diseases that can only get worse being told they'll be fit for work. A system where women are forced to prove to the government they're the victim of rape before their children receive benefits. And the reality is the Union has seen insulism turned into a badge of honour rather than something to escape. Both main UK parties have embraced Brexit, regardless of the utterly catastrophic damage it has wreaked on our economy and our society. The leader of the UK Labour Party proclaims, "We do not want to go back in, we want to make Brexit work." Against every shred of evidence that shows what an unmitigated disaster this has been. Scotland voted for no part in this carnage. We are, to the tune of 72% in the last opinion poll, proudly European and supporters of EU membership. And despite the best efforts of Labour and the Tory parties to keep us out of the EU, that democratic mandate will be respected when we regain our independence. Madam Deputy Speaker, no one on these benches pretends that independence is a magic panacea for the immense challenges facing our country. We will not look out the window in the morning of our independence and see rainbows shining on sunlit uplands with the problems of a generation magicked away. But it will give us the power and the resources to begin to change to a better society, a society that looks to our allies and neighbours across the Irish and North Seas for the kind of attitude to our citizens that should be the norm here, but which has been denied by the UK. An independent Scotland should choose to have a more sustainable and more humane social security system. An independent Scotland should choose to invest in sustainable connectivity within itself and to link us directly with the rest of the world. An independent Scotland should choose a future that doesn't rely on weapons of mass destruction parked in the Clyde and instead invests on its people. It is only independence that gives Scotland the opportunity to unleash our full potential in the world and harness that potential for the betterment of all who make our country home. And it is only independence that gives our country the chance to reject and end once and for all the despicable attitudes on display from the Home Secretary on Monday. Our country is not being invaded Migrants are not prisoners to be released. Our country for thousands of years has been home to an extraordinary diversity of humans, from Celts to Picts to Indian to Poles. That history is embedded in our present, and independence will allow us to continue that history into the future rather than the repugnant Alf-Garnick garbage that passes for UK immigration policy. Madam Deputy Speaker, I encourage members from the north of England to start thinking and preparing now for how they might be able to change their part of the continuing union after Scottish independence. It is shameful that the cradle of the Industrial Revolution has been left to beg for scraps from the table. One major infrastructure project after another shelved or mothballed, while a single station on a single railway under London is allowed to go £500 million over budget. That wasn't just the cost of the station, it was £500 million over budget. Well, the line itself sees an extra £5 billion thrown at it. An independent Scotland will want to work with all parts of these islands constructively to support all of our citizens. It is in our interest to see a strong economy along our border, not an afterthought of Whitehall. The Union has failed those areas too. But it is Scotland that is taking the opportunity to make the change and bring the progress of undoing decades, if not centuries, of stupor, neglect and misgovernment. Whatever discussions and debates are happening in the meeting rooms of the Supreme Court, democracy will inevitably have its way. Scotland has voted for the democratic right to choose its own future. That is uncontestable. Those in this place who seek to stand in the way of that right are doing their cause no favour whatsoever. Absolutely. They should have the confidence and the courage to make the case for the union they say they support. We in these benches are taking our case to the people, and I am confident Scotland's people will support that case and drive our country forward to normality and independence.
Martin Docherty-Hughes.
Doors, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thanks very much. Can I first of all say that I was actually glad to hear the member for Banff-and-Buchan speak up on behalf of the Union. We might not agree, but at least the backbencher from Scotland, from the Conservative and Unionist Party, is here to do the job paid for by their constituents. And I know that the Secretary of State was here as well, and the Under-Secretary as well, but to see him here doing his job, I think it has to be commended, because that's what we're all here for, to speak up on behalf of our constituents. I just think it was important to say that. Now, I'm mindful actually also in terms of the constitutional debate that we're having, because there's an element of constitutional position. I also heard, I think, the member for Aberconwy talk about this covenant. You know, the Treaty of Union is not a covenant. It's a piece of international law into which two independent... Well, he can shake his head. He maybe needs to read up on both English, Welsh and separately Scottish history as to pre-treaty parliamentary positions. Now, let's go back to the debate at hand. Now, the Prime Minister was clear in 2017 in the aftermath of the Brexit referendum, Madam Deputy Speaker. No, I'm just started, so you'll let me go on for a wee bit. That it seems, and that this is his words, the Prime Minister at the moment, that it seems hard to block a second independence referendum for Scotland. That's the Prime Minister in 2017. Let me repeat again another Tory Prime Minister who I consistently repeat time and time again for the historical record, and it was the former Right Honourable Member for Finchley. If the Tory party sometimes seems English to some Scots, that is because the Union is inevitably dominated by England by reason of its greater population. Now, that's just a simple fact, and the Right Honourable Member, former Right Honourable Member for Finchley, is correct. And then they went on to say, the Scots being a historic nation, and I'm sure you and I both agree, at least on that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't ask your opinion with us being in the chair, being a historic nation with a proud past will inevitably resent some expression of this fact from time to time. And as a nation, they have an undoubted right to national self-determination. We're a nation. We're not a region. We're not some subsection of some great state in the Soviet Union. We are a nation of historic lineage going back into time immemorial from people all over the world called home. Now, they went on to say, as a nation, they have an undoubted right to national self-determination. Thus far, they have exercised that right by joining
and remaining in the Union. They then go on to say, and it's worth repeating time and time again, should they determine on independence, no English party or politician will stand in their way, however much we might regret their departure. And that, I think, is a clear constitutional position. Now, members are relieved I don't actually intend to go over much of some of the excellent points by my colleagues who have been speaking already. The honourable member from Almere is welcome to stand or interject at some point if he wishes. But let's go to the economic case for independence, because I think that's actually the key crux. And maybe it comes back to some of the questions that have been raised in the government benches, because I can't help but feel it's often framed very much in the wrong way. If things were perfect for the Scottish economy, or for the UK economy, and by that I mean the United Kingdom of Great Britain and also Northern Ireland, which doesn't get very much mentioned from some of the government's benches, there wouldn't be actually so many SNP MP here making actual a case for independence today. Our aim isn't to tweak the economy here or there or hope for some marginal improvements for Scotland. Scottish independence is a political project. It's a political choice by the people of Scotland should they make it. And it's to seek to change, I think, the underlying economic conditions in order to improve the lives of everyone, not only in my constituency in West Dunbartonshire, but across the length and breadth of Scotland. And while at one time that kind of idea might have seemed utopian, I think we can all agree that the events of the last few weeks, at least in a few months, actually the last few years, have turned the chronic problems of the United Kingdom's economy into an acute polycrisis of stagnant wages, productivity and plummeting competitiveness precipitated by the disastrous consequences of a Brexit that Scotland didn't vote for. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
For giving way. And what he's suggesting is right, it's not utopia. It's actually based in reality. We've got an example in front of us. 100 years ago, the poorest part of the United Kingdom was Ireland. And it became independent, shed of the 6 counties that had the majority of the industry. And you come back 100 years later and you see that the GDP of Ireland per capita is well ahead of the United Kingdom. And that can only happen when you make the political choices for your own country, and that is not abdicated to people you don't vote for and that don't care about your country.
I totally agree with my honourable friend. That is the premise for independence. You seek to create trade deals and agreements with those countries you wish to boost trade and also to increase productivity, improve competitiveness and get rid of the idea of stagnant wages, because that's the basis of the UK economy. Now, just in terms of Brexit, my constituents in the last year alone, and that's not since 2016, but in the last year alone, have lost let's see, the pro rata in terms of this is on top, Madam Deputy Speaker, on top of the cost of living crisis. My constituency, which is one local authority, has lost £35.2 million in terms of exports because of Brexit. And on top of, as I said, the cost of living crisis per household, that's £869.97. In my part of the world, that's a lot of money. Trying to pay your electricity bill. That's a lot of money paying for gas, even though the vast majority we produce more gas than we need in Scotland. It's an absolutely failed economic model. Now, as I say, our current economic model is quite simple. We get a fiscal transfer every year from the Treasury. In exchange, we accept, and we have accepted, that microeconomic policy will continue to be made with London and the south east of England in mind. My constituents receive slightly higher, and this maybe comes back to some of the questions in the government backbenches, slightly higher per capita public spending in return for what is essentially a guarantee that their wages and the Scottish economy will grow slower at a slower rate than they do here in London and the south east of England. Now, in the past, this actually felt like a fair exchange. This engine of the UK economy, we're told, would power up quicker after recessions, recovering quicker from blows that in the peripheral areas, but that meant this fiscal transfer could be continued. Now, no one seemed to notice the divergence over time which led to the situation that was memorably compared by the economist Duncan Weldon to the UK economy basically consisting of the Republic of Singapore, surrounded by a series of Portugals. No disrespect, I love Portugal, but, you know, a high-wage, high-productivity engine that could support the sluggish economies of its hinterland. Now, this divergence has led to the absolutely incredible reality, and I have to say, of northern English regions and constituencies that are actually now poorer than the former communist parts of East Germany, with other states that didn't have an open economy until 30 years ago, such as Poland, Slovenia or Estonia not far behind. The change of this economic crisis from a chronic one to an acute one can actually only, at least for me, be put down to Brexit, and indeed 12 years of Tory misrule. But to my friends on the Labour benches, I have to say, the seeds for these 2 decades of stagnant productivity and wage growth were sown during the period in office, with the total inability to challenge the UK's macroeconomic orthodoxy. Now, I'm mindful of my former colleague Andrew Wilson, who's a former member of the Scottish Parliament. He has written a lot on these issues. He calls the UK an aeroplane with one engine. And while in good times they're unlikely to notice any turbulence, they can't be guaranteed forever. And when the engine begins to run slower than its competitors, as we are seeing right now, that has a knock-on effect for everyone, including Scotland. Quite simply, people across these islands are getting poorer. Well, I have to, my honourable member Inali Nyurha was talking about our friends across the Shah in Ireland. They're getting wealthier all the time. And let's not forget, Ireland as an independent sovereign state from 1922 then to 1928 used the pound. They were then pegged to the pound for 50 years. So you can't just say that this cannot happen in terms of, for example, the fiscal position. So we need to be very conscious. We relate to history and the reality on the ground. The people of Scotland recognise that. Yes, I'll give way once again.
It's raised a very interesting, important point there. Yes, he was pegged to the pound for all those years and probably held it back and probably was a mistake. But the point of unpegging to the pound came when the UK went cap in hand in the 1970s to the IMF for a bailout. And Ireland, combined with joining the European Union, incidentally the same day Scotland joined, then took off.
Indeed. I mean, I think we're making the underlying economic case for this union, that's the British Union, not in terms of the United Kingdom, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, that we get slightly higher public spending in exchange for worse wages and growth. It begins to fall apart when the average incomes in the UK begin to decline relatively, as I said, to those of their neighbours. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, just as it's appropriate to ask us, as members of the Scottish National Party, to lay out the economic case for independence, I think it's also appropriate to ask some questions of, the Conservative government and also the Labour opposition, who seem, I think, unwilling to diverge from them on matters of macroeconomics. So I'd love to hear from the front bench. When people in West Dunbartonshire ask me what is the cost to them over a working life of lower wages than peers in similar parts of Northern Europe, what is the economic value attributed to combining these lower wages with less years of healthy working life lived? I will on that point.
I'm very grateful, and let me commend my honourable friend for the excellent speech he's giving. But in essence, there are 3 components of growth. It's population, it's productivity, it's participation. But one of the things that is described by the Union, ever since 1850, is a relative decline of the Scottish population. It's been lack of economic opportunity and therefore to drive up wages, to drive up productivity. And we're being held back by the migration policies of this government, supported, I sad to say, by the Labour Party. But that's why we need independence, because we're going to need migration to drive up the opportunities in Scotland and to deliver the economic growth.
I'm grateful for that intervention from my right honourable friend, and I fundamentally agree. And as the grandchild of migrants, I hope they brought something at least to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, as many, I hope, future migrants into an independent Scotland. Now, ultimately, you can, and then again I come back to the front bench in the government, you can put a price on the fact that people in Clydebank, Dumbarton and the Vale of Leven die younger than comparable cohorts in Denmark, Ireland and even the south east of England. And in 2014, my constituents were among the 4 council areas in Scotland that voted to change the dismal economic calculus of Britain, because it never has worked for them and it never will work for them. And I can't help but feel, Madam Deputy Speaker, unless both unionist parties, the main unionist parties in this Parliament, the Conservative Party and the Labour Party, find these answers to these simple questions, I have to say, there's going to be a lot more of my constituents voting for independence the next time.
Kirsty Black.
Madam Deputy Speaker, when I joined the SNP more than 20 years ago, I did so because I wanted Scotland to become an independent country. I believed that the people of Scotland should be able to make the important decisions on the issues that matter to us. It wasn't all that long after the reopening of the Scottish Parliament and devolution was still finding its feet. Also wasn't that long after we'd just managed to extricate ourselves from 18 years of Tory rule, from 18 years of Tory governments that Scotland hadn't voted for since 1955. In the time since I joined the party, we've had another 12 years of Conservative government that Scotland hasn't voted for. I honestly thought that it couldn't get more damaging. We couldn't have a more damaging government, a more damaging Prime Minister than that which we experienced during the Margaret Thatcher era. Then David Cameron said, "Hold my beer," and had the Brexit referendum. Then the member for Maidenhead said, "Hold my beer," demonised immigrants and put in motion the hardest possible Brexit. Then the member for Uxbridge said, "Hold my beer," and destroyed what little faith the public had left in politicians being honest. Then the member for South West Norfolk said, "Hold my beer," and crashed the economy. If the current Prime Minister asks you to hold his drink, I recommend running a mile. Scotland hasn't voted for any of this chaos. We didn't vote for a Brexit referendum. We didn't vote for Brexit. We welcome immigrants. We don't vote Tory. Our Scottish Government is consistently having to mitigate Tory-inflicted hardships in order to offer some measure of protection for our constituents. And I will make no apology for making the well-being of the people of Scotland my ideological mission. Because of the decisions of the UK Government we didn't vote for, 4 out of 10 of those on universal credit skipped meals this summer. Mortgage rates have soared £6,700 a year on average. Since last year, energy costs have gone up £1,200. Pasta costs 60% more. Bread costs 40% more. The UK Government has capped benefits and reneged on the pensions triple lock. And we didn't vote for this. The people of Scotland, the country of Scotland, cannot afford to be part of this union.
Will the honourable member give way?
Yeah.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way there. Now, as she will be aware, in the last referendum that we had, we were continually told that we were in an equal union of partnership. Since the fact, as she's touched on, that even if every single seat in Scotland, all 59 seats, were SNP, is it not ridiculous that we're in a situation where, for instance, the City of London has 73 MPs? How can this ever be a union of equals if the second largest nation of that union can be outvoted by one city?
My colleague is absolutely correct and lays very clearly the democratic deficit that is facing Scotland. We can't afford to continue having our resources squandered by Westminster. We can't afford to go without energy market reform. We cannot afford trickle-down economics. We can't afford the UK's xenophobic immigration policy. We cannot afford to keep having no recourse to public funds, which is making some of the poorest people in the UK even poorer still. We cannot afford a UK government which refuses to increase the minimum wage. We cannot afford to keep having our workers' rights stripped. We cannot afford locally, as the member for Bamford-Buchan who's just stepped out, we cannot afford locally to have a UK government that refuses to match Scotland's funding for the £500 million Just Transition fund that we have. The UK government is failing to tackle the issues that are facing our constituents. It's a joke that they keep mentioning the £37 billion support package. It's a joke that they keep mentioning people being £1,000 better off. For some unknown reason, the UK government has included a freeze on alcohol duty in their £37 billion calculation. On what planet does that help people to pay their fuel bills or to feed their children? People are not £1,000 better off as a result of the energy support provided. The average household is still paying double what they were paying last year. Where does the Prime Minister expect people to find the extra money? We know a quarter of people across these islands have got no savings. With borrowing costs rocketing, people are quickly spiralling into unmanageable levels of debt, and it's only set to get worse as the cold weather kicks in. We have consistently voted against this. Yet the larger size of England means we're consistently burdened with Westminster governments who do not care. Owen Jones published a video he made during the Tory party conference. He pointed out that mortgage rates are going to go up as a result of the mini-budget. The Tory party member he was interviewing replied, "I don't have a mortgage." That's the attitude we're faced with from the party opposite. Many Tory party members and donors are doing all right, Jack. So why bother taking action? Our constituents are scared, and the UK government is refusing to provide adequate help or certainty. The Prime Minister won't even commit to the triple lock or to operating benefits in line with inflation. Madam Deputy Speaker, my colleagues have spoken about Scotland's potential. We've got so many resources. We can lead the world in the deployment of renewables. We can reach our economic potential. We have actually got the best educated population in Europe. We have got the talent and the potential. We are not, like my colleague from Perth said earlier, singularly unable to flourish as an independent country. An independent Scotland would use this potential to ensure minimum living standards. How is it that in 2022 we're having to say that? How is it we're being approached by constituents who've got nothing, who are experiencing poverty that hasn't happened in this widespread way during my lifetime? Before this cost of living crisis, it was already the case that some people, despite being in receipt of social security, were living below the destitution line. Below the destitution line. Other European countries have stepped up, providing far higher levels of support to ensure that people can live through this crisis. So, what are the people of Scotland doing about this? We are consistently exercising democratic rights we have to vote for the SNP. We have a majority of independents supporting MSPs in the Scottish Parliament. We had our best ever council election this year. We have been the third largest party in Westminster for 7 years, despite standing in less than a tenth of the seats. And yet the Westminster government suggests that we've got no mandate. I'll tell you who's got no mandate: the Tories. They have no mandate to inflict Tory economic policies on our population. They've got no mandate for xenophobic immigration policies. And they have got no mandate for cutting social security. If this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a voluntary union of nations, why are the UK government not respecting the mandate given by the people of Scotland to the Scottish Parliament to hold a referendum? Why have we had to go to the Supreme Court to assert our rights to hold the referendum, and how can the UK government justify arguing against this? This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not about identity. This is about democracy. Scotland has voted for the right to choose our own future. We will do everything possible to ensure that this happens.
Amy Callaghan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whilst we debate here today, a cost of living crisis continues to hit people the length and breadth of these four nations. Scotland has a chance to shelter our people from facing the brunt of Tory mismanagement of fiscal responsibility and their disregard of people. I say that with confidence because Scotland doesn't and won't vote Tory. I need not lay bare each of the many merits of independence for our nation in this speech today. Successive governments in this place have more than adequately been covering that for us, and the Right Honourable Member for Ross, Skye and Loch Arbour covered a number of them in his usual fashion at great length. I will, however, outline a vision, my vision for an independent Scotland. I see our role in this is to win over the hearts and minds of those who are still undecided, but that happens on doorsteps and in our communities, not from a speech on these benches. I, like I'm sure many of my colleagues are, am often asked questions about why an independent Scotland will be better, why it will be fairer and why it will make us happier. A straightforward answer is we'll get what we vote for, so not the Tories. We've not chosen market upheaval, to close our borders, to ask women if they've been raped before they can access welfare, to cut energy support, to crash the pound with unexpected borrowing, or to ship people, our people, off to Rwanda without considering the ramifications. It was mere days ago that the Home Secretary referred to groups of refugees that have come to our coasts in search of a better life as an invasion. Every single one of these wounds
I thought my name had to be said before I could speak. I thank my honourable friend for taking my intervention. I don't know if she, like me, has been contacted by many constituents, but if she has, she'll know that the people of Scotland, it's not just us, it's the people of Scotland, are absolutely and utterly horrified and ashamed at words like invasion and scourge to describe vulnerable human beings fleeing conflict in other parts of the world. And does she agree with me that independence gives us that massive benefit that we no longer have to be even partly responsible for the shameful policies that treat human beings like they're worse than the dirt on the bottom of our shoe, and we can treat them like the human beings that they are once we are free of this UK.
I welcome that intervention from my honourable friend, and I agree that the language, and I think my constituents agree as well, the language used by the Home Secretary is shameful. Every single one of these wounds has been inflicted upon us by Tory leadership that the people of Scotland did not choose. We have a chance to be a much bigger player on the world stage. We have a chance to yet again stand shoulder to shoulder with a multitude of our closest allies at a time when the world has rarely seemed so unstable. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, as usual, it's ordinary people who have paid the price for decisions made by a Tory government we did not vote for. The cost of living crisis continues to spiral out of control. The Trussell Trust handed out 2.1 million food parcels across the UK in 2021-2022, yet the SNP must still continue to call on the UK Government to develop comprehensive child poverty targets. This government would clearly rather spend their efforts protecting bankers' bonuses than investing in people. When you think of austerity no longer being imposed, if poverty is no longer a political choice being forced in our communities, and Scotland has a government, its only government, elected by its people for its people, then every child in Scotland every child should go to school in an independent Scotland with food in their tummy because their family could afford it from a true living wage, not at the expense of their parent and guardian not eating, and definitely not from accessing a food bank. There should be no need for food banks in an independent Scotland. We're endlessly grateful for the service they provide in our communities, but they are a by-product of the first round of austerity, not a long-term, sustainable solution to ending poverty. I dread to think what's coming with this Prime Minister and Chancellor's Austerity 2.0. This is why our vision for a better, different Scotland is so crucial at this time. You just need to take one look at the legislation coming out of this place. The Single Market Bill, the Public Order Bill, the Nationality and Borders Bill, to see why people across the political spectrum are talking about another independence referendum. We, the majority of Scotland MPs, are outvoted at every turn, whilst this government makes up legislation as casually as if it were a shopping list. With an independent Scotland, we'll get the governments we vote for, and we'll be rid of the economically irresponsible Tories for good. We have a bright future. We have the opportunity to gain powers that will allow us to rescue many Scottish children from a life of poverty. And very soon, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know Scotland will grasp that opportunity.
Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased that the Scottish National Party has decided to bring this debate here today. I think it is important that the case for an independent Scotland is re-examined, and I think that the points made by my honourable friend from Edinburgh South will have been heard very loudly, both in Scotland and across the United Kingdom. This is a matter of great interest to my constituents in Chesterfield. It is a fact that people across England feel very passionately and strongly that the United Kingdom is better together, and that the success of Scotland and the success of England is assured by us being together in the United Kingdom. And we very gratefully remember the many contributions made by Scots to the United Kingdom in a whole variety of different ways. And it is that that successful union that we've had over hundreds of years that has led to Britain being the successful country that it is. Now, I have to say it was precisely because it's a matter that matters incredibly to me and also to my constituents, that I did during 2014 go up to Scotland and spend a considerable amount of time campaigning in the independence referendum, speaking to people in an array of constituencies. I'm happy to give way.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Chairman, and I hear his confession that he went up to Scotland for the referendum. Did he go on any doorsteps in Scotland and say to the people that voting to stay in the UK would be guaranteeing their place in the European Union, or was he a Brexiteer anyway by that point?
Clearly, I went up there to make the case for Scotland remaining in the United Kingdom. I absolutely recognise that this was a choice for the people of Scotland, but it was a choice for the people of Scotland that was going to affect England. The fact that we were to have a referendum on our relationship with the EU was already known, actually, in 2014, because the Conservative Party had already committed to that, and the people of Scotland voted to remain on that basis. Now, clearly, I was hopeful that the people of Britain would vote to stay in the European Union. In fact, I only wish that his party had put the same effort into that referendum that the Labour Party did, because I think if they had, we might have seen a different outcome. Now, there's a number of people wanting to intervene. I will accept intervention. I won't accept one from the Honourable Lady. And the reason I won't accept one from the Honourable Lady is she misrepresented me previously. She said that I had said I had apologised for the record of this government. I hadn't. I've done the opposite. I will check the record very carefully. She misrepresented me, and if she wants to correct the record, I will let her. But if she doesn't want to correct the record, then I'll hear from the honourable gentleman there.
The honourable gentleman for Chesterfield is perfectly entitled to make the case he's making. But given in Scotland we voted to stay in the European Union, and given instead in his constituency 34,000 people voted to leave and only 22,900 voted to remain, would it not have been better, instead of wasting his time in Scotland, if he'd done his job in Chesterfield instead of having the act of economic self-harm, which is Brexit?
Well, I mean, can I at least respond to the point that's just been made? I worked very hard during the Brexit referendum to make a case. I accept that people across the coalfields voted in a different way. But, you know, I return to the statistic that I put to his leader. The Scottish National Party spent a paltry £91,000 on that EU referendum. They spent during the Scottish independence referendum £1,344,000. The truth is that for those people committed to Scottish independence, they believed that the outcome they got was exactly the one they wanted. They wanted for the UK to vote out while Scotland stayed in, and that's why they didn't lift a finger to get a result. And because of the limp effort that they put in, the turnout in the Brexit referendum was lower in Scotland than in any other regional nation of the United Kingdom. That is the reality. Is the Scottish National Party made it very clear to their voters that they were happy with that outcome, and they knew that there was a likelihood that that outcome would strengthen their case for the Scottish independence. If the Honourable Lady is willing to withdraw the comment that she made, I will give way to her.
I'm grateful to him for giving way, and I am, Madam Deputy, somewhat perplexed. I earlier pointed out that his colleague had made comments which were clearly apologising for the UK government's economic mismanagement. Why the UK Labour Party would be supportive of that, I don't know, but that's their problem and not mine. And I absolutely stand by my concerns about the Labour Party's position on Brexit. Why they are so supportive of Brexit, considering the damage that it has done to Scotland, and why he continues to suggest that people like myself with a 73% Remain vote in my constituency somehow weren't marching the streets as all my colleagues were, is unclear to me. Scotland did not want to leave the EU. We want to be back in the EU. The honourable gentleman might not like that, but he doesn't get to misrepresent it.
Oh, I hear what the honourable lady said. I repeat what I said, that if the SNP were desperate to stay in the European Union, they had a funny way of showing it. Why is it? Let me just respond to the points that have been made. Why is it? Let them answer. Why is it that the SNP spent just 7% of the amount of money on the Brexit referendum that they spent on the Scottish independence referendum? The only conclusion that I can come to is because they didn't care nearly as much about that. Now, I accept the people of Scotland, the majority of people who voted in that referendum voted to remain in the EU. But it is also the case that the turnout in Scotland was very low, and I believe that the SNP's lack of effort was a major factor. And I'm going to return to the subject. I'm going to return to the subject that very directly attached to...
Order. I have to protect the honourable gentleman. He has a right to speak as much as anyone else. Now, let's give him a chance. Toby Perkins.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, as I say, during that referendum, I was in Edinburgh, I was in Cumbernauld, I was in West Dunbartonshire, I was in Airdrie, I was in Falkirk. I was speaking to people during that Scottish referendum about the issues and about how much I hope that they would choose to stay within the United Kingdom. I have to say that people that I spoke to on the doorsteps absolutely were pleased to debate that subject. Lots of them were voting to stay in the UK, lots of them were voting otherwise. I think virtually all of those constituencies ended up voting overall to stay in the UK. But they recognised that this was a matter that was a matter that the people of Scotland would decide on, but was a matter of interest to people right across the United Kingdom. And on this question, the sort of basic assertion made by the Scottish National Party that an independent Scotland would just be a part of the EU, but it would be within the it would be taking the pound, it would at some point in the future have a Scottish pound, I'm afraid has been absolutely blown to pieces by my honourable friend from Edinburgh South. That was clear for everyone to see, and the quiet that descended upon the SNP benches, that momentary quiet when my honourable friend was making his case, spoke absolute volumes. Now, we've heard from honourable members on the benches next to me about... I will give way, because I was just about to refer to Honourable Lady's speech, so it's perfect timing.
Thank you. I'm very pleased that he gave way. Is he aware that if all of the million people who voted to leave the EU in Scotland had voted to remain in the EU, if we got a 100% Remain vote, we would still have lost the referendum?
Because of the failure in England. It's an important point. I could make the same point about Chesterfield in terms of the response that was made. Of course, it was a vote for the entire United Kingdom. But she made an important... I wanted to respond to something she said, because I have to say, whilst I disagreed with the conclusions made, I thought she made an excellent speech. But she made the point about the referendum. Now, what I was going to say was that when I was up in Scotland for that independence referendum, it was, it was said very clearly by Alex Salmond at the time and was very clearly understood by the people of Scotland. This is a once-in-a-generation referendum. It was something that was said strongly. Now, she's spoken, I thought, powerfully about the mandate that the SNP has had through winning members of Parliament being elected to this place. Is it therefore her case that we should have had another referendum in 2015 after that election, which had another one in 2017 after that election, which had another one in 2019 after that election. Every time SNP MPs are the majority in Scotland, should we have another referendum? And I will come back to it. If that isn't the case, then how often should we have these referendums? Because we all know that referendum that happened in... I'm going to give way to the Honourable Lady again. We all know that if that referendum in 2014 had had a different result, if it had been a vote for independence, there would have been no second referendum. It might have been a referendum by 0.1%. It wouldn't have mattered. That would have been enough. We've heard the voice of the people has been heard. The referendum was lost by over 10%, and immediately there's a demand for a second one. So how often do we have to have these referendums? And would she agree? Does she want best of three if the independents win the next one?
Jack and I was talking about the different ways in which Scotland has given us a mandate for an independence referendum. Now, when we stood for the Scottish Parliament in 2021, we explicitly put in our manifesto that we'd be having a referendum on independence. The Scottish people have chosen to have that by voting for independent supporting parties. If that is not the route for the Scottish people to have an independence referendum, what does he think the route should be for the Scottish people to choose a referendum?
Well, I noticed she answered my question with a question there. You know, my question is very specific. How often do we have this referendum? And she says, you know, when do we have one? It is my view. You know, there are... I mean, it's not for me to set the terms of what the referendum are. But I do think that this question would be very different if we had opinion polls that were showing that the view of the Scottish people had massively changed compared to 2014. I mean, I couldn't ignore that. I've said this is a question for the Scottish people. If we were looking, and when the opinion polls turned as they did back in 2020, and there were more Scottish people in favour of independence according to those polls, we're hearing about opinion polls all the time. It was always, oh, well, the latest polls say this. And I thought to myself, it seems to have gone a bit quiet about these polls. Why aren't they mentioned? So I had a little look on my phone. And the last 19 opinion polls, including the one held, paid for by the Alba Party most recently, the last 19 opinion polls, only one of them has shown a majority of support for independence. Of the last 44 opinion polls, only 4 of them have shown a majority for independence. So if it was the case that there was clearly a sort of an overwhelming shift in that opinion, but that it was not being reflected, then I think the case would be different. That is not the case. The truth is that opinion polls suggest that we're broadly in a very similar place to what we were then. And I think, and it's a shame that the Honourable Lady, I will give way again in a minute. It is a shame that the Honourable Lady didn't respond to the question I asked, which is, if it is not the case that 2014 was a once-in-a-generation case, which was very clearly told to the people of Scotland at the time, if that wasn't the case, then when is enough enough? If the Honourable Lady wants to answer that.
Be very grateful for an opportunity to respond to the honourable gentleman on this. Would he accept the words of Kieran Martin, who was the former Constitution Director at the Cabinet Office and prepared the legal documents for the Edinburgh Agreement, that once in a generation was not a legal commitment? Believe me, it was just a slogan.
The same as Boris Johnson.
No, I do accept that. I do accept that it was not a legal commitment. I'm not suggesting it was. I'm not saying there is not a legal right for the UK government to decide it's time for another UK referendum. But we're not talking about the legal right. We're talking about, you know, is there a sort of an electoral argument for another referendum? And the point and a question I've asked, and I say I've asked it 3 times now, no one's been willing to answer it. When is this question settled? If losing the referendum in 2014 was not enough, let's say we did have another referendum next year. If they lost that one, when's the next one? Should we, as part of... The Honourable Lady wants to tell me.
For giving way, and I've got some breaking news from. Democracy isn't a one-time event. And I'm interested, when we talk about timescales, if his party was to stand at the next general election on a manifesto commitment to have a referendum on taking the UK back into the European Union, and they in fact won that election, would his party not be within their right to hold that referendum?
Yeah, would they? Good point.
We would have been right. this is a great gotcha. But the whole point that I'm saying to them is that there is a question here for people in Scotland. When is enough enough? And no one has been able to answer that. If 2014 was not decided, the point I made a minute ago, if in 2014 the referendum had a different result, we wouldn't be having a second one. That would have been it. Yeah, that would have been it. So you've got the SNP can't consistently say every time we lose, that's not the end of it, but the one time we win, that is the end of it. That's the rules that they want to play to. I'm going to. I know there's many members opposite, many members on the benches next to me who are wanting to speak. So I want to make sure they get that opportunity. But I'm glad also that my honourable friend from Edinburgh South brought up the record of the SNP's record on education, because it is a compelling one. The truth is that for much of my lifetime, the Scottish educational system has been the envy of us in England. It is not the case now, and actually it has gone backwards, and it is very noticeable that the SNP constantly seem to want debates about the things that are not the responsibility of the Scottish Parliament, and yet run away from their actual record. Now, we come now to, I think, the point made by the Honourable Member for Motherwell about the fact that the Scottish people are entitled to money from the UK government, and they shouldn't be expected to be grateful for it. I absolutely agree with that. I recognise that we are in a union in which we all make contributions to it. There's some. It is the reality that more money is spent per head in Scotland than it is in Chesterfield, as one of these SNP members referred to previously. And it is also the case that there are contributions that Scotland make to the United Kingdom, both through defence in terms of Faslane and through oil receipts, and others in which Scotland's contribution is significant. That's why I think we're better together. So I reject it when people in my constituency say that they're resentful of the fact that Scotland do well out of the UK, and I also reject it when members of the Scottish National Party suddenly say that they don't want to that they want to sort of isolate oil revenues, as that's the only question in town, and talk all about that. Now, I mean, when the people of Scotland voted in that referendum in 2014, they clearly understood that there would be, in the region of 60 Scottish MPs in a parliament of 650. They knew that. So to consistently come back and suggest that somehow this is news to the people of Scotland who voted in that referendum is nonsense. People in Chesterfield have only once in the last 47 years voted for an MP who was a part of that government. Quite often, they've, in their contrary way, voted in a different way to that which the country has. That's how democracy works. But, I do think that there is a real bit of cakeism amongst the members of the Scottish National Party when the Honourable Member for Angus was saying, well, Bairns in Scotland are better off than Bairns in Chesterfield. He was saying, well, it's all about the Scottish Government. But then the member for Glasgow East says, oh, there's lots of poverty in Scotland, but that's the fault of the UK Government. When it's good, it's to do with Holyrood. When it's bad, it's to do with Westminster. And I don't think that is either helpful or sensible. Now, the Honourable Member for Perth and North Perthshire posed the question, can Scotland be a successful nation? He refused to define what a successful nation was, but he told us that every nation that was independent was successful. It's at the same time as he proposed a motion that said that the UK is failing. So we're clear in their eyes that the UK is failing. Every single country that is independent in their terms is successful, and we're asked to say, would Scotland be successful, without any description of what that success would look like. I don't think it is the case that those who believe Scotland is better inside the United Kingdom have any less confidence in the people of Scotland or have any less confidence in the contribution of Scotland, the economy of Scotland, the businesses of Scotland, the geology of Scotland, the challenges facing Scotland. We recognise all of those just the same. But we also recognise that it is the strengths of Scotland and the strengths of the other countries of the United Kingdom that collectively make us as strong as we are. And that is the case that we make. And it cheapens politics for people on the independent side to suggest they somehow have a greater patriotism than people on this side. I have to say, having watched my honourable friend from Edinburgh South when Scotland are playing football, there's no greater Scottish patriot than him, no more deluded Scottish football fan than him either. It is the case. You were doing well. I was doing well. Yeah, it is the case that people on all sides in Scotland are passionate about Scotland, are proud of being Scottish, but it is also the case that many of those also believe that Scotland's contribution to the United Kingdom and their contribution to being part of one of the major nations of the world is something they want to continue to have. So I'm glad this debate has taken place. I thank my honourable friend from Edinburgh South for the case that he has made today, because I think it was a compelling one, and I look forward to listening to other contributions.
Order. Order. Members will have noticed that there is something else going on today, and that various members have suddenly appeared in the chamber. The reason is that I am now about to announce the result of the ballot held today for the election of a new chair of the Health and Social Care Committee. 436 votes were cast, 4 of which were invalid. The counting went to 4 rounds. There were 401 active votes in the final round, excluding those ballot papers whose preferences had been exhausted. The quota to be reached was therefore 201 votes. Steve Brine was elected chair with 253 votes. He will take up his post immediately, and I congratulate him on his election. I know that the honourable gentleman in question is unavoidably detained elsewhere and cannot be in the chamber at this moment. The results of the count under the alternative vote system will be made available as soon as possible in the Vote Office and published on the internet. Thank you. We will now proceed. Deirdre Brock.
Madam Deputy Speaker. We spend a lot of time in this place talking about the many faults of Westminster governments and the constitutional arrangements that we and so many of our constituents object to. Indeed, I'll be touching on some of those a little later myself. But I wanted to start by talking about the possibilities, the opportunities we can explore in an independent Scotland. It's the possibilities suggested by a fully independent Scotland I find so exciting. Not something to be viewed with dread, but welcomed as a new start, away from the crumbling, ultra-conservative with a small c ways of this place. Imagine our small nation not strapped to the disintegrating dreams of an imperial past, but as a country making its own way in the world, deciding what best suits the needs of its people and being able to act on that. Looking outwards to the international community and playing its part in world affairs. Today, for example, the Scottish Government published its findings from interviews on establishing a feminist approach to foreign policy.
Hear, hear.
This approach to international affairs doesn't only seek to improve women's material positions around the world, but embraces a reorientation of foreign policy based upon cosmopolitan ideals of justice, peace, and pragmatic security. With reserved matters returned to us and the powers of a normal, independent country at our disposal, we'd be able to fully pursue innovative new ideas and build on our reputation as a trusted and valued global citizen. We'd no longer be held back by the dead hand of this place clamping down on change, held back by successive governments we haven't voted for, free from being at the mercy of Westminster government decisions made so often against our best interests by a government full of ministers that just don't get Scotland. its needs or its people. Freed from investment made without our say-so in obscenities such as Trident, successive disastrous MOD decisions on weapons that waste billions, and nuclear power with its toxic legacy. And shifting to life-affirming investments in our people, our renewables potential, our health and education systems, our social security, our infrastructure, our research and development, and so much more. Now, the country I grew up in, Madam Deputy Speaker, has flourished since it threw off the influences of Mother Britain, for the most part, although there is still unfinished business there, of course, and it hasn't looked back. If you asked Australians now if they wanted to creep back to the comfort of the UK's arms, they would laugh at you, because nothing beats being free to make your own decisions for yourself, to suit your own needs. That's as true for countries as it is for individuals, and it goes for the many countries that have extracted themselves from Westminster's grip. And you know what, Madam Deputy Speaker? I don't recall any of them being incapable of deciding what currency they'd use to the point where it stopped them from wanting independence.
Yes. I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I think she might have actually answered my question. I was going to ask her, is she aware of any nation that has become independent from the UK that has gone back?
No, indeed. And I think many of the arguments around this are just completely fatuous in my view. Now, the Tories seem to have forgotten the promises made during the last independence referendum to greatly strengthen devolution and Scotland's powers, but many of us in Scotland do not. They were as hollow as the promises made to the fishing communities before the EU referendum. We, like them, have been badly let down. Now, I do understand some of the fears we've heard expressed today, even from honourable members from other parties here today, about Scotland leaving the Union and regaining its independence. But surely even they would welcome the example of a good neighbour to raise all our standards. We could set an example to the world on how we do these things. And shouldn't we all be aiming to move away from the bad examples of failed states, of their disempowered parliaments? No more centralising of powers in the hands of a very few government ministers without parliamentary say-so and without the say-so of the people of Scotland. I mean, I've spoken before of the bizarre hankering for uniformity across these islands being seemingly at odds with traditional Tory thinking. I thought that lot were all for rugged individualism. But I guess that sort of centralising instinct is the kind of thinking you might expect from a team that crushes dissent, removes entirely or sidelines what's left of its talent, and somehow still gaslights the public into thinking the ship of government just sails on serenely. The UK Internal Market Act, Madam Deputy Speaker, for example, pushed through this place with indecent haste and sinking its claws into devolved responsibilities, despite objections from devolved parliaments, made it clear this government seeks to bring Scotland's standards down rather than improve English standards. That is a poverty of ambition that should haunt England for decades, but it shouldn't be allowed to hold back the rest of us. But under the myth of removing barriers to trade, the UKIM Act ignored those objections and sought to force Scotland and, of course, Wales into a lockstep union of diminishing standards and lessening protections, with a government determined to rip away what it calls red tape and the rest of us calls sensible precautions. That was not respectful co-decision making. It's interesting to hear the Minister getting a little bit irate about these points. This was not, despite all the many ministerial assurances otherwise, introduced with the intention of aiming for higher standards. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've sat in this place time and again been told legislation that appeared completely disadvantageous to Scotland's interests wasn't in fact so, and that we should simply trust in ministers' good intentions. And I have to say, I didn't believe them, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I was right not to. After Brexit removed us from the protections offered us by the EU, this government began chipping away at even the limited powers of devolution. The UKIM Act, amongst others, many others, have changed our constitutional arrangements without asking the people for their approval in a referendum. Although it has to be said they withheld their approval in the last Scottish parliamentary elections, where once again the Tories lost. Now, surely higher standards should be the goal, not lower. That is what an independent Scotland could take back control of once again, in consultation upon our return to the EU with our sister countries. Back to respecting higher standards, protecting consumers, the environment, brand reputations, our farming and fishing communities, the business and the investment sectors, our exporters, and protecting jobs. After my PMQ today, another area we'll be able to look at once independent could be the influence of organisations with opaque funding sources that have wormed their way into our politics. We've seen the recent spectacular crash of libertarian ultra-right-wing ideas espoused by some of those organisations to gullible politicians just a few weeks ago. For a long time, UK politics has been dominated by a variety of so-called think tanks set up as a front that are opaquely funded and refuse to declare their financial sources. And it's suspected much of their funding could come from individuals and organisations based overseas, but it's very difficult to prove. Some may have been involved in the Cambridge Analytica scandal that may have contributed to the success of the Vote Leave campaign in the EU referendum. These are the kind of shadowy organisations we could have the powers to take action against in an independent Scotland. Not to stop their voices. The principle of free speech is something I'd like to think that we can all agree on in this place, but to make clear to the public their funding sources and the possible vested interests at play so the Scottish public is fully informed and not played for fools. But to ensure this, of course, we need a genuinely independent body to regulate elections. In February, the Electoral Commission took what was a highly unusual step of writing a public letter to the Tory government to say that the provisions in the Elections Bill were inconsistent with the role that an independent electoral commission plays in a healthy democracy. The Elections Bill, you might recall, sailed through this place regardless. That is extremely worrying, contrary to international norms, and I think we would do much better. We could take a much larger role in addressing the climate crisis and in fully exploiting our renewables potential. Clearly, the existential threat of the climate emergency lies low on the new Prime Minister's list of priorities. Even now, in the year the UK hands over the COP presidency, he demotes both the Climate Minister and the COP26 President from the Cabinet. In the meantime, new oil and gas licences are being issued, even as the government must now come up with a new net zero strategy by March, after the High Court ruled its previous plan was unlawful. Meanwhile, the equivalent of almost 100% of Scotland's gross electricity consumption is now generated from renewable sources. And yet we remain locked in an energy market in which the price of electricity is not tied to the price of gas. Our contribution to the international fight against climate change gives a further glimpse of what might be possible with independence. That's true not just in terms of our own actions to cut emissions at home, but also in the proactive role in convening efforts on the world stage. Many of the worst consequences of the climate crisis are being felt in some of the poorest regions of the world by people least responsible for its causes. It is very pleasing, then, that young people and women from countries in the Global South are being given the opportunity to attend COP27 in Egypt as part of Scottish Government-funded programmes. Scotland was among the first nations to put fairness and justice at the heart of our international climate action. The Scottish Government's trebled the Climate Justice Fund to £36 million, including a financial commitment of £2 million to address loss and damage, the first country in the world to do so. That will help to meet the costs that would otherwise be borne by island nations and low-lying developing states. The SNP Scottish Government also led an international coalition resulting in the Edinburgh Declaration, urging increased action to tackle biodiversity loss. It now has 244 signatories from governments, cities and local authorities representing every continent. That ambition, innovation and pursuit of justice which have characterised Scotland's climate policy and international engagement just shows you the potential and hope that independence offers us. I mean, that's what this place finds so hard to crush in all of us who have that dream of a better Scotland. Hope. All we lack now is that final crucial faith in ourselves and our abilities to get there. I so look forward to shaking the dust of this place off our shoes and embarking on that fresh new path with that wealth of talented people, resources, rich history and culture behind us, granting us fair winds and grasping those opportunities that await us very soon.
Here. Order. I have tried to allow the debate to develop naturally without time limits. I had hoped there were a few speeches round about 7 or 8 minutes, which is perfectly reasonable. Since then, we've had some very long speeches. It would be better if we can manage without time limits, but that would mean people being self-disciplined and having round about 7 minutes or so, which is actually quite a long time.
Too long.
Alan Dorrans.
Here.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon. Madam Deputy Speaker, you will have heard this afternoon from many of my SNP colleagues who have spoken eloquently and brought to the attention of the House many reasons, backed by an impressive range of views, statistics and hard facts and reasoned arguments as to why Scotland should be an independent country. Madam Deputy Speaker, a bit of history. It is fair to say that the history between Scotland and England has been marked by frequent periods of insurrection by the Scots against English domination, frequent invasion of each other's countries, resulting in ongoing wars of independence. Beginning with the wars of independence from the late 13th century, including Scottish victories at Stirling Bridge, with the Scots led by William Wallace, who members will know was tried here in Westminster Hall in 1305, and who was hanged, drawn and quartered for an alleged crime of treason, an offence for which he could not be guilty because he swore no allegiance to the English crown. Following the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, led by Robert the Bruce, King Edward III and the English government recognised Bruce as being king of an independent Scotland in the Treaty of Edinburgh in 1328. Madam Deputy Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker now, it is recognised that the basis for the current Act of Union of 1907 and is used to justify the continuation of this form of government by Unionists. What is less well known is that at the time of this Act, that a majority of people in Scotland opposed this union, and it was negotiated by a very, very small minority of wealthy and influential people who were widely regarded as acting for their own benefit rather than on the benefit of the interests of the people of Scotland. It was widely reported at the time that there was rioting in Edinburgh and other towns across Scotland when the signing of the Act of Union was announced. Scotland, or at least the wealthy elite, were also pressurised into agreeing to this union by the introduction of the Aliens Act of 1706. This Act stated that unless Scotland agreed to negotiate terms for union and accepted Hanoverian succession by December 1705, that there would be a ban on all the imports of all Scottish staple products into England. Scotland would also lose the privilege of Englishmen under English law, thus endangering the right to hold property that they held in England. Many in Scotland considered themselves betrayed by their own elite, and as noted by Christopher Smout, the eminent academic and historiographer Royal in Scotland, who argues that the Act of Union was only able to pass thanks to the English bribery. This was also recognised by Robbie Burns, our national bard, born in my constituency of Ayr, Carrick and Cumnock, in which he decried and condemned those members of the Parliament of Scotland who signed the Act of Union. In his poem, Such a Parcel of Rogues in a Nation, which he penned in 1791, he concludes with the declaration, "But pith and power till my last hour, I'll mark this declaration. We were bought and sold for English gold, such a parcel of rogues in a nation." Clearly referring to the wealthy elite of Scotland at that time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, turning to the 2014 referendum, when the people of Scotland were bombarded with anti-independence propaganda, with the full weight of the English United Kingdom government and other union-supporting politicians in what has been rightly known as Project Fear. During this incessant campaign by unionist-biased media, including the BBC and several unionist-supporting newspapers, and an army of clandestine trolls and social media, the Scottish voting public were essentially scared out of voting for independence. Pensioners were terrified and influenced by the false assertions at the prospect that their pensions would not be paid in an independent Scotland. A number of large businesses would relocate to England, and that an independent Scotland would no longer be part of the European Union. We all know how that turned out, Mr Deputy Speaker. The people of Scotland are now wiser to this blatant pro-unionist propaganda, including the discredited vow. The people of Scotland will not be fooled again. Yes.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I'm sure the honourable gentleman will agree with me that what the people in Scotland now see, as they have been seeing since 2014, is that the Tories and Together are absolutely lockstep, hand in glove, working together, exerting every effort, straining every sinew to keep the people of Scotland trapped in this rotten union. And they will continue in the next referendum to going round chapping pensioners' doors and terrifying them into voting against Scottish independence, saying that they will lose their pension, saying they will lie about losing their pension. It's just a...
I welcome the intervention of my honourable friend. I totally agree.
Get their pension. They were. It's true. That's what happened.
Mr Deputy Speaker, a significant reason for the need to be independent is in the demographic deficit that exists in this United Kingdom. No matter how the people of Scotland vote, they will always be outruled by the government of the United Kingdom. We are dictated to by a government that the people of Scotland did not vote for. This is clearly demonstrated by Brexit, where 62% of the people in Scotland in all 32 local authority areas voted to remain in the European Union, but as we all know, Scotland was dragged out of Europe against our will. Yes.
Thank you for allowing me the intervention. I really take a great deal of offence at what he says about pensioners. But see, while we're on pensioners then, if you think that they were fearful of voting for yes because of propaganda from the BBC, etc., as you say it, can you tell us now, for the pensioners of Scotland, who will pay their pensions in independent Scotland?
The people of Scotland have paid into their pensions all of their working lives and will continue to be paid by the Scottish Government after independence.
Really? Are you serious?
Who's going to pay my Australian pension? Oh, I don't know.
You want the BP?
I wonder.
Mr Deputy Speaker, Scotland has a clear and unprecedented political mandate to be an independent country, as witnessed at the ballot box. This is shown by a number of SNP members elected at elections for the Westminster Parliament, the Scottish Parliament and the Scottish local authority elections. In 2019 general election, the SNP won 49 of the 59 available Scottish parliamentary seats in Westminster. This is a clear and indisputable mandate for Scottish independence. Since the elections for the Scottish Parliament just in May 2021, the SNP currently holds 64 of the 129 seats available, with Conservatives achieving only 31 and Labour 22. This is an outstanding achievement with a voting system designed to prevent a significant majority by any one political party. In the 2020 Scottish local elections held earlier this year, the SNP won 453 seats of the 122 seats available across the 32 local authorities. Again, this was more than any other single party. It must be emphasised that SNP MPs, MSPs and councillors won the highest number of seats of any party in every one of these elections, and they were all elected in a clear manifesto and commitment to Scottish independence. In short, Scotland has a clear political mandate to be independent and to hold a referendum on independence, and intend to do so on the 19th of October 2023. Mr Deputy Speaker, Scotland has what it takes to be a modern, forward-looking, successful, welcoming, independent country in the European Union, and not tied to a government in London they did not vote for and whose decisions and policies are not in the interest of the people of Scotland. We will always have a social and cultural relationship with our neighbours in England, but what we seek is to change the political relationship. where the decisions that affect the people of Scotland are best made by the people of Scotland. Decisions including immigration, economy, environment, defence and foreign policy best suited to the wishes and needs of the people of Scotland. Some of the unique benefits already exist in Scotland, introduced since the reintroduction of the Scottish Parliament, which are the envy of our neighbours in the British Isles and throughout the world, include enhanced childcare provision, free prescriptions and sanitary products, free bus travel for those over 60, disabled people and those under 22, the Scottish Child Payment described as game-changing, additional support for care-experienced young people, free university tuition based on the ability to learn rather than on the ability to pay, which has enabled people to obtain university education, and many more outstanding initiatives which demonstrate that Scotland is leading the world as a more equal, caring and compassionate country. Mr Deputy Speaker, Scotland has a long history of contributing to the modern world. I quote Winston Churchill, who commented, "Of all the small nations on this earth, perhaps only the ancient Greeks surpassed the Scots in their contribution to mankind." It was reported only last weekend in The Guardian that St Andrews University was assessed as being a top university in the United Kingdom, beating Oxford and Cambridge, and Scotland had a further 4 universities in the top 18 in the United Kingdom. But most importantly to the country, Mr Deputy Speaker, is our people. They are innovative, inventive people, and they contributed to developing all aspects of the modern world, including previously mentioned Robert Burns, Adam Smith, David Hume, Alexander Fleming, David Livingstone, Sir Sean Connery, Sir Alex Ferguson, Charles Rennie Mackintosh, J.M. Barrie, Alan Dorrance, thank you. James Watt, Andy Murray, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Sir Chris Howe, and many more, and outstanding politicians, including Keir Hardie, John Smith, and of course, Nicola Sturgeon, First Minister of Scotland. Mr Deputy Speaker, my colleague, the member for Stirling, memorably said in the European Parliament in 2019, prior to having Brexit forced upon us, "If we in Scotland are removed from our family of nations against our will, against our clearly democratically expressed view, independence will be our only route back. I'm asking you to leave a light on so that we can find our way home." Mr Deputy Speaker, there is much support in the European Union which indicates that Scotland will be warmly welcomed back into the European Union as a free and politically independent country. In conclusion, Scotland has its own unique identity, history and culture, and a diverse modern economy with an abundance of renewable energy resources, a world-class food and drink industry, a booming tourism sector, advanced manufacturing, financial and business services, and we're at the cutting edge of industries of the future, such as life sciences, which are the envy of countries across the world. In conclusion, I'm almost finished. I'm going to make progress. I'm almost finished. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to give way because the member has only been in the chamber a few minutes, and this debate has gone on for 3.5 hours. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, in addition, we have one of the most innovative, highly skilled, educated and resourceful people in the world. With independence, we will always get the government we voted for. We won't have to waste money on Westminster priorities such as Brexit and Trident, and we can have an economic and social policies fully tailored to Scotland's own circumstances. The decisions affecting Scotland must be made by the people of Scotland, and our future should be in our hands and not in those of a Conservative government that Scotland, as you've heard many times, has not voted for since 1955. I confidently predict that Scotland will be a thriving, more equal, fairer, greener and successful independent country, and we will find our way home and again be part of the European Union very soon. It's only a matter of time. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Order. If everybody could resume their seats. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker suggested 7 minutes. That was almost twice the limit that she suggested. So it really is not doing any favours for other colleagues on the SNP, the vast majority of which would want to contribute in this debate. So please, can you look to 7 minutes and no more? Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now, a few weeks ago, Christine Graham, MSP, and I co-hosted a cost of living support event in Gorebridge in my Midlothian constituency. We invited along energy providers, community groups, food banks and suicide prevention charities. On the day as constituents started arriving, they were able to access the help they needed. A part of me started to look around and think, well, it was a great success, it was brilliant to see so many people there. But then I had to stop myself, because you then start to think, how did we get here? How did we become a society where food banks are normal and where we simply accept that poverty is growing and not falling, or where suicide prevention charities are facing a record number of calls? The fact that we needed to hold the event in Gorebridge at all was an alarming sign that the UK state has failed. And when a country can't guarantee its citizens a decent standard of living with a roof over their heads and heat in their homes or food on the table, that country has failed to uphold its end of the social contract. And the most shocking thing about the crisis is that so much of it is inflicted by this government. For instance, the energy crisis in the UK is far worse than elsewhere because the government has kept energy companies private, ensuring that the money from bills goes towards profit and not the investment that could help ensure security of supply. And the severity of the cost of living in the UK has been exacerbated by this government's own incompetence, with a kamikaze budget sending mortgage rates skyrocketing and the pound crashing, which means less money in people's pockets, and the money that remains is worth less. The truth is, the UK has been the poor man of Europe for years, due to an economy set up to funnel wealth to the super wealthy and people like the current Prime Minister, it has to be said, rather than distributing it via fair ways and supporting those who need it most. And now we're reaping what has been sown. It is a global crisis, there's no doubt about that, but where other societies have been ready to catch the poorest in their safety nets, the UK, that net is a glaring hole. Somehow British exceptionalism has kept its grip in policy making, where we're no longer a particularly well-off society, but a society where a tiny number of people have immense wealth, and the idea that we're exceptional has meant the government has refused to look abroad to follow best practices time and time again. Take the idea of the windfall tax, and while other countries have gotten serious about taxing oil and gas companies and the record profits they've been making, we ignored this for months. Now we're left reeling from a failed Thatcherite experiment and looking down the barrel of austerity 2.0. With an economy so deliberately trashed, there's little option but to put money directly into people's pockets. But the government can't even get that right. I recently met an 89-year-old constituent who can't afford to heat her home because she, like thousands across Midlothian, rely on heating oil. Oil's prices has skyrocketed to the point where my constituent has spent £2,000 on it this year and expects to fork out at least another £1,000 over the coming winter. Yet this government's proposed support package for people using heating oil, £100. Not even enough to get through a tenth of the winter. I will very quickly.
Thank you, my friend, for giving way. Constituents in my area of Lanark have written to me about the issue of oil and the fact that the prices have continued to go up and the government's support is frankly woeful. Does he agree with me that the government must do more to support those who are off the grid, especially in rural communities, because they simply have no other choice?
I absolutely do agree with my honourable friend. I mean, the support in place is welcome, and I don't deny that, and I don't think anyone in here would do that. But what needs to happen is much, much more, because there are far too many people being left behind, especially those who are off the grid. At the moment, Mr Deputy Speaker, we're on a sinking ship. The UK's future is not bright, and there's little reason to doubt that our children's economic prospects are only going to become worse than our own. So the question is whether we look around the sinking ship and shrug our shoulders and say, well, it's always been fine up till now, there's no point trying to change it, we'll just be fine. Or we could try to do something different. We don't have to go down with that sinking ship, and certainly for those of us in Scotland, there is a lifeboat. It might be a smaller boat than the one we're currently on, but you get to be its captain, and the folk you share it with have the same direction as you in mind. And once you're out in the open water, you'll realise there's plenty of other wee boats out there that are all the same size as you, and they're working together so that they can weather the storms far better than the lonely old SS Britannia ever could. And that's what independence promises. It's not an instant fix, but it's the only reasonable path to a better future. And now, in a context where being part of this UK has left us with record inflation and soaring poverty, the idea that Scotland can't afford independence is simply laughable. When Norway became independent in the early 20th century, it was one of Europe's poorest countries. Ireland's era of independence began with a war and destruction, but for them, independence wasn't the problem, it was the solution. Independence allowed them to grab hold of all the economic powers at disposal and to respond to crisis however they wished. Now we look on to both of these as models of stunning economic success. The truth is that as part of the UK, we're in a pretty dire straits. And even if we choose independence, we'll inherit a mess that being part of the UK has left us with. That's not an argument against independence. That's the absolute fundamentals of absolutely why we need it, and we need it now. We can no longer afford to remain a part of this broken union any longer, and the people of Scotland need to be able to have that say, and they need to have it soon. Thank you.
Well, and that was within 7 minutes easily, so that's the way to do it. Kenny McCaskill.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate. It encapsulates the two crisis issues of our time: the collapse of the British economy and its kick-on effect into our society, and the vital need for Scottish independence. It's encapsulated in the phrase that Scotland is energy rich, and yet we have the perversity that Scots will be fuel poor this winter. For sure, the economy is faltering, and indeed as a result of the Truss experiment. But the rot had started before. It started with a hard Brexit forced upon Scotland. All that has happened is it has worsened and the pace has accelerated. As a consequence of that, we have the perversity that, as we have been taking part in this debate in this chamber, the Deputy First Minister of Scotland has been speaking in Holyrood, imposing swinging public service cuts that will impact upon the poorest in Scotland. What a perversity that has happened. Of course, the responsibility rests with the budgetary situation in the UK and the limited ability for the Scottish Government to react. But it's reason that we should be moving fast for independence, and that's where we have to ask what has been done. Mandates have come and mandates have gone, as manana followed manana. We're now told that there's to be a referendum next year, as I was told there was going to be a referendum next year ever since I first went into the SNP group in December 2019. Maybe there will be a referendum next year, but I have to say I don't see a great deal of preparation going on by the SNP or Scottish Government to ensure that it is actually going to take place or we are going to win it. But that takes away from the need that Scotland is sovereign. All we've had in terms of preparation has been a few papers, and I won't go further on that. The reference to the Supreme Court, frankly, far from being a wizard wheezed by the Scottish Lord Advocate, is a counsel of despair. We'll see what the outcome of that will be, but at the end of the day, it is the right of the Scottish people to choose their own destiny, and that cannot be usurped either by a UK Supreme Court or indeed by a British Parliament. The situation has changed as a result of Brexit. We did lose the referendum in 2014. We came remarkably close. The UK had to call in favours from all and sundry, including President Obama, and we just about did it. But we can do it the next time. But risk has also changed, because let's remember in 2014 the risk was that we would lose our EU membership. The risk was you would lose your pension or NHS that was so dear to you. The risk was that you would have a currency that wouldn't be stable. The risk was that you wouldn't be part of this good British force for good. And the situation is we've had Brexit and been ripped out of the EU, sterling is plummeting, the NHS and our pensions are being privatised and undermined, and Britain, far from being a force for good, is the international laughingstock. What's so great about being British when you can see the turbines turning from your home and you won't be able to heat your house this winter? But what's being done? Where is the action? And that's why I have to go on to what needs to be done. First of all, the bill for referendum should be lodged in the Scottish Parliament. If you don't have a Lord Advocate who's prepared to do it, then get a minister or other member of your party to do it. Lodge it forthwith, so that when it does come before the Supreme Court, as it has been, and they have to make their decision, it's not simply a referral from the Scottish Government. It is the sovereign will of the Scottish people that their Parliament have decided, and that stands behind it. The Scottish National Party still have the time to get this out of the fire and to make sure that Holyrood passes that bill. But secondly, let's call a Scottish Constitutional Convention, because at the end of the day, the people of Scotland are sovereign. They should be sovereign, as we've heard from speaker after speaker, especially on these benches, should be sovereign from those who they elect, not a government that we've never elected since 1955. Why do we need a Scottish convention? Look around you. How many people do we have on the Tory benches? 5. How many are sitting on Labour benches? 4. Is this going to make any difference? What matters? What matters is that people of Scotland's elected representatives should decide. In February 2020, the First Minister of Scotland said she would call a constitutional convention. Let's call that constitutional convention. Let's make it clear that it's the Scottish people, through their democratically elected— no, I don't have time in the moment, and I'm running out— through a democratically elected Scottish representatives, whether to this chamber, to other chambers, or indeed senior members of local government. No, I won't, because the only speaker from my party, your party, have undermined the cause of independence, sided with the Tories, and that's why you've paid the electoral price. So I continue, as I say, Mr Deputy Speaker, we need a constitutional convention. We need to see the First Minister lead from the front and get active in demonstrations in support of Scottish democratic sovereignty and the legitimate right of our people. We need to pursue this not just through a UK Supreme Court, but need to pursue it through international courts and international aspects. This is a position in which we have to make a stand. The Scots are going to struggle this winter. That an energy-rich Scotland sees people probably dying as a result of the fuel crisis is simply perverse. We have had enough mandates. It is time that we have had our right to have our choice. That has to be delivered through a referendum. If they will not give a referendum, then other route needs to be chosen. The Scottish people are not going to get any satisfaction here from either side of that chamber, and that's why we have to make sure that it is the convention and the democratic right of the Scottish people that prevails.
Stephen Bonner.
Before I begin, can I just take the opportunity to remind the House that no asylum seeker raided or looted pension funds, and no asylum seeker has used fire and rehire tactics to sack an entire workforce. And no asylum seeker has tanked the economy, and no asylum seeker is illegal. I rise, Mr Deputy Speaker, to speak in favour of the motion as laid before the House today. Mr Speaker, the UK that Scotland voted to remain part of in 2014 is gone. Brexit has seen to that. The security and the freedoms of our place in the EU, as promised with that no vote, is gone. Brexit has seen to that. The financial stability of the broad shoulders of the UK has gone. Brexit continues to see to that, and of course the previous Prime Minister and our Chancellor assisted that in quite spectacular fashion for all the world to see. The Tory cost of living crisis is spiralling, completely out of control. It's putting lives and livelihoods at risk, with our poorest households in our communities being hit the hardest of all. The reality is we can no longer afford not to be independent in Scotland. As things stand, Mr Deputy Speaker, the poorest people in the UK are the poorest people in the whole of Western Europe, while the richest in the UK are the most wealthiest in the whole of Western Europe. That's right, folks. The poorest people in Western Europe are in London, they're not in Lisbon, and they're not in Larne. And the hardest working and the poorest paid with the poorest pensions, they're in Belsill, they're not in Berlin, and they're not in Bern. That gap, Mr Deputy Speaker, that figure between the richest and the poorest tells us all we need to know about this right-wing Tory government and their priorities, all after 12 painful years in power. 15, if you remember the coalition of chaos with the Liberal Democrats. Economy broken, NHS decimated, immigration out of control, standing in the world laughingstock. It is quite a shameful record. And if they have any desire at all to change it and ease the pressures on Scottish households, then it is imperative that this government uprates also social security benefits in line with the current rates of inflation. We, as representatives of the people, all of us in this House, must do all we possibly can to support the most vulnerable through this cost of living crisis. The Tories must ensure that universal credit uplift is reinstated for all, is increased to £25 per week, and that they extend it to all those people who have been left on legacy benefits like some kind of Tory afterthought, not worthy of their attention. And we must also protect our pensioners. This government's triple lock betrayal in relation to the state pension is an undiluted attack on pensioners' incomes. Again, today, the Prime Minister refused the opportunity to give them some peace of mind by committing to that triple lock. Those same pensioners who are the poorest in Western Europe, with the lowest pensions, and who are among the most hard hit with this cost of living crisis. Over a decade of Tory policies have pushed people deeper into poverty, further into destitution, and families are out there right now fighting hunger. This is the Union.
Honourable Frank Gibway.
I will, thank you.
He's making a very powerful speech, and he was talking about those people fighting poverty. Would he agree with me it's a disgrace that because of the actions of this place and Brexit, that we've seen food inflation pushed to such high levels where we now see basic items at 60% up on a few years ago? It's just really hard for people to survive in those circumstances, isn't it?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. It doesn't matter what area, whether it's food, whether it's housing increases, whether it's mortgage rates. We are being attacked from every single possible angle, and this government is sitting on its hands. And what they're doing is rearranging the chairs on a sinking ship every now and again, and it is doing no good for the people out there. The last few months, Mr Deputy Speaker, have made it abundantly clear Scotland cannot rely on this UK government as we attempt to get Scotland through this cost of living crisis. It is vital that we have a choice, and the choice is thus: we can choose the insular chaos of this place, we can choose to continue to live amid the ruins of this broken union and among the self-destructive whims of these two parties, or we can choose a different way. We can choose to be free from the perennial damage of Brexit, the worst of which is still to bite. We can have the choice of what priorities are for the Scottish people, the choice of how we plan and deliver on our green future, on how we treat the most vulnerable in our communities. As I said, no person is illegal. No. And of course, the choice for the Scottish people to determine their own futures free of Westminster rule. Yeah. We can choose... Yes, I will.
Thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and he is making a very, very powerful and impassioned speech. I wondered if he shares my deep disappointment that the Labour Party in Scotland would rather work with the Tories to keep Scottish households locked into this destructive union rather than help Scotland work towards a better future when it governs its own affairs.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention. I agree with every single word she said. I'm here from North Lanarkshire. Labour talk about no coalitions. Labour in North Lanarkshire Council are being propped up not only by Conservatives in North Lanarkshire, but by a sole British unionist politician. That is the Labour Party, and they can play two sides of the same coin because they have to appeal to the Tory voters down here to squeeze a couple of them across to get through the door. Would you like to intervene? Yeah? But no, he's no. I will continue. I'll continue on. We can choose, Mr Speaker, I was talking about choices. We can choose to be a member of the European Union. We can choose our independence. And with that, Scotland could be part of a huge single market, which is seven times the size of this shrinking UK market. If we look north to Norway, its national income per head is around 48% higher than that of the UK's. Ireland's 45% higher. Denmark, 30% higher. The Netherlands, 25% higher. Austria, 24% higher. All comparable nations to our wee bit of Hill and Glen. If he wants to go on his feet, he can. If he's going to chunter, sit down and keep quiet, and we'll get on with it. Okay? Through the membership of the European Union, please do.
On looking north to Norway and on the Union, I've just got some stats here. I tell you who looks north to Norway. It's probably Orkney at the moment. Orkney voted against devolution in 1997. Orkney voted against independence. Orkney has never voted for the SNP, and Orkney has a government it's never voted for, and it's in Holyrood. Should they have independence?
Don't be silly.
I won't. I think the gentleman has made some pretty ridiculous points that I won't entertain. I'm going to move quick on because Mr. Speaker has really pushed for time, and so am I. I mentioned through that membership of the European Union, independent Ireland has dramatically reduced its trade dependency on the UK. It's diversifying itself into Europe, and in the process, its national income per head has once again overtaken that of the United Kingdom. Scotland simply cannot afford to be part of the UK any longer. The positive case for the Union has evaporated. Now is the time to leave the broken Westminster system behind, Mr Deputy Speaker, to have our full powers of independence so that we can begin to set Scotland on the right path. And just finally, and I want to make this perfectly clear, the reality is that the Better Together No campaign, of which these two parties cozied up to each other, was based on lies and it was built on fear. For that, Brexit and its ramifications on our freedoms has rendered the 2014 referendum out of date, and quite simply, to the people I represent, the result is no longer valid. No government in this place, not Tory, not Labour, offers Scotland's people a route back into Europe. They both back Brexit, well, we back Scotland, and the only route back to Europe for Scotland is for the Scottish independence.
Angus MacNeill. Thank you very much, Staple, Mr Speaker. And a great pleasure and privilege to follow the member for Coatbridge, Christen and Bellsill in an absolute barnstorm of a speech. Excellent. It's been a good debate, Mr Speaker. And I was to extend a hand, a bit of friendship across the chamber. I was particularly taken by the member of Banff-and-Buchan, who could at least accept interventions and deal with debate, unlike the Secretary of State for Dumfries and Galloway, who called for debate and sensible debate and serious debate, but wouldn't actually debate. But Mr Speaker, something very interesting happened in this debate here today. The member for Perth and North Perthshire has to be particularly congratulated. In one speech, he got 6 unopposed motions through this Parliament. Now, in 1266, on the 2nd of July 1266, Mr Speaker, we had the Treaty of Perth, which joined the Hebrides and Isle of Man to Scotland. But I think after that speech, we can have maybe the statutes of Perth of the 2nd of November 2022, which would have the 6 motions that he got passed in his speech, and the first being a magnificent achievement of having all the parties here agreeing, maybe not the Lib Dems, that as independent Scotland would be a successful independent country. And Mr Speaker, we have to see where we are today and our starting point. And as Robert Burns said, to see yourselves as others see you. In the Atlantic magazine, a 165-year-old publication in Washington, DC last week, they had an article about the UK, which Scotland is in. And the subject of this interesting article, titled How the UK Became One of the Poorest Countries in Western Europe, were an absolute avalanche of facts and statistics. Some of them, I think, should be put in front of the House today. Behind the lurid headlines, Mr Deputy Speaker, however, there is a sorry story of decades-long economic dysfunction that will lessons for the future. The UK, a wealthy nation, that gave a modern capitalism to the industrial world, but strictly by the numbers. Britain is a pretty poor for rich place. Pretty poor for a rich place. UK living standards have fallen significantly behind those of Western Europe. By some measures, in fact, real wages in the UK are lower than they were 15 years ago, and are likely to be even lower next year. To see yourselves as others see you. Under the Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher in the 1980s, markets were deregulated, unions smashed, and the financial sector emerged as a jewel of Britain's economy. However, Thatcher's injection of neoliberalism had complicated knock-on effects. When the global financial crisis hit in 2008, it hit hard, smashing the engine of Britain's economic ascent. Weary of deficits, the British government pursued a policy of austerity, the folly of George Osborne, fretting about debt rather than productivity and aggregated demand. The results were disastrous, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I could go on, but I would commend the article to anybody to read exactly what has been said about the UK from this influential American publication. And it is so unlike what is going on in Ireland and the other countries that we've mentioned that are ahead of us in Scandinavia and the Nordic countries in the Human Development Index. We live in a state basically that governs for London. And they say in a final excerpt, I'll read from them, take out Greater London, the prosperity of which depends on an uncomfortable degree on a willingness to provide services to oligarchs in the Middle East and the former Soviet Union. The UK is one of the poorest countries in Western Europe. We live in a state that governs for London and governs for nowhere else and demands that the rest of us should be grateful. There is no meaningful engagement with other parts of the UK. Last week, the University of Parma in Italy published a report from my constituency in Hillingen in Year. The report was titled Migrants as Actors of Scottish Rural Depopulation. It called for two things in their extensive study: the removal of the English language skills, a barrier to people coming to work, making it not an entry condition but an integration goal. And as we've seen in the Hebrides, people who do come do learn English. Some even learn words of Gaelic. And it is amazing what actually happens on the ground outside the fantastical thinking of the Home Office, and deal with an occupation list that shows up regional needs. They can do this in Switzerland. We can do this in the UK. If we lived in a proper union, the Home Office wouldn't be a faraway home counties office. We would need to beseech the Home Office, send letters to the Home Office, or meet with a revolving door of immigration ministers at the Home Office. We would not need to send delegations to the Home Office. The Home Office would come to us to find out what the problems were and to try and deal with those problems. The fact is, the Home Office and the UK government are not interested. Migrants, as we know, are important. A small stat that was in the report: the 3% of migrants that we were lucky to have come to Nihilling in a year contributed 7% of our island births. Our island's future depends on them, our culture depends on them, our lives in the islands depend on them going forward, but the Home Office is not interested. Scotland and the UK will see a population decrease. It is expected to fall 2%, and some might think this is a unique Scottish problem, but it's not. When we see the difficulties we have around about us, we understand why. The UK is failing. Now, our neighbours in Ireland, when Scotland will see a decrease in the next 30 years, will see an increase of 20%. Our neighbours in Iceland will see their population increase by 32%. Our neighbours in Norway will see that population up by 13%, and the neighbours in Denmark will see the population go up by 10%. All this is illustrative of, no matter what they say about the statistics, the UK is failing Scotland, and is particularly failing rural Scotland. And the best example of this, the most geographically isolated of all the places, the Faroe Islands, over the same period, will see their population rise by 6%. We need to have something done about this, and the only thing that can happen that's going to make a material difference is to take control of these matters, in the way Iceland has, in the way Norway has, in the way Denmark has, in the way everywhere sensible has, and therefore we will see our population grow. It is absolutely reprehensible that we have a Labour Party that will go shoulder to shoulder with Better Together and denude and degrade the rural populations of Scotland, because they do not care. Quite simply, they do not care at all. Now, a number of people will ask then, when we say where we need to go with Scotland, what are we going to do, how are we going to finance it? They never point out or realise that the UK has not paid its own way for 70 to 80 years. In fact, of all the monies borrowed in the last 70 to 80 years, it has only paid back 1.7% of that. The UK has been failing. In Margaret Thatcher's years, one of the people who misleads and beguiles the Tory party, for 9 of her 11 years, she ran a deficit. And if it wasn't for the subsidy of Scottish oil, she would have probably run a deficit for 11 of those 11 years. Because £1 in every 12, 8%, she had a bonus for tax revenue of 8% coming from Scotland's natural resources, which she squandered, and that party squandered, unlike what happened in Norway when that money was saved for the good of the people. Now, very soon, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are going to have the Supreme Court deciding on what happens in Scotland. And it's very likely that the Scotland Act of 1998 does not have the powers for the Parliament to hold a referendum. And that will leave us with a choice of whether we wait to have a Westminster election, because we will have a ballot box event deciding on Scottish independence, whether it's a referendum or an election, or we have a Holyrood election, or we engineer an election at Holyrood itself with one simple question on Scottish independence and get ourselves safe and away from these economic extremists, these pile of economic extremists that we have at the United Kingdom Parliament and the United Kingdom Government. That is a debate for us internally. and it's a debate for Scots, and I hope we have that debate and hope we decide rationally and collectively together on which way we will choose when I think, as probably likely will, that the Supreme Court will say the powers do not exist to have a referendum under the Scotland Act. We have ways after that, we have options after that. But people here who object to Scotland deciding and think Scotland doesn't have its right to self-determination are going to be sorry and be very disappointed. We will have our say. The people of Scotland can speak. They will speak. Democracy is not a one-term event. Democracy demands that after the events of 2016, when Scotland was taken out of the EU against its will, that Scotland shall speak and Scotland shall decide, and none of us can say no to the people. Nobody can say to a nation, you will go this far and no further. Because if Scotland wants to go further, Mr Deputy Speaker, Scotland will, and it will go to independence. Thank you.
Well, that was another long 7 minutes, wasn't it? But exactly. Christine Jardine, please show Mr McNeill how it's done.
I'll do my best, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much. This is one Scot who can speak, who will speak, but who will not repeat some of the nonsense we've heard from this side of the House already this evening. I have to say, when I saw this motion, actually, like my honourable friend from Edinburgh South, I was pleased. I thought, at last, we are going to talk about the economic damage that has been done to our country, and by our country I mean the United Kingdom, by the Conservative government. At last we're going to talk about the damage done by the financial event, or whatever you want to call it, last month, about the need for the triple lock, about the damage that's been done to our economy and the mismanagement through the pandemic, because, Mr Deputy Speaker, that is what my constituents in Edinburgh West talk to me about when I go to their doorsteps. They want a change, they want a different government, they want a different approach. But the thing they don't want, and the thing they regularly tell me, is that they are fed up hearing about independence, which is why, like my honourable friend from Edinburgh South, I was disappointed that we have yet again this obsession brought up in the House. Because regardless of what might be claimed, the Scottish National Party does not speak for the people of Scotland. The Scottish National Party does not even speak for the majority of the people of Scotland. At the last count for Westminster, my honourable members on the benches here spoke for 45% of the people of Scotland, which means that those of us elsewhere in this House speak for the majority of the people in Scotland. And the majority of people in Scotland want the government, both governments in fact, to focus on... I listen to you, if you don't mind, honourable member. The people of Scotland want both of their governments to focus on the problems that they are facing, to focus on the energy prices that we are all facing this winter, to focus on the cost of living, which is forcing families to choose between feeding their children and heating their homes. And they want the First Minister of Scotland, they tell me, to drop the independence obsession and focus on the problems that they face now. Now, one of the other things that's been raised with me recently on the doors in Edinburgh is Europe and Brexit, and the SNP claim that the people of Scotland were dragged out of Europe against their will. One of my constituents said to me angrily a few weeks ago, "Can you please tell the Scottish National Party to stop appropriating my vote?" I did not vote for Scotland to be in the European Union. I voted for the United Kingdom to be in Europe, and I voted to stay in the United Kingdom. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe in the free will of the people of Scotland. I believe in the settled will of the people of Scotland because I worked for a Scottish Parliament unlike the Scottish National Party until the very last minute. I believe that the people of Scotland have free will, and I believe that they exercised it in 2014 when they voted to stay within the United Kingdom. Now, the second half of the motion that we have before us today talks about the economic plans for Scotland, about the Scottish Government's independent paper series. Now, I am well aware that if I now start to criticise those papers and I start to talk about the flaws within them, I will be accused of speaking for Project Fear. That is why I am going to quote some independent assessments. David Phillips of the Fiscal Studies IFS said that the Scottish Government's new paper on post-independent economic plans skirts around what achieving sustainability would likely require in the first decade of an independent Scotland. Bigger tax rises or spending cuts that the UK Government will have to pursue. Professor Richard Murphy, Professor of Accounting Practice at Sheffield University Management School. I think that this paper lays out a policy that would be disastrous for Scotland. Now, my honourable member in front of me mentions Robin McAlpin. And rather than use rather unparliamentary language, I won't use his full quote.
But you'll use the same quote.
Except to say that he doesn't really have any solutions for the border. And economist John McLaren in The Scotsman concluded, the report is incoherent as it refuses to acknowledge exceptional circumstances and necessary trade-offs. Mr. Speaker, the problem we have in Scotland, a great many of us, is that we believe that the United Kingdom is not perfect. It needs reform. We need to move forward to a more federal system. But what we do not need to do, is break it up at a time particularly of economic crisis and hardship for our people, which it will only make worse simply because we want to pursue an ideological obsession which is not in the best interest of the majority of the people of Scotland. One last point. One of the honourable members on the Labour benches was ridiculed for using the example of Orkney. I would point out to the honourable members that during the last independence referendum, there was a saying, it's Shetland's oil. Orkney and Shetland have never voted for the SNP at Holyrood. And for more than 70 years, they have voted for Liberal Democrats at Westminster. The people of Scotland are a diverse, wonderful body who have many different bodies, many different voices that they do not want to hear silenced by the SNP in the way that you constantly try to do. So please, have respect. I would ask the MP to have respect for the many voices and to listen to the people of Scotland when they say, it's the economy, stupid. Focus on that. Thank you.
Ronnie Cowan.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Norway's been mentioned a lot this afternoon, hasn't it? And I had the good fortune to visit Norway last week, and I met with representatives from Parliament, government, academia, civil service, trade unions, NGOs, and I was struck by the way in which they worked together with respect and trust to create a better Norway for everyone. Had I suggested to them that they were too small to be an independent nation and that they would be better sharing their governance or their financial levers with their Scandinavian neighbours, they would have laughed me out of the room. And I noticed that none of the unionist MPs on the trip with me asked that question either. Strange how that respect is afforded to Norway, but not Scotland. Norway, a small, northern, European, independent sovereign nation of 5 million people. Of course, Norway have alliances with other countries within which they cooperate, but all that is negotiated between equals who respect each other. Norway became independent in 1905 and has never looked back. They have experienced some tough times, but Norwegians took on the problems and Norwegians solved them. That's how normal countries work. It reminded me of Hugh MacDermot's poem, Scotland, small, or multiform, or infinite Scotland, small, only as a patch of hillside, maybe a cliché corner to a fool who cries, nothing but heather. When in September, another sitting there and resting and gazing around sees not only the heather, but blaeberries with bright green leaves already turned scarlet, hiding ripe blue berries, and amongst the sage-green leaves of the bog myrtle, the golden flowers of tormental shining, and on the small bare places where little black-faced sheep found grazing, milkworts blue as summer skies, and down in neglected peat hags, not worked in a living memory, sphagnum moss and pastel shades of yellow, green and pink, sundew and butterwort waiting with wide-open sticky leaves for their tiny winged prey, and nodding harebells vying in their colour with the blue butterflies that poise themselves delicately upon them, and stunted rounds with harsh dry leaves of glorious colour. Nothing but heather, how marvellously descriptive and incomplete. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, that is how it works. If the Unionists think Scotland is too small, then they make it so, because of their crushing lack of ambition and confidence in themselves and their fellow Scots. But don't enforce a dystopian vision of an impoverished Scotland on me. I choose McDermott's view of a flourishing Scotland over the barren views of the Unionists any and every day of the week. So maybe ask yourselves why Scotland hasn't voted for the Conservatives and Unionists in any significant numbers since 1955. Among the statistics that outline Scotland's wealth and, importantly, its potential, it's interesting to note that we are actually 61% of the seawater of the United Kingdom and have the majority of natural gas, crude oil, coal reserves, timber production, and so on. Not what you'd expect for a country that is told that it is dependent on Westminster, that we are too poor to be independent. But as we transition away from fossil fuels, there are two figures which interest me more. Scotland has over 25% of all the wind and wave energy potential in Europe. That's where our energy will come from as part of our clean, green, renewable energy package, providing for today's needs while safeguarding the future for generations to come. And the second figure is that Scotland has 90% of all the UK's surface fresh water. 90%. Where the economists predict that water will be the new oil, we have more water in Loch Ness than all of England and Wales combined. In Scotland, we have 31,000 freshwater lochs. That equates to Scotland having about 100 times more water than it uses. We can be self-sufficient in beef, sheep, dairy, pig, cereal, potato. We're not too poor. We must not be allowed ourselves to be drawn down into the poverty mindset of the Scottish Unionist parliamentarians. Their poverty of aspiration does not reflect the economy of an independent Scotland. It reflects their desire to maintain a status quo and scare the people of Scotland into compliance. Complying with a UK government that has shown itself to be economically illiterate, out of touch with the needs of the majority of the people, and only interested in the inner machinations of their own party. But there is only one way in which Scotland can experience the benefits of our own resources, and that is when all political decisions made for the people of Scotland are made by the people of Scotland. Only one path that leads to greater ownership and responsibility. Only one outcome that provides the autonomy and the power required to grow and develop vibrant, inclusive and sovereign nation. And that is independence from the corrupt and moribund United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. With an independence referendum, we have an opportunity to re-establish an independent nation and, importantly, design that nation. We have all the financial levers. Together we can design welfare, banking, taxation, land ownership, foreign policy, defence, education, energy, health and transport in a fashion and to a standard that we feel fitting and appropriate, built by Scotland for all of Scotland. A wind of change is blowing, and it will bring with it a nation full of hope and ambition, opportunity, respect, cooperation and equality. It is up to everyone who believes that Scotland must be a free, independent, sovereign nation, if it is to reach its potential, to work together to achieve that aim. If we allow ourselves to become fractionalised and as a force we are beaten, we must keep our eyes on the prize and we shall achieve our goal.
Damien Griffith.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, it's very important that we do not confuse the institution of the UK Government with this shambles of a Tory government. Their performance over the last 12 years, compounded by the disastrous budget on the 23rd of September, followed by 4 weeks of inaction, being too slow to stop the damage, has left people up and down the country in real difficulties, has left our allies shocked and our reputation trashed on the international stage. People are now facing higher mortgage payments, higher interest rates, a 12-year squeeze on public sector pay and benefits, and rampant inflation, all because of this Tory government's obsession with tax cuts for the rich. To that extent, I very much agree with the first part of the motion on the paper. But we must separate out the failure of this Tory government from the concept of being in the United Kingdom. Now, I'm very proud to be Welsh and to speak Welsh, and I know Scottish people are very, and quite rightly, proud to be Scottish, but I'm also proud to be British. We in Wales and Scotland have so much to gain from being part of the UK. This is not about some nostalgia for an outdated view of the United Kingdom, but it's a recognition of the UK's current position in the world. Now, admittedly, this Tory government has done their best to try and trash that reputation, but nevertheless, we are an important economy, the 6th largest national economy in the world, and we are in the G7. That gives us influence that Wales and Scotland would never have on their own, an influence that can be used for good. As we saw when the banks crashed in the economy and caused the financial crisis in 2008, and Labour Prime Minister Gordon Brown was instrumental in persuading other world leaders to take the necessary mitigating action, showing real leadership. The same Gordon Brown who got an agreement from the G7 in 2005 to get the debts of the 18 poorest countries in the world cancelled by the World Bank and the IMF. And I could go on talking about him tackling the AIDS and HIV crisis and providing girls' education worldwide. This is the sort of influence that we can wield as the UK. Likewise, on climate change, this is of huge concern to many people in Wales and Scotland, and we all recognise that tackling climate change has to be a joint effort, but not just a joint effort across the UK, but by nations across the world. So as the UK, we have much greater influence, and notwithstanding the appalling pantomime we've seen from the current Prime Minister, first snubbing COP27, and the success of which, of course, is vital for the very future of life on Earth, and finally being shamed into grudgingly attending. But in the past, we as the UK have used our influence to the good. When Labour was in government, we passed the Climate Change Act, a world first, and we showed leadership on the world stage from Kyoto to Copenhagen climate conferences. Now, Labour has delivered on devolution to Wales and Scotland, which has enabled us to do things differently. In Wales, for example, Labour put a moratorium on fracking. Labour's allowed and encouraged the rollout of onshore wind and provides a wide range of additional support grants to help the poorest. And we are now consulting on radical changes in business rates. Indeed, Scottish Labour has called on the SNP to use its power to do more by topping up the Scottish Welfare Fund, writing off school meals arrears and providing extra funds for money advice services. There are things that we can do. But critical to getting the best from devolution is a good relationship between UK government and the devolved national governments. Now, our Labour vision for the relationship between the UK government and the devolved nation governments is one of respect and cooperation, a union of nations who want to work together for the greater good of all. Unfortunately, that's not always been the case from this Tory government, as we saw most recently with the Tory PM, the former Tory PM, my apologies, failing to pick up the phone to the Welsh or Scottish First Minister in her term of office. This is precisely the sort of behaviour we do not want, because of course it breeds resentment and makes us feel angry, and the Tory government is just feeding the calls for independence. Likewise, with the Internal Market Act, we saw a Tory government riding roughshod over the devolved nations, driving forward acceptance of the lowest common denominator in terms of environmental standards, whereas we could have had a much more constructive and consensual dialogue. We must not forget that things could be different. Now, with the recent trade treaties with Australia and New Zealand, the officials in the Department for International Trade were helpful in working with Welsh Government, but that should not be left to chance. We need a proper concordat which enshrines proper processes and consultation to accord the devolved nations the respect and influence they deserve on issues which affect Wales and Scotland respectively. So yes, we definitely need to improve the working of devolution and the relationship between devolved governments and the UK government. But the answer is not independence, not because Scotland could not be independent, but because there are substantial issues which need to be considered, which the SNP tends to gloss over. And as my honourable friend for Edinburgh South has set out so clearly, there is the issue of the new currency being devalued, causing major difficulties with people being paid in the new currency but having to repay mortgage payments at the value of the UK pound. the problem of how Scotland would cope with its share of the national debt, the UK national debt, not to mention, of course, the uncertainty over pensions. Now, we've all seen the complications that Brexit has thrown up. Bearing in mind that the majority of Scottish exports go to the rest of the UK, the idea of a hard border, as the First Minister of Scotland has proposed, will be sending shudders through Scotland's economy. But of course, ultimately, it's the opinion of the people in Scotland that matters. And as has been mentioned already, 18 out of the last 19 opinion polls have shown that a majority are not in favour of independence. They want the Scottish Government to concentrate on helping them with their day-to-day problems and to stop obsessing about independence.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have to say, I was shocked at the previous speaker's contribution. In 2014, I campaigned for an independent Scotland as a member of the Labour Party. I joined the SNP after the referendum, and my final straw was when Labour joined the Tories in September 2014 to vote for airstrikes in Iraq. Independence is not about the SNP or Nicola Sturgeon. It's about self-determination for the people of Scotland. From COVID contract scandals to making their rich mates lords, there is so much that is broken about Westminster and how this place protects the rich. This year, Shell has paid zero windfall tax in the UK, despite making record global profits of nearly £26 billion. BP made £7.1 billion between July and September, more than double its profits for the same period last year. And this is at the same time that I have constituents who are struggling to heat food that they're getting from food banks. So not only can they no longer afford to buy food, they have to eat food cold because using microwaves, ovens or stoves is simply too expensive. This isn't a national disgrace. It's immoral, it's evil and it's corporate greed backed by Downing Street that takes more and more for themselves and lines their own pockets and couldn't care less about the ordinary person. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, this year in the multiple Tory leadership elections, actually, and who knows, we might have some more, the Tory candidates completely relinquished the fact that they were literally in government. So they were making the decisions. They sat at the cabinet table and they've sat there for years. That lot have had 12 years in Downing Street. They've spent the last decade systematically dismantling the social security system and othering some of the most vulnerable in our communities. And we've heard in this very chamber from a Tory MP say, and I'm quoting this from Hansard, we have generation after generation who cannot cook properly. They cannot cook a meal from scratch and they cannot budget. That's revolting. Poverty is deepening and it's sickening, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the people of Scotland don't vote for the Tories, yet we're going to be subjected to austerity 2.0. The UK economy and the financial mismanagement from Westminster is simply not working for Scotland. The Tories are delivering low productivity, stagnant wages, high inequality and high poverty rates. And we could use the full powers of independence to build an inclusive, fair, well-being economy that works for everyone in Scotland. And with independence, we can develop an immigration policy which aligns with the values of the people of Scotland. Westminster is broken, and this isn't limited to the Tories. The Labour Party, so my grandfather, my immigrant grandfather, always voted for the Labour Party. Yet recently we heard from their leader say that there's little difference, essentially, on immigration between them two. That is shameful. That's not something to be proud of. It's disgrace. And I am so proud. I'm not going to listen to you. You've had your time to speak. You can intervene. It's exactly what he said. It's exactly what he said. And I am so proud of the rejection from these benches of the hostile and xenophobic refugee and anti-immigrant policies from that side of the House. And there are already stark differences of asylum policy between both governments. So the Tory government wants to send people who are literally fleeing war and persecution to Rwanda, whilst the Scottish government's new Scots refugee integration strategy is pushing a trauma-informed approach approach to ensure that the voices of those seeking asylum are placed at the heart of policy. Mr Deputy Speaker, no human being is illegal. And to quote Worcestershire, you have to understand that no one puts their children in a boat unless the water is safer than the land.
Yeah.
And it's this creeping normalisation of othering from the Tories that is so chilling. I cannot believe that the Home Secretary had the audacity to stand at that dispatch box and use the word invasion. And forget the context, just the fact that she used the word invasion is shameful. And we also heard in this chamber a Tory MP say, "I do not wake up every day worrying about the welfare of people who have illegally entered our country." Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I feel compassion and concern for those who are fleeing war just as much as I feel compassion and concern for those living in poverty. These are not binary choices. Yet, this is straight out of the right-wing playbook. Whether you're working class, an immigrant, gay, lesbian or a trade unionist, this is what they do. They'll pit communities against one another. They'll tell you, oh, you're poor because you're not working hard enough. Oh, the reason you can't find work is because refugees aren't actually fleeing from war. Oh, the immigrants, they want to steal your jobs and benefits. Oh, it's the fault of the pesky trade unionists. Sorry, Mr Speaker. And the Tories' national minimum wage is not a real living wage. The differing rates for young people are also wholly unjust and discriminatory, do not take account for their needs and responsibilities and their living costs. This is in contrast to the SNP, who are proposing a single rate for the national minimum wage, one that better reflects the cost of living with no lower rates for younger workers. Scotland's gender, disability and ethnicity pay gaps would be addressed, in part by introducing greater transparency in pay reporting. And in an independent Scotland, I look forward to the unfair 2016 UK Trade Union Act being repealed. We need an independent Scotland. Scotland simply cannot afford to be part of the UK anymore. Scotland is a country in its own right. It's not a colony, it's not a region. And independence gives Scotland the ability to get rid of nuclear weapons on the Clyde. Independence gives Scotland the ability to tackle the climate emergency. And with independence, Scotland will always get the government that she votes for.
Tommy Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to start with the Red Wall Tories. Our absent friends in the north are surely on a sticky wicket. For years, in cases decades, they have burrowed away in once solid Labour fiefdoms, angry at what was happening to their communities. They created a false narrative that these problems were the result of wanton neglect by their political opponents, rather than the inevitable consequence of being on the periphery of a capitalist economy which is over-centralised and under-regulated. But they broke through in 2019. And they came here, tribunes of the people, champions of their communities. They came to this palace to press their case. And they ended up supporting a government of spivs and millionaires that is turbocharging the very problems they complain about in the first place. Well, their tenure will soon be coming to an end. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, if I was living in those working class communities, I would be equally despondent at the alternative on offer. Because today's Labour Party must surely, as a government in waiting, have the least ambition it has ever had in its 122-year history. A party that says hardly anything about how it wants to change things. It is terrified of suggesting that the wealthiest in our community should pay more tax. Terrified of supporting the trade unions that founded it in their struggle for a living wage. Committed to expanding dangerous and expensive nuclear energy. And most of all, committed now to a future United Kingdom remaining isolated from the European mainstream. What a choice. Now, you may wonder, Mr Deputy Speaker, of the relevance of that for Scottish independence. Well, it is quite simple, because people in my constituency and elsewhere in Scotland look at this duopoly, this oscillation
about a mean point of inequality that never seeks to fundamentally change it, and they ask themselves, is this the best that can be done? And increasingly people say, no, we can do better than this, and we can do better than this if we take the power to ourselves to become an independent country. And I say to those who are on the other side of this debate, if you understand nothing else, understand this. The debate about contemporary Scottish independence is not a debate about identity. It is a debate about political power, about having the agency to change the world around us and to play our part in a world aiming to be a better place. That is why we argued the case for Scottish independence. And we believe in changing that world. It is a new vision of how things could be. A world, a society where the barometer of success is measured by the well-being of the people rather than the profits of city corporations. Where we have growth in our economy to afford human leisure rather than human exploitation. And most of all, where our natural resources are marshalled into a sustainable future for our country and for the world. That is what we aspire to. And yet, when you listen to our detractors, you would think it was far from that. And I congratulate the Shadow Secretary of State for Scotland on the public launch today of Project Fear 2.0. Because if we are to take him at his word, then a Scottish government on day one of independence would have 5 times the problem that this government currently has to deal with in terms of an economic deficit. And a currency would, at the point of introduction, crash by 30%. Oh my God, well, who would want to even consider such a scenario? But of course, these things are not facts. They are not evidence. They are conjecture and supposition. And he makes his case, and in the flurry of the campaign rhetoric, he makes it very well. But that doesn't make it true. And to take the Jers figures as one example, which he placed a lot of emphasis on, he may be interested to know that the Institute for Fiscal Studies, no less, not a fan of independence, says that by next year, the structural deficit in the Scottish economy will be the same, more or less, as the structural deficit in the UK economy as a whole. Not a factor of 5 more. I'm sorry, I'm short on time, and I'm going to annoy the Chair if I take intervention, so I will decline. But it is not a factor of 5. But of course, the most important thing about the Jers figures is that they are not a statement of account of Scotland as an independent nation. They are a statement of what a regional economy looks like within the United Kingdom. Any sensible person would look at that structural deficit in those figures and take that as evidence against the Union, not in favour of it. And it's because we can do so much better that we aspire for independence. And it is, as others have remarked, it is just unbelievable, is it not, that a country like Scotland, which is blessed with enormous resources of renewable energy, with a talented and skilled workforce, with a thriving tourism and hospitality and cultural sector, leading the world in new technologies from biosciences to gaming, and also with our world-class academia. It is strange, is it not, that a country with all that going for it can be described as a basket case when it comes to self-government, and people suggest it cannot possibly afford it. Well, of course it can. Mr Deputy Speaker, this debate is called Scottish Independence and Scottish Economy for a reason. And that is because we know and we understand that we will not get a majority of people in Scotland to vote to become a self-governing country if we cannot argue that that will make things materially better for them and their communities in the medium to long run. And we know that that is the case. We have to connect those together. I had a whole list here of things I was going to go through which actually show how independence can make things better. I don't have time to do them all, so I will select a few. And these are the arguments and themes that are now being published in these Scottish Government documents that the motion refers to. I would advise colleagues to take the time and read some of them. And they are part of an ongoing debate that points out the consequences of independence on ordinary people and their livelihoods. Take, for example, and I think it's apposite because today is the day where the Trade Union Congress is petitioning and lobbying this Parliament. Take, for example, fair rights at work. An independent Scottish government will make sure that there is a living wage for people in their place of work, that this disgusting separation where young people can be exploited at extremely low wages is removed and people are paid that wage from the point at which they enter the workforce, and that the trade union legislation is repealed and people have the right to organise. And we know we want to do that because we know that if the balance in the workplace changes and that becomes fairer, all the evidence shows that leads to a more prosperous and a more equal economy. That is why we want to do it, and we cannot do it without the powers that come from independence. If we take taxation policy, the Scottish Government does have the power at the margins to vary income tax. But no government, without any control whatsoever over the movement of labour or capital, can possibly change the taxation system in any meaningful way. We would want to see those with the broadest shoulders make their fair contribution. We want to see a much more progressive situation. We want to see business taxes where small and medium-sized enterprises are supported and helped to thrive, but at the same time it is understood that the opportunity to make money comes with the obligation to put something back into the social infrastructure and the communities that enabled you to do so in the first place. This we cannot do without the powers of independence. Energy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which has been talked about a lot here. Why on earth is it, in a country which is self-sufficient in renewable energy, that people this winter cannot afford to pay their electricity bills? It is a scandal beyond recognition. And what we need to do is we need to scrap Ofgem. We need to break this link between electricity prices and Putin's gas supply prices. We need to make sure that if we have a country capable of generating 100% renewable energy from the wind and the water, then the benefits go to the people that live there and not to the global corporations. This we cannot do without the powers of independence. Mr. Speaker, I could go on. I will draw that to a close and simply end by saying that that is why we ask people in Scotland to consider the alternatives. We don't need to have this duopoly of despair that is being offered in the United Kingdom. We can take matters into our own hands and create a new and a better country. And the final point, the final subject is this, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Who gets to choose on this matter? That is the fundamental question of political principle which this chamber has to confront as well as any others, because the Secretary of State, in his opening remarks, made much, it was as if the record is broken, made much of a campaign that's now nearly 10 years ago, and a result that happened in 2014 when things were remarkably different from what they are now. It might have been that 2014 referendum on Scottish independence had settled the matter. It might have been that people said, that's fine, we accept that and move on. It wasn't us who didn't accept it. It was the people of Scotland who put us here to prosecute this case. And it is their right, and only their right, to reconsider that matter at a time of their choosing. And that is why, last year, they elected, 10 years after the day they did it the first time round, they elected a Scottish Parliament with more members committed to independence than there was in 2011. And that mandate has been disrespected and refused by this government. And that is why we are now arguing in the Supreme Court. And it doesn't play well in Scotland, because every time you deny the voice of the people, you only fuel their ambition to make it louder.
I think there should be about 5 left wanting to speak, if my maths are correct. And the wind-ups will begin no later than 20 to 7, so you can do the maths as to how many minutes you've got. Anne McLaughlin, are you intending to speak? Oh, in that case, Chris Stevens, and there's 4 of you wanting to speak then.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend from Edinburgh East. I will, of course, touch on similar themes in my contribution. Let me first of all say Saturday the 29th of October would have been the 100th birthday of my grandmother, who was an SNP voter and independence supporter. I am proud to be a third-generation SNP voter. I am proud to represent a constituency which had the second highest number of individual yes voters in Scotland, only topped by Dundee West, and the competition will be on the next time, let me assure you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and if Western Bartonshire want to rise to that challenge too, we would more than welcome that. And it's important that that's recognised, because you would think, listening to some of the contributions today, that not one constituency in Scotland had voted for the proposition of Scottish independence, but many constituencies did, of course, vote for the proposition. And what has been fascinating in this debate so far is that not one speaker arguing the case against independence or arguing the case against a referendum has told us what they believe are the conditions that would apply in order for there to be a referendum. And I find that deeply fascinating that they have said that, in their view, there's not enough support, but they won't tell us what is required in order for there to be a referendum. Deeply fascinating indeed. But I have to say, there's been a number of contributions which I found strange, and I have to say, I thought he had left, but I see he's behind the Deputy Governor-General, the Honourable Member for Aberconwy, and it's with a sense of endearment that I used that particular title. But the member for Aberconwy talked about the ships that are hosting Ukrainian refugees. Well, I've been on that ship. It's a nice ship, it's got really good conditions, and I can tell him I've had zero complaints about the conditions on that ship. But every single week I get complaints about the conditions of Home Office accommodation for asylum seekers and the overcrowding. And why is that the case? Because the Home Office have argued, Mr Deputy Speaker, that they do not need to comply with Scottish housing standards. They don't need to comply with local authority standards going abroad. So it's quite curious, I have to say, that he mentioned that example when the reality is it's the Home Office and their conditions that they're applying which cause real deep resentment for those who are seeking sanctuary in this country. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I was also fascinated by the Secretary of State's contribution about a union dividend. What is the largest growing sector of the economy in the last 12 years? And that's the number of food banks in this country. That is not a union dividend. And I think we need to reflect on the fact that there are far too many citizens across these islands who are having to depend on food aid, including, Mr Deputy Speaker, working people who are having to use these facilities. We've just advertised today for a larder in Cardonald, and we know that many of those users will be working people, which is why we'll be opening them in evenings so that people can utilise and use these services. The union dividend is the number of food banks in this country is no dividend at all, I would argue. Now, why is it that those of us who are still trying to prosecute the case for Scottish independence are still doing so? And it's because on the days after the referendum, when David Cameron stood up and he talked about English votes for English laws and basically said, Scotland, you've had your fun, that drove a number of people, that was very much resented by a number of people. And it was the nasty campaign, the negative campaign, and yes, the fearful campaign against Scottish independence, which has ensured that we're still debating this issue, because there was not a positive case put forward by those who wish Scotland to remain in the United Kingdom that was ever used during that campaign. Now, I want to spend a bit of time in the minutes I've got left, Mr Speaker, to touch on the issue which my good friend from Edinburgh East made, and which is a key part of the Scottish Government's paper, which I was curious that no one had criticised, incidentally, and that is the issue of workers' rights. We really need to get away from this obsession that the current government have of always being on the side of the bosses and always being on the side of making sure that their view of insecure work should be the model going forward. I want to see an independent Scotland saying that there will be no zero-hour contracts in this country. I want to see trade unions have the ability to go on strike without fear of being taken to court on cheap charges. I want to see trade unions being given the right to actually use online and secure workplace balloting, because if it was good enough for the Conservative Party to use workplace voting and online voting to select the Prime Minister who crashed the economy, then surely it's good enough for trade unions to do so. We need to change the way of the world at work and to bring dignity and fairness to the workplace. And unfortunately, this place will never articulate a way of doing so. And that is why I will always continue to argue for Scottish independence and votes for the Scottish National Party.
Marion Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have sat here most of the afternoon and listened carefully to all of the speeches, and I'm going to do something slightly different. But I want to make clear at the start that I am committed to Scottish independence. Anyone who voted for me 3 times since 2015 knows that, and that has always meant that I have been returned to this place to represent the people of Motherwell and Wishaw. And yes, I do understand that not everyone in Motherwell and Wishaw wants independence, but I do also understand that the Scottish Government does have a mandate from the last Scottish election, and overall the SNP as a party has a mandate from Scotland in order to further the cause of independence, and we are all looking forward very much to conducting a referendum next year. Madam Deputy Speaker, the economic damage of this government, what it's caused since the mini-budget on the 23rd of December is, as the motion says, truly, truly regrettable. The pound's nosedived, mortgage rates have risen, there's rising inflation. And I can remember hard times. I can remember Harold Macmillan telling me the pound in my pocket would not be worth any less on devaluation. I brought up a family during the 80s, but I have never, ever known a time like this. And I think part of that is as my role as disability spokesperson for my party. And as part of that role, I meet with disability organisations regularly. And I'm going to use one particular group or organisation who helps families with disabled children and those children who have long-term illnesses, and that's the Family Fund. Because at my meeting with them earlier this week, or at the end of last week, time moves so strangely here, I was shocked, horrified and deeply moved by what I was listening to. And I'm grateful to the Family Fund for the statistics I'm going to use. And I've taken them from their report, The Cost of Caring, which was based on their research and published only on the 7th of October this year. 64% of parents with caring responsibilities spend between 35 to 100 hours a week caring for their children, and only 50% of these parents are in work. So that means that they're getting benefits. Increasing household costs make these families' lives more difficult. On top of the pandemic, lockdowns and shielding, families have to spend more on energy, and the choices they have to make are even more stark than those of the general population. Over half of parents and carers report skipping or cutting the size of meals. 4 in 5 families raising a disabled child or a young person are in debt, with rising debt levels for 2 in 5 families, and over 40% report they can't afford to keep accommodation warm. a 13% increase since last December. On average, families raising a disabled child live on £17,000 a year and spend 60 hours a week caring for their disabled children, with 1/3 caring for over 100 hours a week. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, Family Fund's report highlight the now unsustainable strain on families raising disabled and seriously ill children and young people as they try to cover sky-high costs on top of severely reduced incomes due to intense caring responsibilities, 3 times higher costs to look after a disabled child, and critical levels of debt. Now, I could quote Family Fund CEO Cheryl Ward, and you might think, what has this to do with independence? Well, we can't afford to be tied to a system that treats the most vulnerable people in our society in this way. And you'll note that one of the statistics I used was from last year, not even to do with the so-called mini-budget. The harrowing tales and stats that we've heard from the Family Fund are not isolated. Other disability organisations I have met in recent months, such as the Disability Benefits Consortium and Muscular Dystrophy UK, have drawn attention to the deteriorating situation that many of the most vulnerable are facing in the UK today. Across the board, these organisations are calling for benefits uprating in line with inflation, and that won't even take them to back where they were, as well as additional targeted support for those with disabilities whose essential energy needs are much more extensive. In the media recently, Yvette Clements reported in the BBC that parents are actually having to consider putting their disabled children into care due to rising energy bills. And can anyone in this chamber tell me that this is acceptable? Families of disabled children are facing crippling debt. OK, what you might say, what does this matter? Well, I believe, and I know my fellow members on these benches believe, a society can be measured in how it treats its most vulnerable. And the vision of chaos that the current iteration of the UK government perpetuates treats the most vulnerable with contempt. Those with disabilities and caring responsibilities are faced with uncertainty, deprivation, and face attacks on their human dignity. I was going to, and I don't think I have time, to talk about a family who have 2 young boys who are autistic. They live in West Sussex. One of the boys also has ADHD. The other one suffered brain damage at birth and is doubly incontinent. This family has to do frequent food shops tailored to the specific sensory needs and allergies of the children, which result in food bills almost tripling. The mother of these poor boys originally trained as a special education needs teacher, but she can't work now as she's a full-time carer for one of her sons. She testifies the cost of living crisis has impacted us in such a huge way. And families of disabled children are facing crippling debt just to provide the requisite care needed for their children, who will otherwise suffer and see conditions worsening. In Scotland, at present, we seek to do things differently and offer carers additional support through the Carers Allowance Supplement, which actually increases their carers allowance by 13%. That allowance has gone up £3 in 10 years. We also have the Young Carers Grant. The Scottish Government are in the process of working on delivering overarching charges to replace carers allowance through Scottish Carers Assistance, which will provide greater support, loosening the needlessly rigid criteria carers must meet and increasing support in areas of social care, employability and education. I also note today that the child winter payments in Scotland have started, and they are, of course, administered by Social Security Scotland, which aims to deliver social security with dignity, fairness and respect at their core. However, at present, less than 15% of such social security benefits are being devolved to Scotland, and our ability to create a society built on dignity, fairness and respect is severely impacted by the Westminster system that built on cronyism, chaos and inequality. In an independent Scotland, I feel, my party feels, lots of people in Scotland feel, that an independent Scotland is the only way we can enable ourselves to take control of our own future and create a more equal society for all, upholding the rights of our most vulnerable citizens. In each of the many iterations we have seen of the current government, and there have been quite a number, we see those with the least suffer the most through policy choices. Following years of austerity bringing public services to their knees, 300,000 excess deaths running the NHS to the ground, we are now hearing calls for further austerity. On top of the real-term cuts to wages and benefits, and with inflation at a 40-year high, this sustained attack on society's most vulnerable does not appear to have an end goal in sight. My friend, the Right Honourable Member for Skye, Badenoch and Strathspey. And I got that wrong. I'm so sorry. Loch Arbor. I am so sorry. I have got carried away with the emotion of what I'm saying. He asked the Prime Minister today to guarantee uprating benefits in line with inflation. We didn't get an answer. These families that I am talking about are depending on that to protect their children. I now feel an independent Scotland is a necessity. It's not something that we just think we'd like. It's absolutely necessary to protect Scottish citizens from even more of these devastating policies from the Tory government opposite. I want now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to add my voice to the calls on this government immediately to reinstate the banker's bonus cap, increase benefits in line with inflation and protect the pensions triple lock. And I consider that Scotland cannot afford to be part of the failing state of the UK. Must be independent for economic stability and for the best future for all of our citizens, born in Scotland or not. And here, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will add for the benefit of my granddaughters and my grandson yet to be born.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's been a number of very interesting things said today. I have never taken a single vote for the SNP in Dundee East for granted. But when I heard the Honourable Lady from Edinburgh West for the Lib Dems, who's no longer in her place, talk about Orkney and Shetland, I think if I lived on one of those island groups, I would be very, very cross indeed that the Lib Dems took them so much for granted and considered them so much of a personal fiefdom. We had the Secretary of State for Scotland talking about funding delivered by the UK government. Indeed, the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Bamford-Buchan, spoke about a number of other UK policy decisions and certainly read out the cost of them. I thought it was interesting, though, because it was almost like it was discretionary largesse from Whitehall, almost ignoring the fact that Scottish individuals and businesses don't pay tax. It's almost as if they don't realise almost every penny is borrowed and the Scottish taxpayers contribute their full share to the debt repayment costs. And I find this extraordinary. And we heard other talk during the day about debt and the debt Scotland might have. The Scottish Government cannot borrow. It has no debt. All of the debt comes from the UK. The UK borrows all the money, no matter where it is spent. Whether it's a £500 million overspend on a single tube station, we pay our share of that debt. The reason I mention this, there is no union dividend. We then heard the Secretary of State make some extraordinarily disparaging remarks about education. Scotland has the highest proportion of people with a tertiary education. The best educated country in Europe. Instead of talking it down, why don't we celebrate the pupils and the students, the teachers and the lecturers, the schools and the colleges and the universities? The best educated country in Europe. He then went on, he must have been having a really bad day, to talk about crime. We've got the lowest... he's come in. Welcome, Governor-General. Take your seat. Scotland has the lowest crime rate since 1974. In England, it was reported in the last week. Barely 5% of reported crimes in England even have somebody charged. To talk down the criminal justice system in Scotland while allowing that utter failure of the criminal justice system in England to go by the book is absolutely disgraceful. We then had the bizarre sight of the Better Together parties, the Tory Labour coalition parties, pretending to dislike each other. When I see Labour's immigration mugs and their Make Brexit Work slogans, all I see is a red Tory, blue Tory, doesn't matter. They're exactly the same. We then had, I might not even get to my speech proper, Madam Deputy Speaker. We then had some straw men thrown up about how much Scotland's foreign currency reserve would have to be when we become independent. I checked. I checked, actually. The UK's foreign currency reserve is 6.4% of GDP. Ireland's is 2.7%. Finland's is 7%. Now, to be fair, Denmark is higher at around 20%, to be fair. How can it possibly be that a modern advanced economy with huge natural resources and a balance of trade surplus like Scotland would somehow uniquely be expected to be holding 50, 60... I think you spoke enough earlier on. 50, 60, 70, 80% of GDP in foreign countries. Of course I'll give way to my... Of course I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm very, very grateful to my honourable friend, and I'll see you later. But can I... he's making a very powerful speech, but it's probably worth pointing out to the House that the UK has a current account deficit of more than 8% of GDP. If it's a country that can't pay its way, it's the UK.
This is absolutely true. You know, there will come a time when we have the referendum next year, when we can enter into proper and calmer, sensible debates looking at the minutiae and the technical detail regarding all this, and long may that continue. Basically, what we saw today, Madam Deputy Speaker, was a rerun of Project Fear. Project Fear 2. And before I do move on very briefly to what I'd prepared, I was struck by the comments from the honourable gentleman, the member for Chesterfield, who's also no longer in his place. At one point, he genuinely seemed to suggest that the determination as to whether or not Scotland should have a referendum should be based on opinion polls rather than real votes. I'll take 7, 8, 9, 10 mandates in a row over an opinion poll any day of the week. Anyway, I mentioned a Project Fear 2, and it took me back to the 2014 independence referendum. And the Yes campaign, I think, was characterised by one thing. It was the absolute determination to answer every question, to provide as much information as possible to the people of Scotland. And we did this in the face of the constant refrain from unionism that there wasn't enough information. Even when detailed answers to every question were tripping off people's lips, still we were asked for more. And we tried to ensure the answers we gave, the future shape of the Scottish state, the policy for an independent Scotland, were to the best of our ability in the best interests of the people of Scotland and those in the rest of the UK. And nowhere was that clearer, actually, than in our proposals for what was then a formal shared currency and our determination to serve as a negotiated share of the UK's national debt. Both plans actually designed to protect sterling and stop the rest of the UK falling victim to a technical default on its debt obligations. And in order to provide that certainty, that clarity, that detail, we drew, if not exclusively, certainly very heavily on the 670-page Scotland's Future White Paper. But we need to recognise unionism behaved, or the way unionism behaved, and campaigned differently and smarter this time. The first thing to recognise is, no matter how detailed and precise our answers were, unionism continued and will continue to ask the same questions over and over and over again to give the impression there are no answers. It was false then, it's false now. Secondly, we need to recognise unionism acted and continues to act in an irrational way. So next time, next year, whatever policy decisions are finally determined to be best for Scotland, they must not only be technically robust, they must be politically bomb-proof as well, which means no Indy Ref 2 policy area can ever be held hostage by a Westminster veto. And thirdly, of course, while we must answer every question which the public put to us, we should make our fundamental case on principle and not detail, and that's why the first three papers published by the Scottish Government are first class. A mix of democratic principle and a vivid picture of what Scotland could be is hopeful, upbeat, and takes yes campaigners away from the miserable drudge of unionist whitabootery that we saw in Stades today, which so characterised the 2014 referendum. And one final thought at this point. We know how successful Scotland can be. Isn't it time unionism was finally challenged? Beyond Brexit, is this really as good as it gets? The first thing we have to do is to deliver the Scottish independence, and second, in many ways, more importantly, describe the kind of Scotland we seek. Now, we've laid out the mechanism by which we'll deliver it. We've gone to the Supreme Court to test the legality of the referendum, and we've a wonderful fallback position that the next Westminster election will be a de facto referendum, meaning the Scottish people's voice will be heard one way or another. But to answer that second question, what sort of Scotland will we deliver? Well, the answer to that is actually implicit in the motion. Our critique of the botched, experimental Tufton Street economics which crashed the economy in the mini-budget is stark, and our demands for action to help those most in need is clear. But let me end by answering the question, what sort of Scotland do we seek, in a slightly more succinct way? The Scotland we will deliver will be the one the people of Scotland want and choose, because it's with independence, and only with independence, that Scotland will always get the government and the policies it votes for.
Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I start out in this debate on Scottish independence and the Scottish economy from the fundamental, irreducible point of principle that the best people to govern Scotland are those who have chosen to make their lives there. Now, I first started taking an interest in politics growing up in the late 1980s and early 1990s, and that was quite a heady political time, and a time before there was a Scottish Parliament of any kind. We were seeing the end of the deindustrialisation process at the end of the Thatcherite economic experiment. We were seeing the ramifications of the poll tax. It was the end of the Cold War and the collapse of the Iron Curtain and historic realignments as old nations emerged from the stifling power politics of the Cold War. And, of course, closer to home, we had a debate about Scottish self-governance and not just whether or not there should be a Scottish Parliament, but also how much power that Parliament should have, and indeed whether or not it should be an independent Parliament. And in my particular journey to supporting independence for Scotland, I remember vividly a debate which took place, I think, in the early part of 1992 in the Usher Hall in Edinburgh, where the four leaders of the Scottish parties at that time each clashed in a major public debate sponsored by the Scotsman newspaper. And out of that clash of visions, and particularly in the aftermath of the general election later that year, where Scotland returned 12 Conservative MPs in contrast to the 60 non-Conservative MPs, yet still we had a Conservative government running us with a Secretary of State and his team of ministers coming under parliamentary scrutiny once every 4 weeks for half an hour ahead of Prime Minister's question time. It seemed to me to be thoroughly unsatisfactory. And actually, looking back to those times, I have a pet theory that if only we could get every single adult Scot of voting age to come down here to sit in that public gallery and watch Scottish questions followed by Prime Minister's question times, we wouldn't be having another referendum with a 55% vote to stay in the UK. We'd be having a near unanimous vote to become independent. But that formative set of experiences and references led me to conclude, as Jim Sillars has subsequently described it, that Scottish independence is simply the constitutional settlement that is superior to all others. And I've been an enthusiastic proponent of that point of view ever since, and happy to debate it with all comers. Even, I'm sorry that the Honourable Lady for Edinburgh West is no longer in her seat. I have very happy memories of debating against her in the Victoria Hall in Ellen ahead of the 2014 referendum, before either of us were elected to that place. If I might, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not so sure that the Honourable Lady for Edinburgh West has quite such happy memories of the debate that night as I do, but nevertheless it was a robust act of civic political engagement which was all to the good. But of course, the Constitution isn't the only political issue that's animated me over that time. I've also been striving for fairness in our economy, for social justice, for equality in our society, to improve and invest in our infrastructure, and of course seized of the urgent need to tackle climate change and to embrace the very, very considerable renewable opportunities that we have in Scotland. But unlike for others of different political stamps, for me it's impossible to ignore the very clear link that there is between the condition of Scotland and the Constitution of Scotland, and how decisions are taken and by whom and off the back of what mandates. Because I do not believe it is possible to separate the reality of the need to improve the condition of Scotland from the reality that that constitutional status acts as a huge impediment to doing so, and that no matter how good an idea is, no matter what people vote to endorse in elections, unless it happens to be compatible with the prevailing political ideas at Westminster and the parameters that sets, not just in terms of policy frameworks, but also within budgetary frameworks, it simply doesn't happen. Now, that's not to say that good things haven't happened in Scotland since devolution. Since 1999, Scotland has been governed firstly by a Lib-Lab coalition, then SNP minority, then SNP majority, and currently by a coalition between the SNP and the Greens. And each government in its way has taken and is taking Scotland forward. And I've got absolutely no hesitation in saying that each of these governments, whatever their stamp, has helped to put Scotland into a better condition at the end of those periods of government than it was when those governments took office. Never, despite the lack of tax powers, borrowing powers and welfare powers which have restricted the ability of governments of all kinds over that time to act as they might wish. Now, there is a rather partisan argument that gets argued that it's a bit too clever for my liking. It usually comes from elements in the Labour Party, that somehow devolution and independence are different constitutional processes with no common ground possible between the two. I don't think that the people of Scotland do see it or have ever seen it in such stark terms, because the immediate point of common ground that I have with anyone that wants devolution is that every power that they wish to see being exercised from a Scottish Parliament, I do as well. The difference is that I don't believe that devolution can ever satisfactorily address how to resolve the conflict that there inevitably is whenever the choices and the interests of people in Scotland do not happen to coincide with the choices that are made elsewhere in the UK, or the priorities that are then divined from that by the UK government of the day. Now, the Secretary of State, in his opening remarks, said we had a referendum in 2014, and well, we did indeed, but I would say as gently as I can to the Secretary of State that things have rather moved on quite a bit since then. Now, I remember speaking in another debate in the 2014 referendum, not in Ellen this time, but this time as part of a panel in a debate in Peterhead, in the Honourable Member for Bamford-Buchan's constituency, in the no lesser a place than the ballroom of the Palace Hotel, and it was extremely busy. And again, I've got very happy memories of that night, perhaps happier memories than those on the no side had. But I was confronted in my summing up by a familiar argument that an independent Scotland would somehow find itself outside of the European Union. And it was all part of a pretty familiar, by that stage, trope of fears and smears, and that somehow an independent Scotland would find itself on the outside at the mercy of, isolated from all that was good and at the mercy of all that was bad. So I decided, it was getting late in the evening, I decided to dispatch that argument as quickly and as cleanly and as humanely as I could, by saying that the only way that we would ever be in danger of being outside the European Union in the near future was if people did vote no to independence, and then the Boris and Nigel show was allowed to take over afterwards. Now, I freely admit that when I said that, I thought that I was using a little bit of exaggeration just to make the point, and that was the best way to make the argument. An argument that didn't seem to have any basis in political reality. Little could I have imagined, Madam Deputy Speaker, that little over 2 years later, that would have turned into the ghoulish, nightmarish reality. Because the fact is that in 2014, the No campaign made a number of bold pledges about how being in the UK was a guarantee of economic stability, that we would be progressing to something as close to near federalism as possible over that time. And of course, the real pearler in that the only way to guarantee our EU membership was a no vote, when in fact that was what deprived us of it. And practically every single rhetorical plague of locusts or horsemen of the apocalypse that was prophesied in that campaign as a result of voting yes has come to pass as part of Brexit Britain. So much so that the entire prospectus put forward at that time by Better Together to persuade Scots to vote no has been put through the shredder. And it's hardly surprising that support for independence has moved in the direction that it has since then. Now, the Honourable Member for Edinburgh South couldn't have been clearer in where he stands. His is a party which now supports Brexit. They will not reverse it, they tell us. And while he's content to excoriate the record of rightly of the Conservatives in office, it would seem he'd rather persevere with a political system which, over the course of the last century, has seen the Conservatives in power in 2 years out of every 3, in a party which Scotland continually rejects at the ballot box, simply for the distant prize that he and his party might hold power for 1 year in every 3. Now, that might be good enough for the Honourable Member, but it's certainly not good enough for me, and increasingly I don't think it's good enough for people in Scotland. So we're asked the question, why independence? Why not try and reform from within? Well, Labour have made it clear they've got no interest in meaningful reform of our decision-making process. They're going to keep the House of Lords, they want to keep the voting system, because, as I say, having on that untrammelled power 1 year in every 3 seems to make everything else worthwhile. The Lib Dems, of course, talk about moving nearer to federalism. Well, of course, they've spoken about that since the days of William Ewart Gladstone. But simply, well, I hear the Honourable Lady from Edinburgh West say, why don't we do it? Well, we don't have the power. Because quite simply, there is no coherent, credible plan for it. Perhaps the Honourable Lady could intervene and tell me how they plan to do it. Will there be an English Parliament? Will there be strictly come dancing BBC regents? How will you do it?
Well, actually, the Cabinet Commission came up with a report on exactly how it could be done, and to give the Labour Party credit, Gordon Brown has now issued his Pillars of Federalism. And Scotland's Futures is working together now. You asked, how would we do it? Well, we would have assemblies for the other parts of the United Kingdom. The metropolitan mayors are moving towards a more representative approach. It can be done, and if we had your support, perhaps we could do it.
And I think that's the trouble. There is no support for it. The Honourable Lady, I'm willing to believe, has not made a single speech, a single argument, delivered a single leaflet in any of those regions in England that she plans to create. I suspect were I to go to the south east, the south west, any region of England, it would come as an enormous surprise to find that that is what is being planned. And I have to say that her party was in government with the Conservatives and coalition since 2010. They had a referendum on proportional, or what was supposed to be proportional representation. They couldn't even get a form of proportional representation onto the ballot paper. And now we're being invited to believe that somehow, just because Gordon Brown says so, we're going to be able to rewire the entirety of the British Constitution in a way that will satisfy aspirations. I have to say I do not believe that, and it's just another dead end which Scots would be well advised to avoid. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I return to my central point. The best people to run Scotland and to decide how Scotland should be run are those who have chosen to make their lives there. But as the UK post-Brexit turns in upon itself and away from its closest neighbours and the alliances that have served it so well since it joined the European Union, Scotland has a choice about whether it continues to attach itself to that British Brexit decline or whether it takes its place on the world stage. As an independent country, with governments we elect which are limited only by the constraints of our own resources, the limits of our own imaginations, the limits of our own democratic choices, and by constraints set by nowhere else.
Kirsten Oswald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by congratulating everybody that's contributed to this debate today. I think it's been an outstanding example of the range of different and very pressing arguments for why Scotland needs to be an independent country. And the reality is that no country in history has been better prepared to transition to independence than Scotland currently is. Scotland has a dynamic, modern economy, an abundance of natural and human capital, and a globally recognised international brand. In 2014, and like a number of my colleagues on these benches, I joined the SNP, and we were told at that point that Scots only with a no vote would get safer, faster, better change. Now, the events of the last 8 years, even the events of the last 8 weeks actually, have shown that to be utter fiction. The Union is absolutely not the risk-free option that was promised. And my right honourable friend rightly pointed that out. It's been stark, but it's surprising what we've not heard. What we've not heard at all today is any case whatsoever for the Union. And I think that that's telling. And if we look at the motion, if we look at the most recent Building a New Scotland paper, Scotland's economy is diverse, it has many strengths. We have the best educated population in Europe, with the highest proportion of people aged between 25 and 65 with tertiary level education. And our government makes a political choice to provide free university tuition. In 2020, almost 100% of Scotland's electricity demand was generated by renewables, and Scotland has 25% of Europe's offshore wind and tidal potential, meaning that Scotland can and will become the renewable powerhouse of Europe. Of course, my honourable friend, the member for Kilmarnock and Loudon, correctly noted the positive position of Norway with their sovereign wealth fund to cushion its population. What a contrast to the approach of the UK government. We also have a food and drink sector that's renowned worldwide, with Scotch whisky accounting for 1/5 of all UK food and drink exports. So, as my honourable friend, the member for Perth and North Perthshire, said, with such an abundance of resources and talent, no one can seriously argue that Scotland couldn't thrive as an independent country. And I was delighted that even the Shadow Secretary of State seemed to accept this fact, as did, I think, the honourable member for Banff and Buchan. And the benefits of self-government have been evident since the reopening of the Scottish Parliament in 1999. The devolution of powers to Scotland has changed Scotland for the better. Just imagine what we could do with the powers of independence. And Scottish governments of different political affiliations have implemented policies that have led to a fairer, more equal Scotland. In fact, often they're mitigating the damaging policies of the UK government. And a good example of that is the Scottish Child Payment, which has been welcomed by anti-poverty campaigners as a game changer. And I note that the Secretary of State for Scotland was singularly unable or unwilling to entertain any discussion on his government's failure to make that kind of positive choice. So the Scottish Child Payment will rise to £25 a week per eligible child this month. It's at the forefront of Scotland's fight against child poverty. This is action that a government is taking within the powers it has. Just imagine what more could be done. And recent analysis shows even now Scotland has the lowest child poverty rate of any part of the UK. Still too high, but demonstrating that interventions by governments who are willing to do so can drive down child poverty rates. And in Scotland, eligible children benefit from 1,140 hours of free, high-quality early learning and childcare. That saves families around £4,000 a year. It allows parents, particularly mothers, to return to the workplace if they so choose. And the Scottish Government's commitment to fair work has also seen drastic changes in workplace practices in Scotland, a significant contrast to the UK Government's gig economy approach set out very eloquently by the Honourable Member for Paisley and Renfrewshire North. Recent figures actually show that 91% of employees in Scotland receive the real living wage, again the highest proportion of any UK nation. And the gender pay gap in Scotland is 3.7% between male and female workers, better than the 8.3% gap across the rest of the UK. And my honourable friend, the member for Edinburgh North and Leith, spoke about the Scottish Government's approach to feminist foreign policy. The Scottish Government's committed also to improving the lives of LGBT people and will implement a total ban on conversion therapy this parliamentary term, whereas this week the UK Government delayed a ban, with the new minister reported as wanting to review her predecessor's work. She was the predecessor very recently. It's quite hard to keep up with the musical ministerial chairs. And that delay, despite the UK Government having promised a conversion therapy ban since the Prime Minister's predecessor was in office, but that was only a few weeks ago. And while the Scottish Government works hard to deliver that kind of real, tangible progress for all people in Scotland, the same cannot be said of this UK Government. Perhaps the most obvious example of Westminster failing Scotland is Brexit. Scotland voted overwhelmingly to remain in the EU, but we have been dragged out against our will. And it's estimated that that will result in Scotland's GDP being 4% lower by 2030 than it would have been if we'd remained in the EU. That's the equivalent of £3.2 billion of revenue lost every single year. And it doesn't just damage our economic prosperity, it also weakens our society and communities. We've seen fewer EU students coming to study in Scotland, students who have contributed and would have contributed, not just economically, but also culturally and socially. Scotland's the only part of the UK which is forecast to experience population decline in the next 30 years. So we need inward migration to grow our economy and to support our public services. We need independence to achieve that. Because despite Scotland's needs, and that's not even getting into the horrific narrative about invasions coming from the UK Government benches, the UK Government continues to pursue a shamefully hostile policy towards immigration. And unfortunately, the Labour Party, to their shame, apes that anti-immigrant rhetoric. We need independence to deliver an immigration system that works for Scotland and that recognises the immense net contribution that immigrants have made and will continue to make for our country. Now, a number of members have pointed out that Scotland hasn't voted for a Tory government since 1955, but we still have to live with the damaging policies of Tory governments. Most recently, the mini-budget, when they've crashed the economy with their reckless, unfunded tax cuts. And as my right honourable friend described, the pantomime, the circus of being under Westminster control at the moment is so costly to households in Scotland, and particularly to those who can least afford to have this financial wrecking ball inflicted upon them. And of course, the consequences of the mini-budget will be with us for some time to come. Think of the spike in interest rates and its impact on mortgage payments, many of the families impacted already struggling. And the Chancellor suggested there will need to be tax rises at the budget later this year. And taxes are necessary for public services, of course, but these rumoured tax rises will be used to plug a self-inflicted black hole caused by their own mini-budget disaster. So the economic downturn caused by Brexit, compounded by the mini-budget, has exacerbated the cost of living crisis, and it's really callous, even by their standards, that they flirt with scrapping the triple lock and refuse to commit to uprating benefits in line with inflation. As the Honourable Member for Aberdeen North was absolutely right in pointing out, the shameful nonsense coming from the Conservative benches suggesting people are somehow better off really defies belief. People can see with their own eyes the situations that they're in, and they will find this absolutely astonishing. But the thing is, Scotland has a lot going for it. We have a vibrant economy, we have a highly educated and talented population, we have natural resources that other countries are envious of. But we're locked in this trickle-down, doing people down UK economic model that fails to match the economic levels of prosperity and social cohesion that our neighbours of similarly sized independent countries have. So with independence, we can have the governments we vote for, we can choose our future, we can choose our priorities. It won't always be easy, it won't happen overnight, it'll take hard work. But no country in history has ever been in a better position to become independent. And there are many challenges facing Western countries at the moment, including the climate crisis, including the war in Ukraine, including population movements. But ultimately, the question for people in Scotland, and it's a question for them, it's not a question for members in this place, is who did they want, who did they trust to lead the response to the challenges of this situation? Who did they trust to deliver for the people who live in Scotland? Is it Westminster governments that we don't vote for? Or is it a government in Scotland that we do vote for, that's equipped with the full powers of an independent state? I close, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying that all of this is not news to people in Scotland. They're watching. They see the choices that are before them. And it is time.
Yeah. Minister John Lamont.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to respond to this debate this evening in my first appearance at the Dispatch Box as a Scotland Office Minister. I'm also proud to be wearing the Back British Farming wheat pin badge tonight. Today is Back British Farming Day, and it's never been more important time to show the importance of Scottish and British food producers that we have in our country. Now, let me start by thanking all of the right honourable and honourable members who have made contributions today. I will address many of the points made as much as I can in detail shortly. But first, let's talk about the motion before us today for consideration. It is, frankly, disappointing that SNP members have selected this subject for debate today when there are so many other pressing matters that I know the people of Scotland view as a priority. Now, the SNP could have used this time, to raise matters of immediate importance to my constituents in the Scottish borders and their constituents in areas across Scotland, like the cost of living, health or education. Now, the SNP members can shout all they want, but I know this is the issues and the priorities that the Scottish people want us to be talking about, not obsessing about referendums. The SNP could have used this time to encourage their friends in the Scottish Government to set aside their usual approach and instead work together more effectively and constructively with the UK Government. We on this side of the House would very much have welcomed that. Absolutely. The SNP could have acknowledged the huge benefits of being part of the United Kingdom to the people of Scotland, like the union dividend, which means that remaining a part of the UK is worth £2,000 a year to every person in Scotland. But instead, throughout this debate, they have focused solely on the issue of another divisive referendum. Madam Deputy Speaker, the SNP government must get back to the day job and stop obsessing about another referendum. Now, many members have highlighted today the challenges we face, and they're right to do so. Like the rest of the world, we are grappling with the economic aftermath of COVID-19, compounded by the war in Europe. But more division and disruption is not the answer. Now is not the time to be discussing splitting up the country, when we should be focusing on pulling together. Now is the time for unity. Now is the time for unity, not division. Now, the SNP are trying to make interventions. They've had 6 hours to talk about the issues that really concern the people of Scotland. I'm going to make some progress on this, and I'll maybe take some interventions if time permits. When he took office, the Prime Minister set out clearly that he wants to bring people back together and unite the country. Meanwhile, the SNP's priority is division, division, division. Another divisive referendum is the wrong priority at the worst possible time. It is a distraction from the very real challenges people across Scotland and the United Kingdom face. Now, with that in mind, I will turn to some of the points made by honourable members today. Now, the SNP leader here at Westminster, the Right Honourable Member for Ross, Skye and Lochaber, got in, frankly, a bit of a muddle yet again over what currency an independent Scotland would be using. Now, the SNP's currency proposals lack any form of credibility. In the same breath, the SNP proposed establishing a Scottish pound, whilst also committing to rejoining the European Union. Now, given the EU clearly state that adopting the EU is a core requirement to any membership, I struggle to find any credibility in what the SNP are proposing. The SNP's proposals, I would suggest, to continue to use the pound are a subtle admission of that the economic benefits of the remaining part of the UK are strong. We also heard from the Honourable Member for Edinburgh South. I join him in paying respects to the Honourable Member for Glenrothes on the passing of the member's father. The Honourable Member for Edinburgh South went on to argue that the best way to protect the Union was the election of a Labour government. Now, I would suggest the best way to ensure that Scotland remains at the part of the Union is by electing more Scottish Conservative MPs in Scotland and ensuring the re-election of this Conservative Prime Minister here at Westminster, thereby stopping any grubby deals that the SNP may do with opposition parties opposite. My honourable friend for Banff and Buckie, and I pay tribute to him for his time in the Scotland office, rightly highlighted some of the important interventions that this government has made to support Scotland. The honourable member for Perth and North Perthshire. Now, he was encouraging much audience participation in his contribution, a bit like an early pantomime performance, I would suggest, but he failed to demonstrate any answers to the gaping holes in the SNP's argument for another independence referendum. My honourable friend for Aberconwy did a tremendous job in demolishing the nationalist argument for independence, as did the honourable member for Chesterfield, who rightly identified how bad the SNP are losing referendums in that they're constantly demanding more and more opportunities until they get the results that they want. Similarly, the honourable lady for Edinburgh West clearly described that the SNP do not speak for the majority of Scots on the question of independence. Madam Deputy Speaker, we also heard from a catalogue of SNP and ALBA members, the member for Paisley and Renfrewshire North, Western Bartonshire, Eastern Bartonshire, Edinburgh North and Leith, East Lothian, Mid Lothian, Inverclyde and many, many others who became increasingly excited about the prospect of another independence referendum, but failed to provide any clear answers or credible solutions as to what an independent Scotland would look like. Unfortunately, time prevents me from referring to all the points that were raised in today's debate, but I will happily take some interventions. I'll take the honourable member.
Think of forgiving way. Earlier on, we've heard about the benefits of the Union, the Levelling Up Fund. But if the Union, what they keep telling us is the most successful political union ever, if it's so good, why does the UK get the highest levels of inequality in the developed world apart from the States? Why have we got the worst pension relative to working wage in Western Europe? And why do we need a Levelling Up Fund if the Union is so successful?
Well, my honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Scotland, set out very clearly the benefits of Scotland remaining part of the United Kingdom. I would reject very strongly the assertions you make about poverty in this country. We are a compassionate government. This is a compassionate government working very hard to support the most vulnerable people in our society, whether that be in Scotland or across the rest of the United Kingdom. I want to conclude by thanking honourable and right honourable members again for their contributions today. And I want to just conclude with a few closing remarks. So Scotland voted decisively, Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2014 to remain part of the United Kingdom. And the SNP must respect the decision of the people of Scotland. We must focus on key priorities just now, particularly dealing with the cost of living and tackling the economic challenges that we face. Now, time and time again, poll after poll, the people of Scotland tell the SNP members opposite, they tell Nicola Sturgeon that another referendum is not their priority. Now, if the honourable member for Glasgow East can tell me why we should be having a referendum now, rather than dealing with the cost of living crisis, dealing with the failing education system in Scotland, dealing with the NHS backlogs in Scotland, dealing with the lack of funding to local authority, I'll happily take the intervention.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way. If his party can change party leaders in 7 weeks, why can't the people of Scotland revisit this question almost 7 years later?
Well, I'm grateful for that intervention. I clearly remember taking part in that 2014 referendum when we were promised by those on the Yes campaign this was a once-in-a-generation opportunity to have the change that you... sorry.
Order. I didn't hear the...
Now be put.
The question is that the question be now put. As members that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! No, we're not seriously having a division on the question that the question be now put. I'm going to try that again. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. Order. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Stephen Bonner and Marion Fellows. Tellers for the noes, Richard Thompson and Ben Lake. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 38. The noes to the left, 0.
The ayes to the right, 38. The noes to the left, 0. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Point of order, Mr. Blackford.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted that the House has voted on a motion, and if I quote, that Scotland can't afford to be part of the failing state of the UK and must be independent for economic stability. Madam Deputy Speaker, this indeed is a historic moment. This House has voted in favour of a motion on Scottish independence, the first time that that has happened, with a clear majority of those that were elected from Scottish constituencies voting for that proposition. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, that follows on the back of the mandate that the Scottish Parliament has, that the Scottish Government has, for delivering an independence referendum. I wonder what assistance the House, that your office can give to make sure that the UK Government now assists the Scottish Government in delivering on that mandate that we have, and the support of this House for Scotland becoming an independent country.
Well, I thank the right honourable gentleman for his point of order. I was doing the arithmetic and I had some doubts as to whether the House was in fact quorate. So I would expect there to have to be 40 votes, but I must clarify that, although the tellers read out that the ayes were 38, in order to calculate the quorum, I have to add in 4 tellers and myself. And because I am here. And therefore, the House is quorate. And well, only just, but the House is quorate. And so I appreciate the point of order which the right honourable gentleman makes. It's not for me to say anything at all about what the government might or might do, but I'm quite sure that those on the Treasury bench will have heard the point made by the right honourable gentleman, and indeed heard the last 6 hours of debate, and the honourable gentleman will have the opportunity to pursue the matter in the usual way. Point of order, Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I ask if you have received any indication from the Home Secretary that she intends to make a statement to the House